Yeah, but if you're playing leverage with tight stop loss, you want a price point, not a range, right? There's a difference between 91 and 89. Like, there's a big difference there, you know. Well, it's small compared to the size of the down move overall, but you know, even on 10x, 2% is 20%, right? So, yeah, there's a difference between 91 and 89, and I guess a bit more precision in the zone of support could help. Yeah, maybe draw it as a rectangle, but have the bottom of the rectangle line up with a previous week, or you know, like try to pinpoint it more precisely. Maybe can help. Yeah, to avoid trading at wrong macro levels. Well, not wrong, but nah, never mind. Yeah, it's probably. Oh, I just think if I had a line ready for it at that level, uh, might have traded it. $89.2. So wait, to sum up, we have 14th of January, we have VWAP, roughly golden, but really roughly that golden got broken to the downside on logarithmic, yeah, it's 2% below. It's not too far. When you're talking about a 20-30% down move, it's roughly around golden. You have the angular support of the bull run that got violated a bit too, but no candle close below it on the daily for now. So we didn't break Bitcoin's uptrend. That's one of the macro stuff Dbloc looks at, right? For confirming bear market, like breaking the uptrend. That started at the beginning of this run at 15K. What else? There's gonna be more confluence. Well, I guess it's enough. Three technicals lining up for 90K. Problem is, if I start putting lines on every wick, I'm gonna end up with way too many levels to trade. You need to choose a bit some and discard others. It's a bit subjective, so it's gonna be hard to replicate. Because 5th of December, I had like me, I had lines on 5th of December candle. So I traded them, yeah. Traded 104 and traded 90,500, 600. But yeah, 89.3 was just a wick, so I kind of ignored it. This support was built at 90k, not at 89.2. Although we flipped it into resistance afterwards, right? Because when you look in March, 25th of March, price pumps but fails to go above 89 and then continues down, right? So yeah, 89 was like maybe a more precise SR than 90. But you say it's a zone between 89 and 91 then.
Well, 90 is kind of psychological. Whereas like 89 is kind of more obscure. But yeah, that's probably where the actual level is. In terms of price action, it makes sense because people would either sell before that level on the way up or sell after that level on the way down. Or if there's like if it falls below it and there's a dead cat bounce up to it, and if people had bought that level and then it drops, then when it comes back up to it, then they would probably sell there.
And for the top,
For instance, say you sell it or say you buy it like around 90k and it drops to like 85k. If it comes back up to like 89, like you kind of there's probably a group like there's probably a good amount of people that'd be like, all right, that's good enough. I'll just get out here and take the smaller loss.
right.
Because it's like they probably know that 90k is like a psychological number. So instead of going for 90k, they'll be like, all right, I'll get out a little bit earlier because there's probably going to be a bunch of people trying to sell at 90k. I'll get out a little bit earlier.
That's why we couldn't reach 108, but we got 107,800, right? Before this other down move, Bitcoin tried to go up to 108. It didn't touch 108 exactly, but you got 107 something, right? Because yeah, people were okay selling just a bit below 108. The good traders, the really good traders, were okay front running the SR.
Well, also, like we said earlier, like if there's people with stop losses, like if 90k is psychological, there's also people with stop losses at 89. Then it's like not only is like that's also a way to create sellers. Sometimes there's like a stop limit. You know what I'm talking about? Where
Yeah,
if you have like a limit price, it's like if it goes below 90k, put a sell order at
that's
89.
89. Yeah, to make
Yeah.
sure you get filled. Yeah, yeah.
And then like so if there's slippage and it falls below 90, but you don't get filled and it goes to like 85, when it comes back up to 89, your order will be there.
Oh, you don't get that much slippage on Bitcoin now, do you? But I guess it might happen too. But but I saw it yesterday. My Bitcoin got $1,000 slippage on some sales yesterday. Yeah, $1,000 slippage going on. Yeah, probably skipping some stop losses in the process, and all, yeah, because of limit stuff. Well, I'll go have dinner. Thanks for the chat, and it looks like the 15-minute candle couldn't close below the 200 EMA, so well, kind of waiting to see one close below and then a second close below. And if price hasn't already collapsed by then, maybe, maybe long it. Or short it. Well, people will short it, so well, go long.
Yeah, I think people will do both. Yeah, well, take it easy, Zeus. I guess I'll catch you later on.
Good morning, good afternoon. What's going on, family? What's the word, gang?
Yo, what up, Dbloc?
Chilling, chilling. Fighting with my power company, but it's all good.
I'm fighting with myself over whether the bull market's intact on Bitcoin or not.
Do you have any clear mechanical signals to let you know? that you've set up for yourself, invalidations, trigger points? Anything?
Yeah, like I was like, if it goes below 90K, like it's pretty much done. And then also there's a weekly close below the 50
Mm-hmm.
EMA. So I mean, pretty much the only thing that could invalidate that is if we get a bullish engulfing on the weekly, which could happen, but I don't know if it will. So if that doesn't happen, then yeah, I don't know. It might just be a rescue ship.
There you go. That's the only thing that's important, bro, is that you have clear invalidations for yourself and that you respect them. My invalidations are going to be different than anybody else's invalidations because of my appetite for risk. But I'll go through what I was thinking. There's a yesterday's stream, if you look at it, where it says macro analysis, bulls versus bears. I went pretty in depth. I have like an 11-point system that I'm following to see if it's a wrap yet or if there's any hope left. Excuse me.
Is that what you were talking about with the check boxes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, how many? Is there any left that are still that haven't hit?
Yeah, there is. If the weekly candle was to close right now, the majority of them would be hit. But the majority of them need 2 weekly candles to confirm, and all we had was 1 bearish weekly candle. So it kind of fits to what you're saying. If we get a bullish engulfing on the weekly, then it'll keep those from triggering. I'm sure I'll go over it at least once today, but you got to let me get my coffee down and get on time, and that shit is like a 45-minute TED Talk.
Yeah, for real. I'm about to go get coffee myself. But me and Susie were just discussing how it could be like what the reasons were to bounce off of like 92 or reasons to bounce off of like 89 or whatever. And I don't know, it's just like if a bunch of people, if they're a line in the sand, whether they're short-term traders, like, and they're like, oh, we filled the CME gap, I'm going long, or if they're, long-term holders, like, their line in the sand could be like, oh, if we go below 90, I'm out. So if there's a ton of stop losses there, then, they just got hit and then like just below 90K, if they get hit and we bounce from there, then that's a good signal as long as we don't return to that level.
Yeah, I mean, easy answer for me would be seller exhaustion and leverage bulls didn't hit it as hard as they have been. It's getting there now. It's filled up now. But all right, let's invert the chart. You know when we're pumping and we pop up and bears just will not stop slapping it and they just keep sending it and keep sending it and keep sending it.
Yeah, and keep
And then
squeezing.
eventually they're like, all right, bro, like, cool, I'm done, That's kind of what we had there, in my opinion. I had a challenge for the Bears yesterday. I mean, for the Bulls yesterday. I said, look, here's a new TikTok challenge. No 100x for the next week. No 100x longs for the next week. Watch what happens to price. But they won't listen. They're already at it. They're already back at it. I thought we talked.
We tried, man.
I passed out bull snacks and all types of shit. There's too many. Greed, yeah. Right? The simple answer is greed. But more specifically, there's too many people trying to get back what they lost on 1010. Yeah, 100x shorts are fine. 100x shorts are just going to fuel the move up. What I'm saying is if bulls want the price to go up, if they could just hit pause on on the high leverage for a second because we keep sweeping it. You know what I mean? Like we keep moving up towards those short liquidations, and then bulls get out of control, and then market makers like, well, all right. But if you think of the psychology, though, right? Like I said, if you just separate the leverage traders, you already know what they went through on 10-10, right? So either you had a little bit left and you're trying to make that, you know, get back to where you were, or you put in more money and now this really needs to work because you didn't have any plan to do that. And you know what I mean? So there's a bit of desperation on the bull side when it comes to leverage. That's what it seems like to me. Not desperation, but let's call it urgency, right? They're seeing the window close. If you guys want to target, about 60% of the bearishness goes away if we close above 100K this week. If you need something lofty to shoot for. Now, the bulls aren't back yet. The bulls are starting to poke their head in the field and look around. Like, no bears? Any bears anywhere? That grass is looking good. Now, if we can get this to play out correctly, those couple curious bulls will turn into a stampede. And they will stampede right through those short liquidations. Problem is right now, you know, different times there's different bulls that are in charge. The big, scary, like aggressive, powerful bulls with all the money and shit, right? But right now we're kind of stuck with this guy.
Yeah, they show up at tops though, because they're the ones trying to liquidate the shorts.
He means
Like just the
well.
sun does that type of stuff.
He means well, but he got crazy eyes. Young bull still does stupid shit, right? Duh bull. But get it right. He's a goofy looking little bull, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, exactly, Bell. We need those longhorns. Pause.
Do you think that once you become a big enough whale, you sort of have like an obligation to influence price?
Man, let's just put it like this. Fast forward yourself 3 cycles from now. Right? You're where you want to be, well past where you want to be financially. It's time for you to take profits on a position. You thinking about me? or anybody else, like I'm not even saying you're a manipulator, right? Let's just say you're a regular old whale with way too much money. The only thought that I'm giving to retail is what position sizing do I have to exit in that isn't going to kill me on slippage? Right? But are you going to like be a benevolent whale that lets everybody else take profit at the top and then you just sort of get out of your position after everybody's gone so that you don't crash the chart? Probably not. You're going to, when your TA says take profit, you're going to take profit, right? And then there'll be a Discord full of people that got hit by that red candle that will be calling you a manipulator. And you're like, I just kind of want to go buy this yacht. But okay, I guess. Now, are there manipulators? Obviously,
Well,
right? But like, your average person with too much money isn't giving any thought to anybody else or what it's going to do to the chart, especially somebody that's new. Somebody that's brand new into money, they're just going to eat that whole bag at the top and kill themselves on slippage. So the best we could hope is that we get whales that are concerned with taking too much slippage and give us the fingerprint of a distribution that lets us know to get out because whales are getting out, right? And not the whale that just market sells 1,000,000 Bitcoin and gives nobody any warning whatsoever. We need TA to be able to work, right? So for TA to work, we need whales to do what they usually do, which is either reaccumulate or distribute, right? And then we take those signs to mean, okay, this person's getting out of position, probably move, or whales are reaccumulating at this level, we should probably hold on. But the
yeah,
erratic
well, I'm not
whale,
even just talking about selling. I'm talking about like buying
or
too.
just
Like
yeah,
they'll buy,
either way, buying or yeah, either way, right? We like the
like
whales
they'll
that like
buy
to
resistance
accumulate.
just to break through it.
We like the whales that like to accumulate slowly because they give us accumulation ranges that we recognize as good places to take entries. We don't like the whale that's gonna yeet $5 billion, give us a big ass red candle. We have to chase the candle and then it gets sold off. Right? We anything that gives us pre-warning is what we need. It's like, you know what it's like. You ever play poker with somebody that's drunk, a drunk stranger? He's a wild card. You don't know what the hell that guy's gonna do, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
you
the
don't know what
worst.
to
It's the
expect.
worst shit ever, bro. I've been at tables before when a drunk guy sat down and everybody else looks at each other, and it's like, Operation Get This Guy Off the Table as soon as possible. Like everybody basically calls a truce and just targets dude because
Yeah,
he's a wild card.
it's a consensus. Yeah,
You know, the worst shit ever, bro. They're calling everything. They're going all in with
that's
no hand.
that's James Wynn.
Yeah, it's the same as a whale trading the coin that you have, like a whale that's on tilt being in the coin that you're holding. It's like, oh, this is why we love Bitcoin, right? Because it can absorb all of that. Only the biggest of the biggest of the biggest could screw with it. But if you're on like PopCat 3.0, you know, it's a dude with $2-3 million that's whipping you around. Well, they care about their own pockets. That's good enough. All we need for whales is to be greedy and smart, and then we can follow those traces. If it's going to, it needs to. Coon. We're up against the clock here. We don't have a lot of time to be bullshitting at all, which means we need to see some aggression on the charts within the next couple weeks. Specifically within this week, we need to at least get above 100K. Then we can start talking about building a trend. What's fear and greed at 11? 9? Oh. At a 9? At a 9. 11, okay. It's an 11. Price action is bullish, but we don't reach that, then I'm taking everything as a rescue ship. Right, and I'm pulling percentages. Let me put it like this. Any pump that we have on any alt or anything that I'm holding between here and that weekly line, right? Until we're above that, any pump, I'm taking profits. Once we get above that line and hold, I go back into more of a midterm swing hold sort of scenario, right? Where I'm willing to hold more things overnight, adds positions. Until we get above that, I'm not doing any of that. I'm in defensive mode. If we can close the weekly above the 50 EMA, then we're on yellow path. If we're on yellow path, I have absolutely no problem adding to positions and buying dips. Once we break that and we're officially on the red path, it's get out of the way time. And at this point, remember, we're basically talking about runners. Right? Because we DCA'd out on the 9th. Well, I DCA'd out on the 9th. I DCA'd out again on Halloween. Right? The positions that I re-entered in on the 7th are what I'm defending right now. Right? So these gains have already been locked in. What we're trying to figure out is, can we get above that 50 and hold and have a chance of getting some of this liquidity injection? We're already, what's today's date? 18th. We're right there. Right? We had two small drops on liquidity. One on the 15th. The next one is going to be on the 21st. But for right now, if we're, put it this way. Remember I told you guys, this is the flow of money that goes into risk assets, right? This lets us know that the availability, right? The money that's available to go into risk assets is on an uptick. We also know that the government shut down for all of October. Right? So basically, this entire time here, government's been shut down. So these small upticks that we got on liquidity never registered for us, right? Because the pipelines are closed. There's no money coming out of the TGA. There's no money being spent. So the question now is, if the pipelines are going to open back up, where does this liquidity go? Remember, this is the same liquidity that's shared by crypto, that's shared by equities, that's shared by gold, silver, right? So where does it go? Well, if crypto looks like shit, and if it closes underneath that 50 on the weekly for the second week, it's going to look like shit. Then chances are that this doesn't flow into crypto. Whoop. Right? Because everything here will look way better. If we can get above that 50 and hold, and we can kill that bearishness on the macro chart, then we open up the possibility for people to look at Bitcoin and say, okay, this thing's not done yet. But that weekly close is going to be important when it comes to that, right? When it comes to changing people's perspective on what the possibilities for Bitcoin are going forward. You just need to close the weekly candle above it, Chip. All we need to do is get above that line and close the weekly candle above. Then that pushes forward our macro one more week, and then we worry about the next weekly candle to see if we pull away or if we come back into this bullshit. Just remember, we don't have too many weeks left ahead of us, right? So we can't really sit around bullshitting for too long. It's time to do something if we're going to do something.
Andrew Tate just got liquidated. That's something. Let's go. It's like, no.
Money goes back into the pot.
Wasn't that much. I mean, what, 727K or something like that on Hyperliquid. He made like 75K on referrals, but then he lost that. He threw that in his trading account too, and he lost it as well.
Who makes most of his money on referrals, bro? Got that hustler university shit. He just points them in one direction and they all slap the button.
Yep. But do you think like there might be? I don't think there'd be that kind of it's over or it's done running mentality if we got that historical previous resistance of 69K. You know that even if we test that as support, 70K not too far from where we're at.
The
There'd also
my
be maybe a
my
DCA
bottom
approach.
my bottom for this bear market is between 50 and 60K. If we get all the way down to 69, we might as well just finish it off.
I feel you on that.
But no, for me personally, until we break that structure at 74, the bull market is not completely over. But the bull market doesn't have to be completely over for people to decide that Nvidia looks better because it's hitting all-time highs right now, or So it's all about where's that money gonna go to? Like, what are people gonna feel more comfortable putting there? We need to make Bitcoin look good and make everything else look
Well,
bad. The problem is that we can't do that because if
I
legacy
guess
goes down, we're gonna go down. So
more conservative
we have to
traders would
root.
look for some.
Go ahead.
My bad, guy.
No, you
I
could.
was just gonna say more conservative traders would probably look for something that's dipped already a little bit rather than maybe like the kind of risk takers are going to be like, all right, Nvidia is looking good. Let's see if this momentum stays. But I guess a lot of conservative traders would be looking for dips, right?
Yeah, I just think that Nvidia at the highs still is less risk than Bitcoin at the lows for some of these people. They've just made tons of money on Nvidia. You know what I mean? Like, that euphoria that we want over here is over there. Like, they're doing stupid shit. Buying tops, buying every dip, buying the just, I don't know. We'll see. I know for me to put any more money into this, we need to get above that 50 weekly. Me personally.
Yeah, right now, I kind of like that we bounced over 88, but 88 was kind of my line that I had drawn out. I was like, all right, anything under 88, let me light one up and reassess my situation. But so far, I'm like, all right, let's see if we can hold 88K, 89K. I'm going to keep on accumulating these alts if we can hold these levels.
Yeah, I agree with Drew. 88 was a nice fib just from the top to the run. Yeah, bottom of the top to this run on the daily.
Did it reach 88 on some exchanges? Maybe like a few wicks here and there, probably, but the meat of the bone's probably what, between 89 and 90. I didn't think 98 was going to break.
Continuing to lose stables to the bank here. We had that little uptick that we saw, and then we're watching to see if this is going to be a lower high or what. It's interesting though, because so overall, right, stables are being turned into fiat, putting back into bank accounts. But the stables that are in the market
Circle did
are
something
at
strange.
all-time high levels of supply. Right, this is our dry powder wallet here. Right, collectively, everybody's dry powder was in one wallet. And typically, once it gets full, we've seen the money spent, right? But we're starting to put it in new highs. So we've basically got record numbers of stables on the sidelines since the last 2 years.
Yeah, I'm trying
So
to
the
figure out
money's
why.
there. It's loaded. It just needs to be spent, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the circle move. Like they just minted 82 million USDC. They withdrew it to an Ethereum address, and that address was one of their own circle deposit addresses. So it went straight back to them, and then they just burned it after that. So they minted, sent it to one of their addresses, and then burned it. So, like, what would be the point of that?
It was like it got spent. They sent money somewhere. The money, when it got to where it was supposed to go, it got turned into fiat, so it got burned.
But then they would have went through their, like, it didn't go through like the regular mechanism it has with its fiat. It just went straight back to the burn wallet.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's weird. Yeah.
I'd have to dig through it.
Yeah, Arkham had something about it like 3 hours ago.
So this is my checklist here. I'm not going to go through the whole thing right now, but if we want a quick look at what has triggered and what hasn't. So if it has a dot, it hasn't triggered yet. Right? Weekly RSI underneath 45, we still need to wait for that second candle to close. Weekly close underneath the 50, we still have to wait for that second weekly candle to close. Weekly underneath the Gaussian channel, we have to wait for the second weekly candle to close. Both log trends waiting for that second weekly candle. Bull market support band is broken. Ichimoku support on the 2-week isn't broken yet. 4-year cycle timing has checked. CBBI not over 90. We're in extreme fear. ISM still under 56. And we still don't have confirmation of our macro structure break. So that's my checklist, and that's how far down my checklist I am. Now, let's be clear. If this candle, if we were at the weekly close right now, and the weekly was to close right now where it's at, that would be checked. 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 And these would still be clear. And so This is the importance of this weekly candle close. I can't stress it enough. Right? It's the difference between our bear market chances looking like that or looking like this. This isn't a sell all checklist, right? This isn't a sell all checklist. This doesn't mean you wait for everything to be checked. It means every time you put in a new check, you have got to go one more level into de-risking. Right? The amount of risk that you're willing, let's just simplify it. The amount of risk that you're willing to take in a market that only has 2 official confirmations, right, is a lot more than the amount of risk you'd be willing to take if all of these were checked. Right? So for me, as these go getting checked off, I go diminishing my risk, right? Consolidating into strength, pulling up stops. This next weekly candle is either going to leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them unchecked, or it's going to uncheck all 5 of them, or it's going to check all 5 of them on one day on the same day. So, and yes, for the macro structure to break, for this 11th one to get checked, we have to come down underneath 74. But we are not holding positions to 74 to see if that checks, because that would be silly. Right? So the point of these are to let us know when enough has happened for us to get out of the way completely. Remember, our first TP was October 9th. Our second TP was the 31st. What this list is telling us is, do we need to kill our runners, or is this the opportunity for the reversal? If we get to the weekly candle and we get above where we're supposed to, and these don't get checked, then I am adding to positions. Adding to positions above the 50 on the weekly. If they do get checked and we're below, then I'm not adding to positions and I'm going into full defensive mode for the rest of my runners that are left. Doesn't mean automatic sells, doesn't mean I'm freaking out and hitting the button. It means I'm approaching the entire thing with a lower appetite for risk. If that makes any sense. So if we look at this chart, what we're talking about in practical terms is closing the weekly candle by Sunday up here above 100K. The inability to do that starts checking off our checklist. If we can get above, that opens up money and sentiment. I'm telling you, Anya, that's what I was saying for the Bulls. To spend 1 week not 100x long in this shit and see how much better price action sort of behaves. Man said market maker didn't let me long the bottom, but I went and bought a big spot bag and it went up. Yeah. No, I'm not. Definitely not. That's why I was talking specifically to just the bulls here. I've said it to the bears before though. When we're pumping and people keep getting liquidated, I'm like, yo, y'all just relax and let this thing top and then short it. Right? Instead of trying to catch the top, then it'll stop pumping. In short, it'd be your own people, bro. Like our biggest sort of enemies or our biggest sort of obstacles to move in the direction we want to move, most of the time is our own people. Bear on bear violence or bull on bull violence. It's impossible to be betrayed by your enemies. Enemies will never betray you because you have no expectation from them. It's not a betrayal. That's what you're supposed to do. You're my op.
Can I jump in for a quick question?
Yeah.
So say we don't hit 100K by Sunday, hypothetically, and we tease it, clock comes down to it, we don't reach it. What would reignite your appetite for risk after that? Would there
Still
be
have,
anything to look for?
we'd have to get, it's always going to be getting back over the 50, right? The problem is that historically we haven't seen 2 weekly closes under that were ever like able to get back above. I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is that that fact is going to take macro traders off of the table, kind of. Right? We've seen 1 weekly close. Guys are like, all right, we've seen 1 weekly close underneath the 50 before and things have pumped. So that keeps you in the game, right? Once you have that second weekly close and you go back in history and you look, right, it's going to take a certain amount of macro traders off the table because that's the signal that we sort of look for. Now, anybody that's not paying attention to the macro at all, unless they're watching YouTube videos and someone tells them, they're not even going to know. It's just going to be another day, right? But that big money that sits on the side, and more importantly, the macro investors that put their money in and hold it there, those are the ones that create the floor, right? Somebody shooting for 150 is the one that's going to create the floor with that spot buy that they buy that they're not selling off until they get, and hopefully somebody else feel the same, and then the floor gets higher and higher. But if you take those people off the table, then you're really only stuck with people who are going to sell any pump you get, right? More sort of reactive traders. Just makes it more difficult. But you're right. There's absolutely nothing stopping price for on the third week to now pump and give us a big God candle to whatever. It's just not the most probable, right? It's a probability game. So we just take the past to try to figure out the probability is the most likely outcome and then hedge against the possibility of that being wrong. For me, the hedge would be, let's say we got all the way up to 99.5 and closed and didn't. For me, the hedge would be I'm pulling my stops way up and I'm not adding anything to any positions until we manage to get above, right? I'll have faith in the move, but I'll protect myself against what historically is more probable. But by keeping those active and just moving up stops, then I'm also hedging myself against being wrong, right?
Thank you. Appreciate that. So
Yeah.
historically, yeah.
Yeah,
Most probable. Okay.
historically, 2 weeks under is not good. It's almost like you can see people take that signal once that second week closes, and it's just like, all right, that's, you know, that's enough. And the problem is that a lot of people, right, didn't take profit on the 9th or the 31st. So they're not even talking about like, what do I do with my runners? Their whole position is in consideration. Right. So when you see a macro bearish sign like that, that's enough to make those people say, okay, yeah, you know, they're already regretting not taking out, you know, not pulling at the tops. So the psychology gets a little hard to deal with once the macro looks bad and you haven't locked any gains in yet for the entire bull market. I would be disappointed if a macro trader told me that they already thought that that structure was lost, because it isn't. You lost support on the consolidation, right, that you had, but this structure is not broken, right? Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. For a true macro TA guy, this structure isn't broken until you take out these lows. Right now, some might say that's broken, and like I said, one of the things that we're looking at, number 4, right, is for both of those log uptrends to be broken. So if we turn those on, turn this off, and go to log, those are our 2 log uptrends, right? One from the drop to 49, that one's already been broken. We put in that bear flag right as we broke it. Measured move of the bear flag would bring us down to the next one. So 2 weekly closes, right? Or 1 weekly close underneath this. What saves this is closing this weekly above the macro uptrend. Breaking this log uptrend is fine. It's the micro one. Breaking the macro uptrend isn't. This is another signal that people will take, right? Traders who've just simply come and drawn an uptrend on log, right? That is a structural shift, right? That is a momentum shift, but it's not a break of structure.
Would 100K put us above that on the micro?
Yeah. So like if we look at closing above 100K, if we look specifically at each thing, right? Closing above 100K would put us above the log trend, right? So that would keep that unchecked. Let me get this is every time I move the chart, these things move, and it's just gonna screw people up. All right, so that's for the log, right? So we shut off log and we look at red path, yellow path. Red path, yellow path is based off of if we're above that 50 EMA or not. Right? If we turn our structure back on. So yellow path breaks support, but stays above the 50. Right? We have 1 weekly close underneath already. If we get that second weekly close under, we're on red path. Right? So closing above 100, 469 basically is where that 50 is. So closing above that puts us on yellow path, right? Which keeps us on our base case, and it, like I said, takes us above the macro uptrend. And
Sheesh. So
Where's the other one?
Hello, D. I hope you're doing fine.
What's going on, Zusi? So yeah, getting above that 100 will bring our RSI up, right? This is one of the metrics we're looking at. This is the first one. Every time we've hit that 45 level, we've put in new all-time highs. Breaking down underneath it would be the same as when we broke here during COVID, when we broke here, right? So putting that weekly above the 100 will bring this RSI back up like that. So that'll keep that from triggering.
It was pretty quick to go back above, right?
It will
It still took like a few
also
months, right?
it will also keep the 2-week Ichimoku from breaking. Closing a candle, closing 1 2-week candle underneath the Ichimoku sends you. And it hasn't here. This is the one time that it hasn't. Right, where we had that big drop and then we recovered. This is, we'll look at that in a second. But closing above, and this is a little harder because to get above the Ichimoku, I believe, no, it's right around the same spot, 100. Right, so it also keeps that from triggering. So you see how important it is, right? It's at least 4 or 5 metrics so far that get saved on the macro if that closes, right? One more thing, I want to show you that double top that we had. And this isn't like, there's no hopium here. I'm just showing you what I'm looking at and what has crossed and hasn't. So if we look at RSI, one of the really big similarities that we have that everybody's pointing at, right, is that we have that double top with a bearish RSI divergence, right? But what I want to point at is, so this top here, right, that gave us our higher high, that was caused on a lower RSI bump. We've always looked at this, right? As far as the bull market is concerned on RSI, this was the top. And this was a dead cat bounce that went too high. Right? That took out those tops. Well, we're sort of looking at the same thing here, right? If we are down here and we close that weekly above and we make it back above, right? Then that move to that downtrend should give us that higher high. If it plays out the way it did last time. Not saying it's going to. I'm saying that we have a historical, reference for it happening before. So zero emotion involved in this. Either they hit or they don't hit. Right? But the reason that I went through all of this and put it all out is just for those people who seem to think that I'm bullish off of like hopium or some type of like emotion, or these new people, guys, they come in, they think I have emotions. It's crazy. All you old guys know I'm a robot by now, but I'll go through that whole shit, that whole checklist, and then someone in the chat will be like, hopium. Okay. All right, yo. Cool.
You compared the current dip to COVID, right? We might be in banking crisis, but we don't know it yet, right? With that emergency meeting and
There's
everything.
something
Do
going
you have
on.
any? Do you have any more info than what's in the news about that emergency meeting? Like, we
Nope,
don't
it's
know which
very,
bank.
it's very hush hush, and it was all the banks, it was all the major banks. That was the scary part. It wasn't like they pulled in one bank.
Is it coincidence they get an emergency meeting on a weekend where Bitcoin drops, loses 100K and goes down 10K, 5K?
I don't know. Anything's possible. We're
Last time
very,
it was caused with Bitcoin going down too.
we're very news sensitive right now. You know.
This reminds a lot of the 20K dump, no? Although 20K dump was even quicker. Yeah, it was quicker than this. Didn't take days. It's a single daily candle, right? Damn, I'm disappointed. I was expecting some speculation or I don't know, something.
I mean, less predicting, more reacting, man. Right now is very, like I said, we're very news sensitive. So expectations can be slaughtered or, brought up into euphoria really quickly with one or two.
Banking crisis found support at the weekly the daily 200. Oh, we flipped that into resistance already. Different context. Like, it wouldn't even have the same effect than it had last time.
Yeah, I feel you, Chip. That 100K stream was fun. Hitting 100K on the way up versus hitting 100K on the way down. Completely different vibe. Completely different vibe, bro. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to talk about dominance. I'm just scared to do it now because it'll stop dropping the second I start talking about it, but pretty nice so far.
These also all shit coins, ignore them. They're going to zero.
It's the only reason why I didn't ask it.
Alex, it would be right translated if we put in a new top. If we didn't put in a new top, it wouldn't be. It would have finished right when it was supposed to, within the week that it was supposed to. So it wouldn't be left translated or right translated. Only options right now are cycle finish when it was supposed to, right translation, and then the super cycle guys that are still hoping for that somehow. This cycle's probably been the most similar to 2016, except for the alt season thing, right? We were in quantitative tightening, but we only had 2,000 alts. Big difference than being in quantitative tightening with 10 million alts. Right? Like, imagine the alt season that we would have had if it was only 2,000, 3,000 alts. Even 2020, right, was 10,000 alts we had. And this shit still went crazy, but 10 million is a big ask if you're not going to have quantitative easing. I'm honestly a little worried to see how it works out when we do have quantitative easing and then now we've got 30 million alts instead of 10,
And it's mainly a few alts, like stuff like Trump, stuff like Pepe.
Yeah, the majority of them are dead. I don't like that argument that we didn't pump because there's so many alts, because I don't think that's true. Now, it didn't help, right? But 95% of these alts are sitting at zero with less than $1,000 in trading volume and no market cap, right? They had their flash in the pan. They come in, they go crazy, and then they die. We still count them because they exist, but they're getting absolutely no money. And they're probably never ever going to receive another dollar, except unless somebody buys the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Delist them all. That's the problem with DeFi, bro. We don't delist enough. We need to get like the centralized exchanges, bro. Once you've been dead for a certain time, out of there. Don't even give people the option to buy, but it's decentralized, right? So
Once
you,
the liquidity is gone, you can't buy or sell.
yeah. So majority of these things are just dead zombie coins. But I mean, it does clog up.
But those zombies
the
could be brought
whites.
back to life. So who's to say we got to cut this zombie's spirit off? I think the spirit should always be on the blockchain. If like let's say somebody's great grandson wants to resurrect his granddad's coins,
Yes.
right? I mean, who's to say we're going to restrict other generations to resurrect our coins? I mean, if
Man.
just because my I love cocaine coin didn't work, it doesn't mean it's not going to work in 200 years.
My grandfather was really into fart coin, so I'm gonna buy some in his honor.
It is going to be funny a couple generations from now. People are like, how'd you get your money? Well, my grandfather was super early on shitcoin or whatever. Some of y'all are gonna have to lie to your kids when they ask.
You think money will still exist in the future?
As crypto?
Hopefully not, man. I hope we're done with this fiat thing by the time like kids have kids.
There's always going to be something that has to represent value that we can transfer. So it's not going to be fiat, but hopefully it's based on something stable. It's not just thin air that we can print infinitely, just like USDC is doing.
At the rate that we're going, everything will be subscription based, and you won't own anything. House rented, car rented, prepaid food, everything on subscriptions. No real ownership, just access.
Oxygen.
We were talking about that oxygen bar the other day. Funny. Talking about you want some flavor in your oxygen.
No? Can't you just pay in time?
What we do now, really. Just the conversion rate sucks. People pay for time pay with time right now at about $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $30 an hour.
I think maybe we're gonna have to pay with like solving codes to prove like only things only human can do. Robots won't be able to do. So you know how like all those solve this cache before you reauthorize your Twitter happens?
Bro, I can't even answer the captchas now.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
gonna
It's
get
gonna
worse.
get hard. Yeah.
We're screwed,
you're
bro.
gonna get paid. The more difficult they are, the more you're gonna get paid probably to do it.
We're screwed. There's always a bicycle I miss. What do you mean bus? There's no bus there. I've done this thing 5 times already. You start thinking like, damn, am I real? Am I a bot?
Yeah, for
Maybe
real.
I'm a
Twitter's
bot.
getting crazy with it too.
There's a crypto that tries to solve that issue. Humanity, right?
There's a couple of like Immutable passport, right? Immutable has a passport. You've got to give it socials. You've got to. It's a big checklist. Like I literally had to open some socials that I didn't even have just to qualify for the damn thing. But once you get your passport, it's basically like an online identity. So when you go to any sort of sites that use Immutable passport, you don't have to identify yourself to them. You just have to present your passport. It's like a proof of humanity. But then you got to trust the people collecting your data, right? Because like to avoid giving everybody else my data, I gave all my data to this one company. I'll tell you how easy it is to get people to do it too. I was doing airdrops, and for some of the airdrops, you'd get extra points if you had the Immutable passport. Oh, here we go. Do it. It'll take all my info. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of personal shit. It's the same sort of identification that you would do if you signed up for an exchange or something like that. It's just that you don't have to keep doing it over and over as long as you stay inside the.
You think
All right.
AI narrative will be back too, or?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think AI is going anywhere until that bubble pops.
Another rug pull? Well, let's try and make money with it then, I guess.
Nvidia earnings are going to be huge, guys. Yeah, I don't really go on about legacy too much, but tomorrow's earnings are going to be pretty crucial. Not that I'm expecting great earnings to push us, but bad earnings are going to knock the wind out of our sails.
You think the tariffs might have impacted Nvidia's earnings, but they would expect less if that was the case already.
I think they reach. I think they reach earnings. I don't think it's going to be bad, but until we get the numbers, there's still that possibility. I said no office cam today. You know, I actually need to clean this office. It would be disrespectful of me to turn my camera on right now with the way my desk looks.
That's how it ends up during a Bitcoin downtrend. I have the same issue too.
The fast food containers, a bunch of Coke Zero cans, freaking ashtray full to the brim.
Pickups everywhere.
Yeah, no, there's been work happening in this office. Starting to show.
But trading really isn't good for the heart. Don't forget to breathe when Bitcoin touches 89.
Nah, I'm not cleaning. I'm not cleaning yet. I will though. You just picked up vaping, see? Yeah, that's exactly the type of shit that happens around these times. I said the outfit of the day. I want to see the uturu. Uturu check. Nah, I'm in this shit in some sweats with my shirt off. Y'all don't pay me nearly enough for that. That's a whole nother tier of subscription. Sample says Zeus's desk is full of half-eaten croissants. Hey, I'm not gonna let you disrespect Zeusy like that. Zeusy would not leave a croissant half-eaten.
No, no. Actually, I cleaned my desk today. Be clean right now. But it was in a messy situation, yeah. But yeah, I noticed it was really messy when I came back from work and I cleaned it up a bit. Taking the opportunity of a few hours of upside on Bitcoin to do in real life stuff.
Nah, they chilled on the FUD. Last night was like the highest levels of FUD I've seen in a long time. Holy shit. People were talking about Mount Gox, like if it was just about to go, like if it was just about to crash or something. Like if everybody was, people were talking about Mount Gox like they had millions of dollars invested, and they heard that there was just a hack. I felt like we flashed back in time yesterday. And then what was the other one? MicroStrategy. Look at Arkham. They're selling all their coins.
Yeah, the FUD seems like it came in desperation.
It was getting bad. I was laughing about it. I was like, bro, if I wake up to Tether FUD, you know, like if I wake up to Tether FUD or China banning cryptos, like I'm gonna feel like we got teleported back in time or something.
Tether scooped up a shitload of Bitcoin the other day. They bought a bunch.
I heard something that I did not know. Do you know that, and somebody can cross-check me on this, do you know that when Trump keeps saying that he's got that benevolent benefactor that's paying for the ballroom to be created so it doesn't come out of tax dollars? It's Tether paying for that. Tether's building the ballroom.
Is that confirmed, or you're saying
Yeah,
for us to see
no,
if we can confirm it?
I heard it the other day. If I'm wrong, somebody can cross check me. But
it's not just them; it's several crypto.
Yeah,
people,
it's not just
Coinbase
one
too.
person, but
Brian Armstrong put some money in it too, I believe.
it's like a kiss the ring thing. Like, hey, I did a lot of things for you
I think
guys.
it's almost all people, bro.
Yeah.
He said that it's a military guy, the guy that helped him do the stuff for when they needed money for the ICE agents, or not agents, for the troops to come in
Yeah, I still don't
California.
know who's making those payments.
They said that was a military guy.
That was put out too, but I don't remember who it was.
But I just thought that was interesting. Because you know damn well they do not want to be building this ballroom, bro. This is like you do it because you have to sort of thing. You want to get in good.
But why not? It's probably the most valuable real estate out there, the White House. So.
Yo, but did you see what CZ tweeted the other day? Basically, like saying he's not sure. He's like, I don't care if they don't give me my 4.4 billion back. I'm just really happy that he gave me the pardon. But that's yet to be known. We don't know, and I don't care if I don't
Yo,
get
if
it
they
back
give this
because
man his money back, that's gonna be crazy.
yeah. Well, I think they'll give it back to him to invest because he said publicly, he said, if I get it back, of course I'm going to reinvest it in America. So, you know, come on.
It's
I
funny how
mean, Trump
everybody
got it all
knows
laid out.
everybody knows how to talk to our president, bro. Like
Yeah,
everybody
man.
knows what he wants to hear, you know?
Of course. He's not stupid, right? I mean, he sees he got
Yeah,
some brains.
yeah. Yeah, he knows how to do the dance, that's for sure.
I mean, that's the best thing you could say. It's like, hey, if I do get the money, it's all going back to America anyways.
I mean, that's been the move. That's been the mode since he got in, right? It's what Stables did. Stables were like, look, chill. How about if we'll buy bonds? Like, oh, okay, carry on.
Yeah, so they got like a Trump ballroom tracker, which all the companies that donated to this Trump ballroom, and so far Meta, Amazon, Lockheed Martin, Google, T-Mobile, Comcast, Ultra, Apple, Next Era, Microsoft, Caterpillar, Planter, Micron, Union Pacific, HP, Coinbase, and Booz Allen Hamilton.
We want hell of a ballroom.
Yep.
Can't wait till that. I mean, are you guys gonna build your ballroom like this year? Or you like in a couple years? You know, everybody needs a ballroom. Even
I
doing a
mean, it's
ballroom, that's where like fancy parties and shit, big dresses, all that shit.
yeah, Great Gatsby, man. He's on his Great Gatsby vibe right now. But it's like, if you're gonna raise that money, you raise 350 million, and you're gonna hire some, American companies to build a nice ballroom. You're kind of helping, the movement of the economy a little bit. It's moving the gears.
You destroyed history by destroying the old building to make a
No,
new
that's
one.
what they make you want to think. It's
It's
an
not gonna be
addition.
in. Is it gonna be in? Is it in the White House or where?
Yeah, it's an
Is it like
addition.
a side building or?
That's gonna be part of an addition to the White
It,
House.
it, it it's an
Interesting.
addition to the White House, but there was something there. It wasn't like
Yeah,
fully
like
empty.
one wall,
What they get rid
Yeah,
of?
a wall. That's it. Seriously, don't let that media get you.
they. From what I heard, it's an addition, and there was something there about
Lucy's French,
inside the
bro.
White House.
Ballrooms are like their thing.
Are you gonna copy a French thingy? No,
Talk your
Portugal
shit, Lucy.
legally?
Versailles a bit.
Yeah. La Palace de Versailles.
We wouldn't let our president touch anything in Paris. He wouldn't even get the idea.
Well, Trump's not the first president to renovate the White House. I think Obama did some renovation too.
Michelle put in a garden and everybody lost their mind.
He built his own White House anyway. No, Mar-a-Lago, isn't that his own White
Who?
House? Trump.
Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah. Instead of touching the official one, why not build your own?
Building your own White House is crazy. That's some next
He's
level
leaving a
shit.
legacy. 20 years later, people are going to look back and say, thank you, Mr. President, for this beautiful ballroom. It's going to have his name on it. It's the Trump
Yeah, that's
ballroom or
don't forget
whatever.
that part.
Yeah.
Don't forget that part. It's definitely gonna have his name on it.
But the funny part is, in a few generations, people might rename it, right?
Depends.
I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
So Bitcoin closed 1, 2, 3, 3.5 candles below the 200 on the 15-minute. I think I have confirmation of the confirmation of the confirmation.
Yeah, I'm holding my positions. Just buying more and more.
I'm not gonna do anything. I'll try to learn how to draw angulars and support resistances, though. Because if you use both wicks, Bitcoin hasn't broken its uptrend yet. But if you don't use wicks, well, we just did. And in 4 minutes, we'll know if the candle closes below. But
I'm all in. Let's go. I'll be right back. The Bulls.
back at 16 on Doja. Talking about breaker structure, total is a bit different than Bitcoin, right? Like touching COVID all-time highs, finding support there. This is the first time we managed that during a corrective downturn. The 24 correction found support at 1.6 trillion. The 2025 beginning of year one found support at 2.3 trillion. And currently we would, like if that was a low, we would have found our highest high for correction, holding finally above COVID all-time highs, which was 3 trillion. So it makes sense, right? That eventually we turn COVID all-time high into support before getting new all-time high. Last time it dipped below 3 trillion, I was really worried the bull market could be over. But I knew that we had time with the cycle, so it was a buy the dip and hold. It's a bit different this time. However, technically, holding $3 trillion is, but it's if it doesn't hold, it's a breakdown short, right? I just stay short from 3 trillion, enjoy the bear market, I guess. But as long as we don't break that support, we don't break 3 trillion, so has to go back up if we can't go lower, right? So attempting to long 3 trillion while also trying to short it might be a good plan. Because one of the two will make you a lot, right? think people are gonna wait for Nvidia earnings to re-enter. It's what happened last time. The market was pretty flat that day, and then I think we dumped and pumped. Yeah, dump first and pump. Oh no, pump, dump, pump. Yeah, pump first in post trading to dump lower to then continue pumping. Yeah. Something like that. guidelines show wave 4 in diagonals usually retrace 66 to 88%. Ooh. Classic Elliott wave guideline is 66 to 81% of the preceding wave. But we're right in between those numbers, huh? Because we broke up below golden. But wait, is that on logarithmic percentage or is it normal percentage you're talking about? Well, it doesn't matter probably. All right, 81.6%. That's a scenario where we haven't seen bottom yet. Appears regularly, particularly when the diagonal is expanding or when wave 3 was the extended wave. I don't think wave 3 was the extended one here, because 1 was bigger, right? Wave 1 was 48 to 108. So 120% up. Wave 3 was 75 to 125, so it's not an extended 3. It's more like a contracted 3. And in an ending diagonal, you don't have the, it's not an impulse we're talking about, so there's no rule such as it has to stay, like it's different rule set in Elliott theory for ending diagonals. I don't know much about them, honestly. Just read a little bit, and it's the only bullish argument I found to not sell everything. It's Elliott-wise. I do trade Elliott in the end a bit, and well, I use it a bit as like, general idea, I guess. And it really looks like one. You have your, well, anyway, I think everybody agrees on the first leg up, the retrace to 25, the second leg up to 75, retrace to 48, and now we're inside the lost Elliott wave. We started the lost Elliott wave in August 2024. And inside that lost Elliott wave, before a huge ABC to the downside, yeah, really huge ABC to the downside. Anyway, to end wave 5, when you look at Elliott cheat sheet, there's like, there isn't 25 options. Where's my Elliott cheat sheet? Elliott cheat sheet. When you look at your Elliott cheat sheet, and you search for wave 5, you'll find ending diagonal as a possibility. And in an ending diagonal, wave 4 comes below wave 1 high, all of that is allowed, and wave 3 doesn't have to be the biggest, and it's not here, it's quite smaller than wave 1. And it looks a bit like an ending, maybe a bear flag overall. Which is why holding this angular support we're at is kind of important. Well, we didn't do that, but yeah, we lost that angular support. Forgot. It doesn't make it pretty, I guess. maybe ending diagonal is cancelled. But in any case, there's no rule that it has to create a parallel channel or anything like that. It does say that wave 4 is the biggest retrace in general. I'm not sure what would invalidate the idea of having an ending diagonal. That angular break could have already invalidated it, but I don't think so. It's more like breaking below 75 that would definitely invalidate it because you can't retrace more than 100%. Yeah, I guess that's that. And then you have all these different type of diagonals. It's complex stuff. Expanding, contracting, leading. But maybe you could make expanding one fit here. We don't know. Actually, we don't know for now which type it is because the bottom might be in, but it might not be in. Right? You only have 2 points to draw the bottom angular. It's probably not expanding because we bumped less in wave 3. So more like contracting diagonal. But that's not the case either because 4 dropped more than 2 already. Actually did it. No, 4 didn't drop more than 2 yet. Not in percentage down. It did in structure though, because 1 up was 2x in price, 48 to 100k. We didn't retrace that too much. Yeah, we retraced it 50%. We didn't go to golden at 67. I think last time that was 67. Yeah, you would have get front run if you waited for 67 to buy back. Well, here there's no front running. None of that. We hit golden pocket and we go even lower. Ending diagonals usually appear at the end of large trends. Oh yeah, we're talking about the end of a bull run here. So good idea to put one here. Preceding wave 3 is often very long in percentage terms. Hell yeah, we pumped from 25k to 75k. We did 3x up in the preceding wave. We did 3x up, and after that we could only 2x up. Yeah, preceding wave 3 is 25 to 75. You know, Bitcoin multiplied by 3 its value in dollars. Or the dollar lost 3 times its value. Yeah, one possibility too. Because don't forget, 1 Bitcoin is 1 Bitcoin. Doesn't matter if price is at 90 or at 120. We still have 1 Bitcoin.
I'm back, y'all. Let's see what we got. Bulls need to hold the 200 on the 5-minute. Measured move is 964. That takes us through the rest of our market maker motivations. Last night when we drew that W, we were looking at 200 daily open, 800 psychological lows, psychological highs targets. Those are all of our market maker motivations above. Bulls, all you got to do is hold the 50. Everything else, I mean, hold the 200 and the 50, really. Get above the 50. And everything else will take care of itself.
I think there's more than 50% probability we bottomed here, or let's ask AI. Bitcoin just dropped to 89.
We also held that uptrend. That'll be the first sign that things are getting wonky if we lose that uptrend.
Yeah, you see, I need to learn how to draw them because for me, we broke it. We closed 3 candles on the 15 below it, and oh, but wait, I know why. I
I'm on the
charted the wrong
5-minute chart.
coin.
It might be a different time frame, maybe.
Yeah, no, I know my mistake. I charted the wrong coin. Damn. Yeah, never mind. I'm making you lose time. But yeah, you have to do it on Bitcoin, right? Not the coin you're trading. Did you notice Bitcoin bounced from 14th of January low? The same exact to the difference is $5.
Nah, I didn't.
But you know, on the daily, we bounced exactly from what was the date? I forgot. From the 14th. So there might be some Fibonacci time stuff to try and predict another date for a high here. There's probably something to do with that info, but I'm gonna be lazy with it and do nothing. But that's 13th of January, yeah. Monday, 13th of January, we get a bit of a flash crash day that puts a new low, and then it goes to all-time high. You know, this would be so elegant.
That's funny, Leighton. Leighton said that Polymarket put out a tweet that said, it's now 3 times more likely that Jesus returns this year than Bitcoin hitting 200K this month.
Yeah.
How is there? I wonder if they really have a running bet on the return of Jesus. Oh man, what are we doing? That's funny as shit, though. Some of y'all gonna have some explaining to do.
What's a Monte Carlo simulation? And this AI shouldn't explain me what it's thinking about, because
When you're talking to AI, you need to make sure that they can access in real time. So like one of the tests that I do is just asking what's Bitcoin's price right now. If they can't give me accurate price point, then I don't bother asking it about price targets, right? Because they're starting from a different point.
well, it said no. Pom, 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 pom. You're terrible at trading anyway. You lost the challenge. You were lost.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
So I'm gonna counter trade.
Taking no advice from you.
It says no, there's less than a 50% probability that Bitcoin stays above 89K through the end of 2025. But
oh, that's crazy. If Polymarket doesn't have that as a bet, then they're trolling, bro.
The reasoning is logic, though. It says Bitcoin just erase all of 2025's gains in a few days.
Crazy, bro.
Yes, it is down 30% from its October high. So I think, and then it ends up with saying, well, no, I think there's less than 50% chance it reverses, which makes sense, right? A reversal is less likely to happen than, well, that's why people say the trend is your friend, right? But, which trend?
Yeah, sometimes you can screenshot the chart and just send them the chart. Some do better than others at that. Some of these LLMs, unless you have the paid, like the top paid version, all they'll do is look at the screen and take whatever words they find and read them, but they won't analyze what they're seeing. Some will, some won't. And another thing is, I did it to experiment, right? Throw on a bunch of indicators on your shit. Throw on a bunch of indicators, throw on a bunch of trend lines. Doesn't matter if they're right or wrong, right? Just put all the indicators on the chart and then give it to AI and tell it to analyze this trader's strategy. Oh, it feeds you so much shit. Oh, this trader seems to have a great grasp on volume and trend lines, and all it's really doing is identifying what's on the screen, but it's not telling you if you're using it right. It just like kind of glazes you for having everything up.
I told it to be harsh to tell me the truth.
You need to. Yeah. You almost need to, especially if a lot of people use AI for therapy. But if you don't tell it, hey, I need you to act as a therapist, be hard on me, hold me to my, it'll literally just tell you what you want. It'll tell you everybody in your world is wrong and you're right, and you know what I mean. It'll just feed you what you want to. It'll be like your best friend, like you're talking to a best friend, not a therapist.
Our best friend will tell you.
They should. Yeah, my best friends will. Savages, bro.
But hey, it's not that bad, this prediction, because it says so 40% chance we're below 89K at the end of the year. But 35% chance we're above 100K. My question was, is there more than 50%? And his answer is no, because it says 35% above 100, 40% below 89, and 25% we just hang between 89 and 100.
Ask it the blanket question if it thinks the Bitcoin bull market is over. By the way, I've used them all, and for me personally, I'm the most satisfied with DeepSeek's answers. Not because they tell me what I want to hear, just when I read the reasoning, right? The reasoning is more sound than...
It says no.
Just one word answer, no?
Yeah, no. No, it's not.
Gee, thanks.
No, I'm not gonna...
No, I know. I'm just talking shit.
But it says no.
I would
Probability
hope people don't
breakdown.
resort to AI anymore after seeing that competition.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's
That was an eye opener.
it's really good for like, it's really good to compare and contrast information. Like if you give it 2 data sets and tell it, hey, compare and contrast this, or if you feed it what, but to just ask it blanket statements and expect it to go out and find the shit for you, like, we're not there yet. You can see in that competition that a lot of them went with the sentiment. Right? Half of them went with the sentiment, the other half counter traded the sentiment. And then only one of them, Quinn, really, I think, analyzed what was going on and realized, well, if Bitcoin dominance is at this level, then, you know, I should probably only trade Bitcoin. I still haven't used that LLM, by the way, at all, Quinn. Even after winning, I haven't.
I just wish they weren't so limited to those specific coins. Like if it was open market, that would have been sick.
That would have been wild, bro. People would have been using that as signals, though. You know that. As soon
I
as
mean,
those
if they're down
AIs
in the
jumped
red,
on
though.
some sort of meme coin or something, they would have been all over it. It would be
Yeah,
cool
for
to see
sure.
which one of the AIs are like degens. Like, given the opportunity, how many of them would have gone low cap?
Just to specify, what's considered a low cap again? Like, is there a number?
Everybody's going to be different for everybody. For me, it's under like 500 mil. That's low cap. Or maybe mid. No, that's low cap. Because for me, mid cap is between $1 billion and 500 mil. And then low cap is between like 500 mil and like 100 or 150. Underneath 150, we're talking micro caps.
Oh boy. Okay. Now that number fluctuates, right? Like it depends on the volume of the week or the day or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a rough sort of like guideline that I use. But some people would say that micro caps are, you know, only things that are under $1 million. Like once it's $1 million, it's not a micro cap anymore. But I don't know. These things have jumped so big that I think you can be $100 million, have $100 million market cap and still be considered micro. This late into the season. At the beginning, it's different, right? Because we haven't started to accumulate yet. Like at the beginning of the bear market, you'll see shit 20,000, 30,000, you know.
So this is a dumb
hit
question.
$1 billion yet. Yeah.
But would you consider MOG a micro cap? Because I think that like
Nah, MOG is
I look at the market
MOG
cap
is
and
like
it's
a
like
mid.
100.
It's like a mid to high cap meme on ETH. I think MOG is third on ETH. Let's see.
Is it really?
I think so. Let me check.
Yeah, they got a MOG ETF applied for last week.
I know it's crazy.
Yes, sir. It's the first meme coin, right?
What I've talked about. So like, this is gonna sound weird because I've been telling people stay away from alts for the longest. But one of the things that I've always stressed is that the number one and number two meme coin on each chain is going to capture 5 to 10x the liquidity that comes into that chain. That's what it's done this entire run. I'm not talking about like the small ones. I mean like your dog with hats, you know, your bonks, your top market cap memes in each. So if you wanted to trade ETH, but you wanted to have like a levered play on ETH, right? You would buy Pepe, which would be like a 2-to-1 on ETH. Right, but that only counts for the top 1 and 2 in market cap because they, you know, traditionally get those inflows. All the other smaller shit. So for the longest time, I've said, yo, like I'm not giving up on memes, but if it's not number 1 or 2 by market cap, then I'm not touching it. Let's go to CoinMarketCap because I'm interested.
Yeah, but I was the biggest noob when I first started. Like when I first joined your channel, I could have sworn that MOG was a pair with Bitcoin because ETH was nothing back then, right? Like 9 months ago. And whenever Bitcoin would pop, even with dominance, whenever Bitcoin would pop, MOG would move with it. So I would follow like your TAs on Bitcoin, but I would play it out for MOG.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. All right, memes, top market cap memes. Right, Doge still in the lead. Shib, Pepe for ETH, Bonk for Sol. Pudgy Penguins, also a decent one. SPX moved its way up. Dog with Hat hasn't been performing at all. But these are the these are the coins that, and I know we're not expecting retail to flood in, but those traders that do come in and want to trade memes won't like leave this range, right? Brett and Toshi for base.
There's gonna be a new meme, no, that'll come out for a new Bitcoin up move.
Yeah, but it's usually not accessible to new people. It'll be accessible to us degens that know how to get on DeFi and buy shit and all of that. But and like I said, it's not like we're expecting some massive influx of retail. But traditionally, you would stick to the high market cap memes this late in the game because that's what is going to be on people's exchange apps when they open it up.
Easily accessible, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, easily accessible and low unit price. Right, so that's like when you look
don't
at
just
Bonk.
release it on every exchange at the same time, like Pepe, like Bonk, like.
That's how often does that happen though? It's not very common.
Yeah, it's
only
usually spread out.
Bone
It
is
happens
the
every
only
time
one
Bitcoin
that.
does a new up leg. So it happened.
Anyways,
we
my
got
point.
Bonk when
My point is that when retail comes in and puts on their app, they're gonna look for names they recognize, and they're gonna look for what the cheapest unit cost is, right? So if something's 3 cents and something's $30. It doesn't matter what the market cap is. They're gonna go for the cheapest, what they consider to be the cheapest. Right? It could be a $20 billion market cap and it's 3 cents, and they'll consider that cheap versus a $1 billion market cap that has a $14 cost on the coin.
if I remember right, Bonk was early. That 15 to 30K pump. That's when Bonk really performed. Then we got Pepe, the 25
Bonk
to 75K.
performed during the bear market. Bonk had its first pop during the bear market.
When Bitcoin started going up at 15K.
My point is that these exchanges, since Bonk, these protocols have picked their winners, right? They've stood behind certain memes. Those are the ones that have managed to keep their market cap. It's almost like they've become mascots for the chain and not just a meme.
And then this wave 3, I think it was Altcoin. We saw a high volume on leverage and pumping a lot. So. Yeah, the last one was like Altcoin, no? Looks like it's over and done, because I don't see it in the top 10 anymore on trading volume. Well, it's
Fartcoin, in my opinion, is one of those for ETH. If ETH moves, Fart's gonna move.
But if it's moving by staying flat while Bitcoin dumps, we just don't notice.
Let's look at Sol. We had that Sol play out yesterday. Still not done. This is when we were talking about making sure that your alts are bullish across all of their pairs. Right? The Sol W looked good, cool. But let's check Sol BTC. Right? Sol BTC was also putting in a W in the same range. Right? So let's check Sol ETH. Sol ETH was also putting in a higher low fractal at the same time. That's a go. When I'm looking for something to trade that's off rotation, right? Alts are off rotation right now. It means if we're going to be trading them, we need optimal setups. Right? And for me, a coin showing strength against Bitcoin and Ethereum and USD is what I look for. Right? This has a better chance of sustaining itself.
And the first 2 digits became 12, and we know 120 is like bottom of a range, and now we didn't get the bottom of the range, but 128. Like we saw the first 2 digits become 1, 2. And I think that was important to come back to the lows. Be cheap enough that people buy you.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of people still short gains. I think a lot of people are waiting for a lower high to add to their shorts, Right, they're assuming that this will just be a lower high, whatever move we get here.
But it is. For now it is, right? We're even far from putting a high. Like you need 96k, right? I'm thinking now, even to get back in Bitcoin, no? With dominance down a bit. But probably a bit early still, no? Instead of thinking, I just asked AI. It's lazy time, and I was wondering what would invalidate ending diagonal, and it just says if price goes below 82 to 85k, then your ending diagonal would be wrong. All right, thank you. That's easy. No thinking. Just following AI like a sheep. Sometimes it's handy. The funny part, it says only 30% chance that it invalidates this pattern while it's overall more bearish than bullish and so on. And it puts the bullish case at high probability. Expect impulsive fireworks to new all-time highs. I think it understood I was bullish, so it's like expect impulsive fireworks to new all-time highs, 150 plus by end of year. This fits the exhaustion after too far, too fast, too far, too low, too fast vibe. Wave 3 was parabolic. Wave 4 dove deep. Now wave 5 will spike. I don't know. We got a blow off bottom instead of blow off top. All of this happened already. There's no wave 5 inside an ending diagonal if you start counting at 48. It's just an ABC, and we are trading below the previous all-time high. We're trading below 108. So that was the good spot to catch a short for the bear. And the same setup can be traded multiple times, so.
Wow, look at this shit. Yo. Black Friday deal, huh? Let me show y'all something crazy. Hold on. Snip this. You guys excited about all your trading group Black Friday deals? Look at this shit. Let me know how many of you guys want to sign up for this guy's trading group and magic indicator.
God damn.
How's that for a deal?
I bet you he raises prices too.
$1,100 a month. But you can get it for the low price of $247 a month.
Chat's asking for the link.
Yo, y'all, I swear to God, if y'all buy this shit and don't join the Discord, we gonna fight. $50 one-time fee. Only, yeah, only.
Oh, it's $247 a month, not even like a one-time payment.
Nah, bro. It's $247 a month. And you better catch it within the next 3 hours, 25. Or it's already done probably at this point. Or else you're gonna have to come out, you're gonna have to come off of that $1,100 per month. Holy shit.
Hammers.
Crazy, bro. You don't even need to trade at that point. I would put 1,000% of my effort into selling that indicator. That's where the ROI is. Screw this trading shit.
Well, just put the $250 per month in SPY, you'll end up better.
Nuts. Yeah, I hope they raise the price before discounting because I'd hate to think that anybody's paying over $1,000 a month for a freaking indicator. Yeah, it's exactly that money line indicator is literally just super trend with a gap fill gradient.
I'm pretty sure that's something every new trader goes through though, right? Like I know for myself, like when I first started getting into this, I mean, everybody hears of what is it, the crypto face? What's his indicator called?
Market Cypher.
Yeah, Market Cypher, bro. I saw that and I'm like, oh, that's a must-have. This and that and the third. And bro, I saw the price. I'm like, this is mayhem. This is crazy. So I told myself I'm gonna make some profit first, and I'll use my profits to buy it. That's the promise I made myself. But luckily enough, I joined here before I got that far.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the goal was to buy the indicator so the indicator can help you make profits, and so you had to save up to buy that indicator, and in the process you found a way to make money, do you really need the indicator still?
That's what happens, bro. Like people that come in with money, they get fleeced. People that come in and they don't have money and they try to like, okay, when I do well, I'm gonna get this and that. By the time they make it, they don't want it anymore. They're like, well, I already figured out how to do this like without it, or I already figured out how it works. You know, I just
I stepped in super stubborn, and at the beginning I was like, man, I don't want trading view and whatever. And I was like, all right, and I haven't used it ever since. Like I don't use trading view unless it's part of the site. Like I don't pay for it. Don't need it. They're not getting my money.
That's the one thing I will pay for. And I didn't at first either, to be honest with you. But just it's annoying how they get you with being limited to everything. It's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
There's so many sites that have like all the major indicators you need and all the charts that it's kind of.
I've used them all, bro, and I wouldn't trust my charting on anything else, just because of time. There's still one or two things you have to go off of TradingView for. They're slowly starting to bring them on, like volume profile and shit like that. But it's just clean. And I hate exchange sort of based
Oh,
charting platforms.
good exchanges use TradingView as
Yeah, most of them have the
as a
plugin.
chart. So
even the
you know,
plugins aren't full featured though.
they have on Bybit you have 1 second chart, and also it's pretty complete. You have volume profile, you have anchored VWAP, you have fixed range stuff. You have no, it's pretty like it's the premium version they have for free there.
Khaled, if
you have
you
volume profile.
Khaled, if you come up here to where your candles are and click that arrow and just go down to volume profile, volume footprint. They added it recently. I think you have to have premium though.
Like Coinalyze, you don't need premium for that. There's Coinalyze, you have everything there. It uses TradingView basically. It's a hack.
Personally, the only reason why I bought premium is it's because last Black Friday's sale was only on premium, but the year before it was on another plan, the light one. So I took the light one. I'll take whatever they discount good. I don't need premium, but I do like the alarms, the unlimited time alarms. Yeah, and if there's another platform that does that for cheaper, then I might just not buy TradingView and get the alarms elsewhere. But alarms are really nice. Like for me, they're important. I need alarms, so that's why I like TradingView. And it's only on the unlimited on the premium plan that you have unlimited time on alarms. All the other plans have so yeah, they're annoying. Like you said, they force you to buy the most expensive. Everybody finds the reason why he needs the premium, but
I traded for a very long time with free TradingView. For a very long time, for at least a cycle and a half. So it's not like it's not doable. It just cuts down on your time, right? Having to take off an indicator, put on another indicator, having to sort of go around, do the time wasting things that you can't do everything at once.
Or you can just copy code. If you know a bit coding, you can just make one indicator where you'll put all your indicators inside the same. Copy paste the code, and that's it.
If you use it for if this is like your job, I mean, I'm sure it's also right. You can write it off, right?
Yeah, this gets written off.
But straight up, man, for people out there that don't want to spend that money, Coinalyze.net, you have everything there. You don't have to make an account. You don't have to log in. You don't have to give your email. And as long as you don't clear your cache, all your trend lines stay, all your indicators, it has volume profile, everything trading has.
There's not a risk I'm trying to take. If I lose my shit, I would be so
you
tight.
Don't put money. Why would you put money? It's a user interface. You're not connecting anything to
I'm not talking about money. I mean, if I lose my work.
Oh, like the indicators and stuff in your line.
Yeah. I like that my shit is
mine's
stuck
been
to my...
like 1.5 years. No problem. But yeah, it's just a cash problem, because you can lose your work also, like if your cash goes messed up.
I do have a question about that because I thought about not buying TradingView this year. So if you have the premium plan and you have multiple layouts, the basic plan or the essential, the free one, they only allow you for one layout. And so, I'm not that disciplined with layouts. And also I have like 4 layouts currently. One of them is more like for crypto. The other one is more for like stock market. And I don't want to lose a layout, because if I lose a layout, the charts I did on some stocks, they'll be lost, right? And so I wonder what happens if you pay premium, but the next year you don't.
The way it used to work.
Do you lose your charts?
The way it used to work is as long as you didn't remove them, you could keep it, even with the indicators. If you had 20 indicators on and you went back to the free version, as long as you didn't remove those indicators and it was saved, they would be there. But somebody told me the other day that they fixed that. So I would imagine that they probably disable everything except for the main layout as well if that happens. I don't know. I don't know the real answer to that. I'm just assuming from what I was
Black
told.
Friday coming soon, well, I'll see what I buy, but I might have to copy charts from a layout to another, go back down to one layout, and
Yeah.
that might be annoying. I don't even know if you can copy automatically charts from one layout to another.
The alerts and some of the like you can't get the volume footprint without being on premium. There's a couple of things you can't get without being on premium. But the alerts, I think, are the main thing.
Well, the number of alerts and the fact that they're not limited in time. If you're on basic plan, which is also not free, right? You can still use alerts, but it's like 3 months expiry, and then you have to look through your alerts and reactivate them. It's really annoying. While on the premium, they're unlimited, and because I'm really not in a hurry when I put an alarm, right? I'm like, well, I'll just alarm.
Sometimes that shit might not go off for a year.
Yeah, exactly. And then I try for time to time to look at my alerts list and see, move some, but mostly I don't, and I kind of forget completely about them. And then one day, one rings, like a few months ago, we had a discussion about micro vision, and I think I charted it a bit, and then I put an alert there, and it ringed a few days ago, and I didn't act on it, but it's a good example. Like a circle is a good example too. People start mentioning crypto, a stock. Just put an alert on it. Eventually, it might ring, and then it gives you a better time to enter a market, I guess. So. Oh, microvision is now quite lower than that alert. Yeah, well, I would have lost. But it's a good way to trade for patience, right? There's never a hurry to get in. Well, sometimes there is, but there shouldn't be. I imagine you're here for Bitcoin for the first time. You want to get in Bitcoin. But it's easy. It's really easy. Just put an alert. Go back to your daily life.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think that's. You want to look at it every day and kind of learn the rhythm and feel.
That's
You want to
becoming a
study the
trader.
movement.
That's becoming a trader, right? But for me right now, Bitcoin
Yeah, well, if
really
you just
easy.
want to buy, you don't even need to put an alert. You just put the buy there. Why even put the alert there?
Put an alert at 50K. Go live your life.
What? Well,
when
why
the
put the
day
alert
that
there?
rings,
Why not just put a buy there?
Sometimes you want something to remind you to start paying attention, not necessarily to buy, but like
Oh yeah, for that.
like
Yeah.
I don't even need to pay attention until this gets to like this level, and then your alert goes off, and you're like, okay, now you have to live on one of my side charts. Like now the chart goes up on the side, and now I'm keeping like an active eye on it.
and you don't have to listen to your alert, right? If your alert was
And
sell
label
everything,
label your
don't think.
alerts, guys. Don't be lazy. Don't just hit alert and okay. Like hit alert and write a little sentence about what the
So
hell you're. Because trust me, what's gonna happen is your alert's gonna go off, and you're gonna pull it up, and you're gonna be like, okay, what the hell was I looking at here?
you know what I did a few years ago? I put a vertical line in the chart, and the alert was "Don't think, sell everything." And well, I ignored it, but you can put time alerts too. Like if you want to buy next bear market bottom, but we kind of know when it's supposed to happen, right?
Where was that? Where was that line at? I'm curious.
Dbloc's birthday, end of October, roughly. Well, from September to end of October was the end of the 4-year cycle green area. So yeah.
October 6th from bottoms to bottoms, November 12th from tops to tops. So it's like that bit of a gap there between.
And we know even now roughly when bear market bottom could be. So you know where to put an alarm.
If
saying,
that was the top, October 6th would be the bottom. If that was
October
the top.
6th, 26, right? So I mean, I didn't do the math yet, but you can just put a vertical line on your chart and put an alarm on it and say, don't forget to buy crypto. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you'll be on vacation somewhere and you completely have forgotten about crypto, and that alarm will ring. You'll get a notification on your exchange or on your phone. I get
got a good
notifications
idea.
on my exchange. They
I
go
think we'll just.
straight to Bybit.
I have a good idea. We can just let Bitcoin go into a bear market, and the alts will continue to do what they got to do finally, while Bitcoin goes to sleep a little bit, and it can sit
It's
off
the
your alerts.
That would be
it's
amazing.
what's but it's the worst scenario for alt season, right? Having it during the Bitcoin bear market, because we're gonna need to
I
trade
don't
it,
know. I think it would
and
make
we're
sense,
gonna need.
man. I think
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's what's happening already. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
3
it's starting.
weeks.
I mean,
3 weeks to like a month and a half after Bitcoin tops out traditionally is when alts are supposed to get their sort of euphoria sort of move. But the reason that that happens is because we get that euphoric blow off top. People feel rich in Bitcoin. People feel rich in Ethereum. We don't really have that right now. Right? Like, I think people are feeling lucky to get out with what they got out with. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of those bull markets, bro, that you look around and you're like, okay, well, I didn't lose everything in 1010. You know what I mean? Like, you start to put things into perspective. Like, maybe you didn't do as well as you thought you were going to, but when you look around at the traders around you, right, and how bad everybody got hit through some of the shit that we went through, probably still up.
It feels desperation. It's the feeling I get. Like these alts, there's a bit of desperateness in the air.
yeah, some of them are on their last line of breath. You know, a few more $1,000 sells, and they're going to lose their liquidity.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's, I mean, that's why, like, so we keep telling the bulls to stop longing, right? Because they keep getting wiped. But yeah, they're trying to make something happen, right? Either you got almost completely wiped on leverage and you're using your last bag to try to get back what you lost, or you had to bring money in from the outside. So you're looking at how much time is left, and you're like, we got to make something happen. You know what I mean? Like, this is the last chance to save. So there's definitely some desperation.
Especially after 1010. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of in like that desperate get out of the underwater since then mode. I'm like trying to, you know, I'm doing a few risky trades on the side, accumulating this Doge, hoping it's going to pop off.
You guys see Michael Saylor's interview with Grant Cardone?
Today?
It was 20 hours ago. It's posted. It's all over YouTube. Like, so many people are like doing reaction videos and shit to it.
I need to start doing
But
that.
he was specifically asking about the cycle, and he gave the typical Saylor answer. He's like, I'm really not into cycles. But then he then decided to comment about cycles, and he said that he goes, it's different. It's different this time because of the, you know, everything we've already discussed.
Institutions
But
and yeah. Michael
yeah,
Saylor's never been a believer of the 4-year cycle, bro.
yeah, that's kind of why but he said a bunch of other, it seemed like he said some newer stuff, you know.
I'll watch it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Could use a little Bitcoin bullishness right now.
He's smiling a lot more lately. I noticed that.
It has been proven right, bro. There's a certain amount of like vindication you have to feel, right? Like you went from having legacy completely ignore you after you lost your war against Microsoft, to laugh at you as soon as you went Bitcoin Treasury, to then start going Bitcoin Treasury themselves and inviting you into their boardrooms to have speeches and shit. Like, that's gotta feel good, bro. On a personal level, right? Like, he's on top of the world right now.
Yeah, because
Kind of smells like a target, though, doesn't he? Like, in that situation, it seems like somebody's out to get MicroStrategy.
Listen, when you have a lot of Bitcoin, when you have a lot of Bitcoin and everybody around you that has more money than you is trying to accumulate a lot of Bitcoin, then you have to feel like a target. Because all they would have to start do is trading underneath NAV. start trading underneath
The,
net asset value, and then people start buying up stuff. You can literally have like a hostile takeover
Yeah.
and acquire all that Bitcoin for the cheap. So he's got to stay on his P's and Q's.
I mean, I'm not saying he hasn't smiled in the past, because he has, but it's just he seems to kind of be a robot, and almost to the point where
Comment.
he's like, I gotta explain this, and he explains it with a straight face. And I think, there's a difference between having your conviction in something, and then having everybody else tell you that what you're advocating for is a scam or gambling or whatever, and then you hold on to it that long and you don't doubt yourself. Because I think anybody else in any other situation would start going, maybe these people are right, maybe I'm really not, you know what I'm saying? He never doubted himself, which is just crazy.
publicly, but in reality, he probably did.
I mean, it seems like, his smiles are pretty telltale. And when he's frowning, like when that meeting happened in the White House, he was pretty upset. And we had a pretty big dump right after that. So it seems like he knew something was happening. And now I'm just guessing that he's smiling because he knows we're about to pump back to all-time highs. Let's go rockets, rockets, rockets.
Thanks, Drew.
I mean, I don't really understand the relationship with the shares of the company. I would assume that when Bitcoin goes up, if shares go up, if they do, that you sell those shares and make profit. And you don't, and when Bitcoin goes down, he's already made profit from the shares that are sold. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. One of the things
So
that
he
MicroStrategy has going for
wins.
them is that their shareholders are already well seasoned when it comes to bear markets. Right? That's one thing that these other treasury companies don't have. Which means that when prices go down, shares go down, Bitcoin goes down, they're going to be freaking out. Right? They're going to be demanding the CEO do something, which is probably going to lead to large unwinding of these Bitcoin treasury companies, because they don't all have Michael Saylor and they don't all have MicroStrategy shareholders that are sort of like ready for that downturn. Excuse me.
I don't get how his average is so terrible, though.
You don't
Having
get how
bought
his
Bitcoin
average
to
is so
Because he just
terrible?
buys whenever he
Look,
gets his hold on some money.
I'll answer that with one quick chart.
He's
He
been
just
buying for
buys.
like 5 or 6 years now, and his average is above the 200 on the weekly. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but
He
it's
buys whenever.
not that he's been buying, it's how he's been buying.
He buys
But he buys
tops.
tops. Yeah, but it's normal because when you buy a lot, you make a top. That's normal.
You're
But
missing one aspect, one very important aspect.
oh, he doesn't buy during the bear. He only buys during the bull.
The sizing.
Oh no, there's gonna be.
The sizing.
Oh, he.
Look at how big he bought up high. Not only buying up high, but look at how big he bought up high. And how
But he's dead
often
then.
compared to down here. So what he's
All right,
done
we'll
is he's
liquidate him.
dragged his average up. You can see it right here. Like right on these big massive buys here, he dragged his average way up.
But that's why price went up, yeah.
So his average is
I mean, also,
right
just
underneath
imagine it's like
709.
there's times where your company has more access to funds to do purchases than before, so it's not like you have infinite money all the time.
He
and
buys
you're
when
like,
it's
"Hey, I'll just buy
accessible.
here."
Yeah.
Exactly.
The reason
he
that
had
they
no
made
choice.
the reason that they made big buys here is because they made big money here.
Yep.
Right? The more money they make, he's immediately converting to Bitcoin, collateralizing, buying more.
Last bear market, I remember hearing about Michael Saylor having his liquidation all the way down at $3,000, that he wouldn't be liquidated and all. But this time, if his average entry is at 60K, how is he going to have his liquidation above 50? Well, like he needs it around, well, below 15, right? Yeah.
Look at the Satoshi per share analysis.
Is it possible for him to have liquidation below 15K while having an average at 70K or wherever it is?
Remember his loan structure, guys. He's on a less than 1% VIG on a 5-year float. Think about that for a second. on an asset
Can
that
you explain what it means?
Yeah, on an asset that, so basically he's paying less than 1% in interest for his loans, and he's got 5-year window to pay it back on an asset that is on a 4-year cycle.
So you need to break the cycle in order to liquidate Michael Saylor?
Exactly.
Oh, but that'll happen eventually.
For him to even be in danger, we would need to have an extended bear market.
And yet he doesn't even believe in the 4-year cycle.
Yeah, out loud anyways.
He says it's coincidence. At least recently he's just said it was coincidence.
It's hard for him to say that. It's hard for him to agree there's a 4-year cycle when during one of those years you're still going to be trying to sell shares. You know what I mean? What you're basically telling people is just don't buy during the bear. Right? He doesn't want that. He can't. He's got a responsibility to his shareholders to not say things like that. Basically digital. Yeah, it's an infinite money glitch as long as things stay the same, but we all know that things don't stay the same. So even though the cycle might not break, we have seen Michael Saylor take on more risk than he usually did. Right? All these 2x leverage products, and right, they're starting to get a little riskier. So who knows if in 5 years maybe he's got a 20x leverage product or a 50x leverage product. And then things start to get wonky, right? Because then if something goes bad, then you don't have as much cushion. But the way he's doing it right now, it seems sustainable as long as the global liquidity cycle remains the same.
And we know that will be the case until you change what started in 2008, right?
Yeah, which is interesting because, like I said, Bitcoin's never been through a real estate crash, right? Bitcoin was born out of the ashes of the last real estate crash. So nobody knows, me, Michael Saylor, nobody knows how Bitcoin's going to perform during that or how that's going to affect the length of the bear market.
So
Era, thanks for the sub. W sub, welcome.
He's more at risk of getting liquidated this bear market than the previous one.
Yeah, on paper, yeah.
I heard he's been selling.
Nah, they've been moving. They've been moving into macro. So MicroStrategy buys the Bitcoin, MacroStrategy holds it. And for safety reasons, they move it into multiple wallets, but they're all under macro.
He buys a, what is that called? OTC? Is that what it?
Yeah.
So he can't get liquidated because he's not on leverage. He's just borrowing it, right?
Yeah. The only leverage he's using is what he's using to collateralize Bitcoin.
And so Zeusy, I'm not trying to be contrary. I just want to make sure we're using the right wordage or verbiage.
And
like
all...
he could...
Go ahead. Okay.
I was just going to say, like, he could definitely lose his profits, right? But he's not, like, he could go in the negative and he'd be, as long as he pays his loan back, he's good.
Well, he'll get margin called, right? That's basically what it would be. He goes underneath a certain level, there'd be a call on his margin, then he would have to either sell Bitcoin off to pay for that margin or sell shares.
Roger. Okay, that makes sense. So essentially that is a other form of being liquidated in a way, I guess.
Yeah. When people that loaned you the money call you and want it back because the health of your loan is looking sketchy.
But it's like, you know, we say he buys the tops or whatever, but since he's such long game, he's still a pretty young dude considering, you know, he's been doing this for a while. Like, to say that he bought the tops at like 65, 64, 69 or whatever, that's not looking like the top now. So I don't think he looks at it the same way everybody else does when they say tops, you know?
Yeah. He always goes into that New York or Manhattan speech where he's like, if you landed in Manhattan Harbor in the 1800s, you know, and you thought the price was too high or it was even at the top of the market, You know, it's just ridiculous to think that it's not worth buying.
I want to be a fly in the room though when he makes a call to take a loan out on $4 billion worth of fiat to buy Bitcoin or whatever he's doing. Like, I want to know who the person who's lending the money is going, dude, why are you asking me money? Why are you asking for it here? Why don't you ask it for in the bear market? Or the person's only, like you said, it's accessible only at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know why they would lend it to him, knowing he's going to use it to buy Bitcoin at a not optimal price. That's the part I'm really confused at. It's not just his decision. You would think the person giving him the money would also have some sway in how he or when he purchases it.
His credit's good, man. That's what happens when you got a good face card. When your lenders look at you like their money's safe with you, you know? And that's for anybody, guys. Anybody that has a good relationship with the bank, right? That's developed a good relationship with the bank. Like, you get treated a little differently.
I know, man, but don't you have one of those friends where you're like, "Hey, man, we got to talk about your problem." Like, you'd think he'd have somebody just bump them with with their elbow and go, "Hey, you could do whatever you want with this money because you got good credit and we trust you, but I kind of recommend that you buy, at these levels." I
Yeah.
just don't get it, dude.
But a bookie's never going to keep you from making a stupid decision, right? They're only going to keep you from putting in a trade if they don't think you're going to pay back. They'll cut you off.
Yeah.
Right? But they're never going to be like, "Wow, really?" Like,
Yeah, that's true.
like you're going all in on so and so, maybe you should, they're like, "Nah, I'll take it. I'll take the bet." I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all.
But isn't Michael Saylor useless now that there's ETFs?
I mean, not to his company, he's not. I mean, MicroStrategy doesn't make software anymore, so I mean, that's his whole gig.
About, I guess they have to sell something, I don't know how it works, but
And dude,
I just feel like with
we
ETFs,
need
it's less useful than before.
we need a cheerleader for Bitcoin. We need somebody who can break it down. Um, like if he advocated for Bitcoin and it constantly dumped on people to the point where no one was making money, and he wouldn't look so hot right now. But so far, man, like, I know it's low, it's slow, and it's like you have to wait for a long time to get returns, but man, he's looking really good right now, and I think we need someone like him. I mean, I thought it was going to be someone else taking that role, um, but he's been consistent. I love it when he gets onto a podcast where the person who's interviewing him doesn't know anything about Bitcoin, so he's not repeating his whole spiel because the audience, he's literally telling the guy who's interviewing him, guy or gal, whatever, that they don't really understand Bitcoin. So he goes through the spill again. And I think that the more that's repeated over and over and over again, sometimes that repetition is what works. I personally get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again, but I don't have to watch. But I just skip through it and I get into the newer questions, the nuance, like anybody who asks some really interesting questions that they've never been asked before. That's when it gets interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a good representative of the Bitcoin bulls, definitely. It's just last cycle there were no spot ETFs, so people who trade stocks were not really able to easily trade Bitcoin. They needed to go on a crypto exchange and all. Now, and so they could buy Bitcoin indirectly by holding MicroStrategy. Right? Now with ETFs, he's having more competition from other companies, but also ETFs, and like it's become broadly available, and also.
But don't you think that that's exactly what he wants? That's what he's always wanted.
Yeah, probably, but he's less. In a sense, he's a bit. He's less useful because there's more people like him now.
I mean, by the time the diminished returns are so bad to where Bitcoin's just going sideways, I mean, I would assume that he'd probably. I mean, I'm just assuming here he'd probably be retired and enjoying his life. I don't know. I think he's the right person at the right time. Sometimes we need people like that. When they're not needed anymore, then they're not needed. But as of right now, we're not at a complete diminished return cycle or state yet. I know we're getting diminished returns, but it's going to get to a point where it's going to go sideways and maybe even do some dumpy for long periods of time.
I don't see diminishing returns in gold. I don't see diminishing returns in SPY. I don't know why Bitcoin should have diminishing returns. But we'll see. As long as we keep printing fiat and as long as there are people converting that fiat into Bitcoin, there's no diminishing returns.
I mean, it's just logarithmically, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, once it breaks that logarithmic curve, then maybe you're right. Whereas right now, it's following it.
SPY doesn't have diminishing returns because companies that go bankrupt are removed and replaced by new growing
Correct.
companies, right? If you had really everything in there, maybe it would probably pump less over time. But it would still pump because there's more and more money circulating and money lost value, right? So I don't know. Of course, in percentage, yeah, there's diminishing returns because we're not at 2013 with only 10 people buying Bitcoin, right? But longer run, you should end up in a constant pump state.
Well, it's finite too, though, right? Like SPY and everything else, or the economy's not finite.
No, it's infinite.
Correct,
You can print as much as you want,
but not Bitcoin, right?
No, so that's why it could end up in a linear, constant move up related to the amount of inflation going on. Like it's gonna slow down. It's pumps and dumps. Yeah, I fully agree. But the end of it isn't necessarily a plateau. It could just be like gold. Look at what gold did. One of the biggest market caps. Had just blew up by 40% in a month. So it can still be volatile and it can still size doesn't make it diminishing returns necessarily. No, you did take 20 years to break your previous all-time high.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think people
Yeah,
love the volatility of crypto.
I'm sure it'll continue to be volatile, and you have these big tech stocks. They're as volatile as Bitcoin, even more.
You're right. I hear that. I always say that. That's why I think Bitcoin gets a bad, or crypto gets a bad rap.
But Bitcoin has been less volatile than Nvidia. If you just look at
Absolutely. Same thing with
both.
Microsoft.
Nvidia dropped 40%. When was it? In April?
Well,
Bitcoin dropped 30%, right? Nvidia dropped more, so it was more volatile.
Microsoft has dropped 30% twice since COVID, or if not more than 30%.
Bitcoin acts similar category, similar market size, similar retrace size.
Yeah, that's why when people are like, they just dump on you with crypto. I'm like, dude, I got dumped on with Microsoft. What are you talking about?
It's the same. It's exactly the same. Therefore, I don't think there's. Now, yeah, when you talk about small caps that do barcoding and that, yeah, then okay, that's something. That's another beast. But But Bitcoin, you compare it to similar market cap size stuff like Tesla, like Nvidia. Nvidia is bigger now than Bitcoin, but it used to be smaller. Well, last cycle it was smaller.
Nvidia is a monster, man. It's really hard to trade. I don't throw a lot into it now because of, I just kind of feel it's
It's
harder when it triples, right? Like quadruple. It's harder, but I still minute. I just don't throw as much into it now because I just, you know how it is.
Nvidia did 10x up at COVID recovery too, a bit thanks to mining. Especially thanks to mining, right? They were able to sell their graphics card really expensive. There was no AI, but there was a good use case too, mine crypto to make money. Now it's about investments, huge investments that come from I don't know where to buy graphics card to make AI in order to one day make money. Because right now, they're losing money. They're bleeding money like hell. Like none of these AI models are have a business case that works.
Oh, dude, Google Ultra, they are making so much money, dude. They're charging $250 for the Ultra package, and they're gaining more customers. You would think $250 would be way too much for even a hobbyist, but people are paying it, man.
Well, we're still in the investing phase. The returns on that money, it's an investment on the long run. Like, I don't think any of them are nowhere near close getting any of their money back within 5 years or even 10 years. The return on investment here is very long time frame. They're not thinking about more than just a few years, and none of them are profitable yet for now, to my knowledge. Just the energy consumption, it's to offset the engineers that work on it, the people that manually check the answers. Like it's not. But
I get you, but I'm just saying that more and more people are incorporating into their business, and they're eliminating marketers, and they're eliminating artists, and they're saving money. So they're like, okay, well, I can pay the $250 a month, but I'm saving $4,000 a month, or whatever. So I think that's going to keep uptrending, and it's going to get to a point where they will be in profit.
especially when you mix in robotics and all, then you'll be able to really replace workers and all. Yeah. But it's not the case for now. It's a bet on the future. It's a
Like
bet
I
that
said,
it'll be profitable later on.
Like I
It's a
said the other
race.
day, the dev took the freaking Optimus robot man and got it to wash dishes. I just like, what the heck? I mean, I thought we were so far off from that, at least a couple of years.
It's why you have Tesla still hanging around COVID all-time highs. Yeah, there's expectations of growth and yeah.
I mean, dude, he doesn't even. You get him to try to talk about his cars, and he just moves. He answers the question, but he moves on. He wants to talk about robotics. He wants to talk about space. It's hard to get him to stay on topic with the cars. It's like he's lost interest.
But they've hit a plateau, right? AI models are also hitting a plateau here where their efficiency doesn't increase anymore. Especially because of manufacturing issues. Getting harder and harder to have a better manufacturing. More and more expensive too.
I think the thing he's selling the most is his software update, which I think is going to be 14.2 or 3. And that supposedly will be completely self-driving for the cars that are capable of doing it. Now, I think he talks about that a lot, but he's really not talking about, anything new except his supposedly reveal next month or maybe even soon about the Roadster I don't know. I don't know what you heard, but he hinted at that it's going to be the most impressive reveal of all time, successful or not. So some people are assuming that the thing is going to fly, but I don't know, man. I don't. It's going to be interesting.
Honestly, I'd love to buy that car one day. Yeah.
I just look at people playing around with their, phones, driving through intersections, plowing people over. I cannot imagine those people flying, dude. It's like, can we just get people to drive correctly first before we start putting them in the air with
No,
fighting
it's
gravity?
people are expecting too much. It's not going to be a flying car or anything. It's just going to be a nice roadster. Probably with a lot of tech stuff in it. Yeah.
You don't think at least it might hover? It's like stay like a couple inches off the ground?
What's the point? It's a car. Why would you like? Oh.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't.
They could put a jumping option. You know, you have cars that bounce and all. Like, yeah, why not? But it's not gonna make it a better car
What do you
for
think?
daily use.
Do you think that they
You can
you
brag
did
about your jumping car stuff like that, but like, for me, it's not.
Do you think they defeated gravity? Maybe that's the thing he's going to reveal. They defeated gravity.
Nah. But that compressed air. I think they were talking about some sort of compressed air launch. Launch.
Yeah,
To do
yeah.
0 to 100. Yeah, that, I mean, why not? It's an option. You can get it if you want. It's extra weight you'll be carrying around every time you drive the car every day. So I wouldn't take it personally, because you're talking about carrying a container of compressed air all the time. If you could have it as a detachable option, it would be better. Because the day I don't know, go on a racetrack, I might want to take it with me, but then actually no, quite the opposite. The day I want to go on a racetrack, I would dismantle it. Well, I wouldn't put it on the car to have the car lighter. And if one day I have a friend sitting next to me and I want to show off, I'd use that. It's weight, right? Like all of these extras is extra weight. I want my car to be as light as possible, and electric cars have issues with weight, so the lighter the better. Forget all that. Just make us a good four-wheel, two-wheel rear drive, roadster, two-seater, open roof, fully electric, designed like the. There aren't that many cars like that, you know. Porsche doesn't have one, for example. I mean, maybe they made one recently. I don't know about, but they all design family cars, right? Tesla is like family car. The Cybertruck is like, well, American truck. There's no rear wheel drive fully electric roadster. Well, Tesla has one, the first roadster, right? Like, but that costs like millions, and it's old now.
Yeah, I just saying. I got my eyebrows raised. I'm curious what he's gonna say, because I have really no idea. It's kind of neat to actually be curious about
Like
something.
some sort of electric Corvette, right? That's all it needs to be, honestly. With like maybe some good design, good aesthetics, or modern, futuristic looking design, you know? And make it light. Make it as light as possible. And don't give me 500 miles of range. I don't care. Make it light.
Well, I mean, you don't care because 500 miles of range is the total length of your country. So we
Yeah,
care
exactly.
we care because we want to go travel.
But it's a roadster. Oh, it's not like for daily use, right? It's for the weekend.
You drive for an hour and you're from Paris and you're in the middle of Berlin. Like, not the same, Zeusy.
Oh no, Berlin is like 8 hours driving.
I know, I
It's not
kid.
that small, man. But yeah, it's true. It's smaller. In 6 hours, you've traveled all of France. 8 hours.
that's still mind blowing from like a Western, from an American perspective, to know that you could drive 8 hours and be in a completely different culture and a different, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't, that's foreign to us. I mean, yeah, you could drive like from New York and then drive down to Georgia, and the culture's different, but everybody's still an American, right? But like it's just crazy to Europe's so fascinating to me. I think it's just I wish I could live there for a couple years just to experience it.
It's old continent.
I'm on the what they call the left coast, so if I drive south, I just run into the same people with the same politics, and it doesn't matter. Everybody thinks the same.
You say the left coast.
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh, I get it. Never mind. That's even funnier.
But if you're on the East Coast and you drive down the East Coast,
Very diverse.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in Virginia, so yeah.
Like huge contrast, right? Here it's not so much.
Yeah, actually, just in Virginia, it's a huge contrast. Just going up a little bit north towards DC, it changes really quick.
And that's not a derogatory term to call it the left coast. They're proud of it. They'll stand behind
Sure.
it. So it's like a badge of honor, right?
I can't believe I actually went over my head at first.
Oh yeah, it wasn't my term, man. People have been using that it's even worse now because we used to have like Oregon as the sanctuary. Now Oregon has been polluted by Washington and California, and it got sandwiched. So now it's pretty much just one big blue state on the left side of the country, which is left side politics.
Yeah, my brother moved from Kentucky actually to Washington State a couple years ago. He's still there, and it's beautiful, he says, but it's pretty much everything else you just said too.
Yeah, no, it's rough, man. I was born and raised here, and it's not the same state that I grew up in. Let's put it that way.
I think any chance we hold this 200 EMA on the 15 on Eve? Well, Bitcoin doesn't. Never mind.
I just want the alts to. I mean, they're responding pretty good to dumpage, but I want them to break this like everlasting downtrend that's been happening over the past few weeks. Please, just show some effort.
One might think that if you don't dump when Bitcoin dumps, you're not gonna pump when Bitcoin pumps. If you decorrelate it with Bitcoin, just do your own thingy.
But it's too easy right now. Like if I was shorting, this is too easy because it's bouncing off that trend line, the elementary trend line that we all learned the first day of trading. It's too easy. Like I should just start shorting right now because it keeps bouncing off that trend line.
Shorting 115 was very easy too. It was just a double top, right? With a higher high on the right part. So, some trades are simple and easy sometimes. What do you want to short here? Bitcoin?
Like right now, Link is bouncing off that trend line, and I've already scaled out because of the trend line. I haven't completely scaled out, but it seems like for the past 3 times, man, it's hit the trend line, came right back down even and dumped even harder. So it makes me want to short right here. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I feel like I'm making a mistake.
By not doing it.
Yeah,
Trading is messing with our minds.
it is big time.
Just do what you're used to doing. Market conditions change, and it's not the first time we see this. Huh?
But again, like Link's a pretty bare bones average token, right? So like it's doing what a lot of coins are doing right now. So when I say Link, I'm really talking about average alts that are they're not like pumping and they're not overly dumping. They're just doing whatever all the alts are doing.
Link is relatively. Well, actually, no. Well, it. Damn, Link went low on 10 of April.
Yes, dude.
On the in April tariff scare, it went down to $10, right? So some coins gave opportunity by going below that, I think. But Link is not there, so it's stronger, so it got sold less, so maybe it'll pump more or maybe it'll pump less, I don't know. But support is like 11, 12, no, somewhere there. I'd be more interested in getting in if it was down there. But locally, you're back, in that parallel downward, right? So you're back. Well,
so the macro parallel channel, it's at the bottom of it for me. That's at least the way I drew it, and that's why I'm back in. But man, trend line is holding so hard right now.
if these bears win, you have measured moves to new bear market bottoms going on.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's just crazy, man.
But we're not there yet. The battle will be at $10. Yeah, that's I think that's the decision point on Link. It's more like at $10. The macro SR basically, right? $9-10. That's the macro. Well, it's 28K on Bitcoin roughly.
Yeah, but dude, if it goes to 10 now, like soon, if it goes to 10 soon, it's gonna break that macro parallel channel, and that parallel channel has been holding steady through 2 cycles.
Oh, the upward one, you mean?
Yes.
But we're about to break that because we're about to break macro uptrend, right?
Yes.
The same time SPY threatens its macro uptrend, Bitcoin threatens it, Link threatens it. It all happens at the same time, and we all go down together. Yeah? There's no safe
That's what I'm
asset. Even
saying,
gold
man.
was down.
I'm
Even
keeping
gold
an
was
eye
down.
on it. But my luck is that it will break just right below and then pump into freaking Valhalla.
We'll play with it. Like, we have time here to act upward. Maybe even put a new high at $30, you know. But the real battle will be at 10 to save Link. This will all happen on low volume. There's no need for volume to go back up to 30 because most of it is at 10 since 2020. I don't know. I want to buy it at 10. Thinking that it could go down to 3. Very bearish plan, I guess. But no, the trend is your friend until the end, and not trying to buy when it reaches your trigger is a bit of a mistake. Well, your last trade will lose, right? Because eventually we will break this uptrend. You got a buy in August, then you got a buy in April. Then you got a buy in June, and then you got 10-10 that violated everything, but forget 10-10, and now you're getting a buy in November.
But that's what I'm saying, man. I'm buying that
Yeah.
with the
you
risk that it's
you
gonna
have a choice.
pivot.
Do you have a choice? I don't
I
think
mean,
we have any choice. I don't think we have a choice.
I mean, it's either that or I don't trade crypto, right? Like I can't process multiple coins at once. So I focus on one, and then obviously I auto buy Bitcoin or whatever and ETH. I buy ETH low on Coinbase just because it's always a thing I do, but I don't trade it. Link is the only thing I'm actively trading on spot. I'm just saying that like if I'm not going to trade this pivot, if I'm not going to trade this parallel channel, then why am I trading? Like you gotta put risk in the game. That's and if it breaks, then I assess.
If you see something, I think you have to attempt, and stop loss is your friend, because if you break your parallel channel, then you broke it, right? There's no reason to stay in a longer while what you thought would react doesn't. It's easy to say, it's a bit harder to do, but if Link closes candles below your angular, then the idea is wrong. Right now, it's not the case. It's valid. Touched it. You had the opportunity. We're even quite higher. Link pumped a few percent there too, right? 5%, yeah. Well, this could easily pump you back to $20, right?
I mean, dude, from the last time that it hit this parallel channel, it pumped. I don't know what the word pump is. It just went up 139%.
Yeah, but it took time. You see how much time it
Yeah,
took
I have
to
time.
bottom before going back up? It did a double bottom there with like a few months in between. You had a dip in April, then you tried again in June to dip, but it couldn't. It put a higher low, and then boop, straight up to resistance. And
So think about it. If you were assessing you as yourself as a trader and it went up 139%, but you only caught 40% of it and then lost half of that, that's not good. And that's exactly what happened to me.
oh boy, it happened to me too. Yeah. Well, Dbloc says to not trade too much alts, so yeah, maybe trust Bitcoin more than Link.
Oh, I
So
know.
that,
I'm just saying, like,
so that at least when
I look back at history and I look at things I could have done better, and I'm learning. So when I look back at it and go, what was I thinking during that time? What was I charting? What was going on with Bitcoin? And regardless of what Dbloc or anybody else says about de-risking high risk assets, you still could have traded those dips. Like you still could have traded the bounces, right? And that's what I'm trying to get better at.
Link has a bear market harmonic going on. Like if you, I opened the Link chart and I guess I was searching for bullish targets on Link, and if it could reach $40, well, more precisely $41, it would still be a lower high, right, than the previous all-time high. But you would create a bearish harmonic pattern. Kinda lines up nicely. You have your bear market at 4.8, you have your high low at 7.8, and I think as long as you're above 7.8, it's going up. It failed to put the all-time high last time, right? So that
Yep. Well, but a lot of coins did that though.
That sent it back to the support, and support is around $10. Well, maybe 11, maybe 12. I don't know, somewhere there. Well, it's at 11. Well, I have a line at 11.8. I don't know why though. Well, maybe that. Yeah, it's April 24 dip.
Yeah, I like back testing, man. I know people say, "Oh, do push-ups," but I think back testing is is for me, it's super valuable.
Simulate. There was a game where you had to press a button to trade, and price had to stay 30 seconds above or below your long or your short. It was pretty fun. It's like a 1 second line chart, and you're supposed to press buy or sell, and you just need price to stay above or below to mark a point. I guess if you want to simulate trading, why not?
Simulate training in a simulation. What a crazy universe.
You know, Link is also right on time at the crossword here. This actually a bit early. Because you drew that upward angular, right? If you draw the, well, what would be Link's bear market resistance line that we broke above a few times, but if you draw 52, if you connect $52 and $22 of March 2020, you know, since March 2024, a lot of alts are just going down. Our Link was able to put high twice, then March 2024, but overall it's like going sideways, right? Well, it's a bit upward sideways with your upward angular, but it had its run early in the cycle by going from 5 to 20 for X up. And since then, it's a bit going in a range between, well, I don't know, well, a bit decreasing volatility, contracting range, and exiting that range either to the upside or the downside eventually.
I mean, I may be a simpleton, man, but when I look at the M2 chart and I look at where Link is right now, for example, I'm using Link loosely, but it hitting the bottom of its upward channel. It just seems so easy of a buy here. Because
it's definitely not easy, right? You're buying.
Well, I mean, if you look at two indicators, so you look at you look at that upward parallel channel, and then you look at where we think M2 is going, right? The only thing it could do is bounce off of this and go up. But if liquidity doesn't come in, it will break through for sure.
Well, you know, $10 is just 30% lower most of the way to go there.
Yeah, well,
it's already you're already down 50%, right?
Well, I'm not down. I mean, I'm up.
Price is down
50%. Right. But I'm saying like I've done this before where I've wrote it down, 20% or whatever. And even though that I can afford to do that, I don't want to do that.
No, it's not what I know. Try not to do that. If you sell resistance and you buy support, and in between you scalp, try to scalp without losing too much on scalps. Cause it's hard being profitable on scalps, honestly. But anyway, that 23 March area is more like resistance, and support is April dip. I think, well, could act as support. We don't know. We saw on 1010 that it went all the way down to 2024 summer low, which it holded. I mean, that's kind of good, because that wick didn't go too low, right? It didn't make a new bear market bottom. It holded above Link's accumulation range during the bear market. Well, inside it, actually. We wick down to it, yeah.
You know what, Zusi, you did help me on a coin that I don't think you realized you helped me analyze. And I know you didn't give me any advice of buying or selling, but Matic, before it turned to pull, remember we went over that, and you're like, yeah, it could go down to 20 or whatever, and I didn't want to think that it could, because it's still a network, it's still a utility, right? But I eventually let it go at like 77, and I'm so glad, man, because I brought it from 90. I wrote it from 90 something to 77, and then you and I talked about it that one day, and I'm just like, man, there's so many other coins to be trading, to be, and I just let it go, and now I don't know what it is now.
That's
One
an
of the
amazing
20s,
short
man.
from. That's
Exactly.
good job, honestly. It's yeah. Matic, well, it's so Link is not below April low, right? It's not at $10. Matic is. Well, it's much lower than that. It's at bear market bottom, right? So I don't know what's gonna happen. It could go down to 0. But there's a potential reversal if it reclaims 15 cent and stays above. Currently we're at 15 cent, but we're at 14.9, right? But we'll see what happens. Stop loss is really your friend. It's okay to take a small loss. Don't turn it into a much bigger one. Because yeah, if you bought 70 cent and you're just holding, well, this is down. Well, like a lot of alts, it's down a lot. It's down. Well, it's down more than most alts because it never really had a run.
No.
It's down 80 cent. Now we don't see it because they renamed it into Pole, but there's TA at these levels from last cycle. But you have to look at Matic, and honestly, I forgot where bear market bottom was on Matic 2 cycles ago. It's probably around here, but I don't.
I think it was like 30 or something. I can't remember. 30.
It
30
might be
something.
10 cent, even though.
Oh, really? I mean, previous cycle low I thought was in the 30s, but I am not even looking at. I mean, the chart's not even in my trading view anymore. I just don't even want to look at it anymore. I think I saw it on somebody else's
tariff
ticker once.
When Trump announced those tariffs, it really shook out the worldwide economy, and we reached some low values on a lot of charts, and it's true for crypto too. And Bitcoin reached 75K that time, holding above COVID all-time high, retesting COVID all-time high support and all. Total market cap couldn't do that, right? It went much lower. It went down to 2 trillion. But this time, on this dump, we're holding above COVID all-time highs, so it doesn't activate a macro bearish setup yet. We're still in the dead cat bounce potential, at least, right? Like skipping the first entry because you pump so much that you expect it to act as support on the way down, right? So we wick down to 3 trillion, COVID all-time highs on total, and for now we're finding support at 3 trillion, which makes a bit sense technically. I don't know where the money is going exactly in the total market cap. Maybe it's going into stables and all, but it's holding COVID all-time highs, and it's a bit the same on some charts. That's what's at play. It's the previous all-time high. So it's also true for SPY. Starting to lose this uptrend that started in April, starting to close daily candles below the 50. Well, yeah. The question is, will 6,000 hold, right? But that's too bearish for SPY. The thing is so bullish that you will, yeah, but man, TA doesn't work on SPY. The thing just goes up. But for me, that's the question. You lose your 50, you go to the 200. As easy as that. So the 200 is lining up with the all-time high before the tariff scare. Crypto already went there, found support. A lot of charts are yet to do that move to give us an opportunity to buy. If that doesn't hold, then there's something else going on. It's not good. So you bought, right? Your link at 14.
And then I DCA'd when it went down to 11. I think we went down to 11 something, or I can't remember, dude. It went lower, but on the 10th, I was 14.7 as I got in when it dipped, because that Coinbase only allowed me to buy then. I don't know why. I just I rode that up 20. I rode that up enough to get out of my because I was in position when the 10th happened. I wasn't in full position, but I lost like 7% on that move of my portfolio, and I was able to recover it. But I've now just been trading in and out, man, because I don't, it's downtrending, right?
Yeah. By the time we see an uptrend, Link will already be at $17, $18, right? So I like to buy during downtrending because, well, once you see the uptrend, it's a bit, well, it's too late to buy.
Exactly.
You're already in an uptrend, right? So
that's my thought process here, and if I'm wrong, then that's another lesson learned, right?
the problem is the time frame. We are downtrending, yes, but we're still in an uptrend. If that uptrend breaks, then we have a much bigger downtrend at play than the smaller potential uptrend we're gonna get. Right? That's the confusing and harder part.
Yep.
Frame management, because you're back at summer. July 2000. Oh, that's another interesting point on Link. Right? In July 2021. Wait, this is the last time to go long on Link. Yeah. If you just look at the Link's bear market, so it went down from 50 to 13, then it did its dead cat bounce at 35, and then the bear market down to 5, right?
Yeah, dude, we're make it or break it. It's like you either trade it or you get out and like
So the swing point, the low before the dead cat bounce was last cycle was 13.3, right? The lowest during summer 2021 was 13.3. But it's a bit the number you're playing with here. Right? It's a support resistance area, and that's a downward ABC we did during the bear. And well, if you played it, oh, you got so many entries there. But yeah, like you said, make it or lose it.
Yeah, and again, I
We could
see
play
this
that game. We can play
a
that game for months. We can
yeah,
stay
and
around
there's a
13 for months. Lose
right.
it, win it, lose it, win it. Like
There's a lot of alts doing the same pattern though. That's why I don't really care about Link per se. Like I don't. It's pick a coin, right? I know some are doing better, some are doing worse, but the average mean, they're all doing very similar things.
Link is a bit like it's in the middle. It's a bit like AVAX, or well, it's less dumped than AVAX, but
yep,
it's more. It's in the middle. You're not at bear market bottoms. You're not at all-time highs like BNB, XRP, or even Solana. Right? You're more like in the middle between your last cycle dead cat bounce and bear market bottom. Yeah. Trying to hold that 28k Bitcoin line. Yeah. Because when Bitcoin was at 28k 5 years ago in 2021, so before the bear even, Link was at 13, and 5 years later, Bitcoin is dropping to 90k and Link is still at 14, right? The growth happened last cycle on these coins, and it's why they're not growing as much as they did. Because look how much upside you got on Link last cycle. Like something we forget. Right?
I mean that's the problem, man. Is I chase prior success.
But you have plenty of people who probably, well, especially people who bought it so cheap that they are Link whales, right? Because if you bought, I don't know, 10k of Link at $1, well, you just laughed during the bear. I mean, maybe you cried a bit because you probably saw 1 million become 100,000, but doesn't matter. They need multiple cycles to take profit, no? But I don't know. It's true for a lot of coins. Bitcoin has been bought at $1 too, and yeah, it's not really a good argument. Huh? People bought Bitcoin at $1 too, yet it keeps pumping. Link, Link had it did like 50x up last cycle. Good performer coin, yeah. Well, like most of them. The difference is that it didn't drop enough or as much as other coins were. Like it only added a 0. It only dropped 90%, right? So if you had $1,000 of link, it was only worth $100 at bear market bottom. But that's not a lot for a crypto altcoin. They kept it in that range. People accumulated it between $5 and $10 during the bear, and it didn't do that big dip down to like, I don't know, $2 or somewhere there. So now, because it didn't drop, it feels like it didn't really give you good performance this cycle, right? But the reason is because it's the accumulation there. So utility coins, it's not that they don't pump, it's that they are safer because they give you less downside after having bought. We feel a lot of disappointment on useful stuff, right? Like utility is useless. Well, it doesn't pump as much, you know. But maybe it drops less than other coins, right? Like memes are gonna drop way more than utility coins, maybe. Well, that's the case, right? I mean, memes retrace much more than. Maybe that's what being a useful coin achieves. It's not that you pump more; it's that you dump less during bear markets.
That's why I picked it, because of it was holding up dumps better, but then again, it also lags behind when we start pumping.
And then there's all that whole QT idea. I don't know, right? I mean, maybe it's just that. Right? But stuff like Solana, Cardano, and all, they from last cycle they dropped more during the bear in percentage. They dropped another 2x lower, or even more. Well, so in the case of Solana, even more. Big difference between 90% down and 95% down. It's another 2x down now. I have some link. Yeah, man, thanks for mentioning link. Maybe I should worry about it. No, I don't know.
Thanks.
Wait a second. What happened these last years on link? Oh, it reached golden bucket of its bear market. But yeah, sell link, buy Bitcoin. Bah. Maybe at $20, yeah, maybe. I think I did it a bit already, if I remember right. Well, we had the daily. At least today has a wick. It's a bit of bullish candlestick formation there, but well. Yeah, that's a bullish daily candle, huh? Big wick to the downside, body at the top, small wick to the up. What's it called? Lazy mode, screenshot, AI. What's this called? I'm not thinking. Let's see if he's right.
It's called the hammers, you see.
I know, but I want to check.
You want to see if the AI actually knows.
What's it called? Oh, wait a second. What he said? I never heard of this. A bullish Maribozu. What? Japanese stuff.
Maribozu? A
Yeah, it's
Maribozu
hallucinating.
doesn't have a Maribozu doesn't have any wicks on the top or the bottom. It's just like one full candle. It's like a bullish Maribozu. It's just one full bodied candle. Like
Right.
that's green and it has no wicks on either side.
I asked it, are you sure he's another pick? And he's like, nah, I'm sticking with my call. This one is a bearish Maribozu. Haha, should I trust you or should I trust AI?
Well, the AI is clearly retarded, so.
Yeah, it's not there yet, right? Getting close, but. It's because in my screenshot, you can see a little bit red on the next candle, so I guess I'm the one at fault here. My screenshot isn't perfect. Alright, you only have the candle, nothing else. So yeah, daily level is like 92.2. Well, we'll see if we trade below that or not. I guess we're gonna know pretty soon since we're breaking the angular trend. And it's gonna line up with the bull flag Dbloc Joe, right? 92.2, more there. And if that holds, we could get back up again, I guess. Or maybe price won't care and we'll continue sideways. A bit downward sideways.
Technically, that's a blue stopping volume candle on the daily.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Now we just need this candle to turn, this daily candle to be green. We should have, you know, more of a clear indication that there could be a reversal here.
I always confuse these terms. It says Dragonfly Doji, not Hammer. What was the difference between the two?
Well, a doji has like a really thin body. I mean, I would say this is kind of like a hammer doji, because it does. I realize it does have a wick on the top of it, but really kind of more or less just a hammer. But like a dragonfly doji has like a really very thin body. Like it has almost no body at all. But it's up towards the top of the candlestick. A long wick on bottom, short wick on top. Very thin candle body, like closer towards the top.
It says Dragonfly Doji Final Washout.
Final washout.
I mean, we've seen plenty.
There we go, all in.
No. I'm gonna ask it the success rate of a of a Dragonfly Doji at reversing trends, because it's probably pretty low. It's not like 80%. Yeah. It's I mean, might be more than 50 though. Reversing a 6-week long trend. It's funny because it goes straight to Bukowski as soon as you ask probabilities on patterns and stuff like that. Man, if that guy got some percentages wrong, someone needs to reassess his percentages and upload a new version. For retail, at least. Retail version, yeah, for me. Around 50 to 55%. All right, cool. But it's better than 0%, I guess. But basically a coin flip. Well, a bit better than a coin flip. Bukowski ranks the Dragonfly Doji 98 out of 103. 98 out of 103 candlestick patterns for performance. It's one of the worst single candlestick reversal signals you can get. Yeah, I don't know why they like to put, Price likes to put green reversal candles and then just bearish engulf it the next day, but yeah, it tends to like to do that. And then revert up. This is a first sign, right? It's a good sign of an incoming reversal. But it's all it is, yeah. It's a sign of an incoming reversal. In crypto, this pattern actually works better than in stocks because of higher volatility and stronger mean reversion at extremes. Yeah, we went a bit too low, right? Like, this seems a bit exaggerated move down. We went further down from the EMA than we went up above it. So yeah, it seems exaggerated a bit. Like on the daily, Bitcoin is sitting. Wait, that's SPY. Where's Bitcoin? On the daily, we have our 200 at 110. So we are currently 20% lower than the daily 200 average. That's not green blocks. That's like flashy green ultralight boxes. Yeah. And when we were expanded, like the furthest away we got during the sub move was 25% up. Oh, okay, so no, we didn't go further down from the MA than we went up above it yet. Yeah. But still, yeah, 20% below the average is pretty extreme. Oh, but that was quick. It's been 10 minutes.
The Bulls. I'm all in. Let's go. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. All right, they're not that big. Little buys coming in. Little buys coming in. Let's go. Where my Bulls at? Big buys. Big buys. Watch out. Oh yeah. Had to call my homies from, Romania, those vampires. They've been sitting that bay. What's up? Anyone here thinking we can hit 95K tonight?
Easy money.
That's what I'm saying.
I was thinking 100K.
Nah,
What, tonight?
Nah, 100K. I just got back from watching a movie. How y'all doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Slowly picking up the pace a little bit.
The 100X is on the bottom, stacking up, bro.
Yo, let them eat, bro. Let them eat.
I don't like it.
Nah, they gotta eat. They gotta eat.
Looks like they got a revenge trade.
Thinking the Bulls are going to take back control right now. They're going to show the Bears who's boss. Back to bear jerky, barbecues, all that good stuff. Just for, November, beginning of December. I mean, we stepped into November terrible, which is good right now. That gives us a more bullish thesis, in my opinion. October, everyone thought we were going October. I had a feeling that the timeline was way too bullish. And then, it was painful, but then everyone stepped into November like, yeah, this is it. We're going in November. Let's go. We got a little bit of green at the beginning and then wipe out. So everyone got rinsed there too. And I think that's even healthier for the long-term bulls, especially spot traders. A lot of leverage traders got rinsed, but people that are DCAing right now, I don't think they lost hope, especially the big players. You can look at some of these wallets. They're still accumulating. They're not shook.
I told you, bro. I figured they were trying to break the unbreakable from the start. This is definitely looking promising, though, for sure. They just wanted a cheaper price, Took advantage of the government being shut down.
And what's crazy, when you think about it, a lot of institutions, they don't even trade they don't look at the price. They don't even have a stop loss set. They're just like, yo, we need this amount of Bitcoin. And there needs to be another meeting for them to make any changes besides that. Like once they have that on their agenda and they're like, all right, we need to acquire 20,000 Bitcoin by the year 2029 or whatever their goal is. Until, something changes, that's all they're doing. And, whenever they get allocated money for that, whoever's in charge of that, whatever division of the company, that guy's just, it's not his money. So he's buying tops. He's buying. Whenever he's probably going to try to DCA as good as he can, but he can't compared to people that were getting in last year. And he knows that. He's like, Bitcoin's at 100, Bitcoin's at 90. I don't care. I'm buying. I'm exposing my company. And these companies, they're not selling. They're just buying. They're DCAing. And you can look at all of them. I mean, look at Tesla. They're not selling. They sold a little bit. He said he stress tested the market, but he held on to the rest of it. And these institutions are just buying. Yeah, then you look at BlackRock, they play ping pong, they do some buying, they do some selling. They like to fake out the markets a little bit. So, a lot of people like to trade against them, so they got to do some funny stuff too. But in the macro and everything, like, it's just obviously going to be bullish these next 2 years, I think. We might not get rockets like, outer space, but I think we're going to get a nice push these next 2 years. And by like 2027, by the end of 2027, we're going to be looking back like, holy shit, how did we get up here?
What's your prediction for Doge? Or is that going to be in 2 years? You think we'll break $1?
Baby. Doge to $1. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely Doge to dollar, Moonboy,
Wavy goes, it's time if you survive. What up, Wavy?
Yeah, a lot of people haven't survived, man. RIP to the people that got slaughtered and that haven't made it back. But some of them, they turn into zombies and they slowly come back and they regain the life support and slowly build up their buying power and they come back swinging.
Nah, bro, 1010 was insane. Like, I keep thinking
Yeah.
back to it. You know, like if it wasn't truthfully, if it wasn't for you guys here in this channel and like just hearing people's stories and changing my conviction about leverage, I promise you, end of the summer, like end of August, I remember I was on vacation and I was thinking to myself, this is it. This is it. I should just take out all my spot, you know, 2x it, like just little baby leverage, maybe 1.5, 2, maybe 3, you know, and just try to make as much money back as possible. I considered it heavily, and I'm like, nah, let's just accumulate. That's
Yeah,
it.
man. Like even a
Bro, I would have
two,
been
three
wiped.
X
I would have been wiped.
on an alt.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, some of these alts, it's like, maybe on
mhm.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, 2, 3X, if you do a nice entry, nice exits and stuff, you're good. But like so on some of these alts, 2, 3X is even sketch.
Yeah, bro. But what we saw 1010 was, yeah, like, nah, I'm convinced. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not working hard for a year, you know, and stacking and accumulating and nah.
Oh yeah, I still have PTSD right now from 1010. I think like for life, every time I hear that like October 10th or like the number 10, I'm just gonna kind of get shook a little bit.
Yeah, everyone's hurt. But the thing is, like during the moment, like I was good, you know, like I was fine. Just because I was in spot, I guess maybe obviously if I was in leverage, I would have been shitting my pants. But like it's part of the game. You just got to play the game.
Yeah, I could technically say I'm fine because I'm still swinging, but compared to where I was 1010, right now I'm working my way out of an underwater position because I was in WLFI during that, and they dipped before everyone dipped, and then they dipped again. So it was like a double dip scenario that I was
I
like,
know,
oh, well,
bro.
let me catch this. Let me just buy a little bit more. And then it dipped again. I was like, hey, let me try one more time. And after that, I was like, dude, let me just reposition into something.
Nah, I feel you, bro. I think we're all literally in the same boat as you for the most part. I took some profits, but not as much as I should have. I should have listened to Dbloc. I didn't listen. I burnt my hand on the
For sure.
stove.
Put your hand on the snooze button. But even if my portfolio is down in dollar value, I got more crypto right now. So that's kind of my goal. So I try not to think in fiat terms. Like right now, all right, if I did have to liquidate everything and I had like an emergency and I was like, oh man, I got to use some of this money, I would not be happy. But sitting here right now, knowing like everything's going, knock on wood, fine, like outside of the crypto world for me, I have more crypto than I did before 1010. So my goal, like as a crypto investor, is to get as many cryptos as I can that I believe in. So ultimately, I should pat myself on the back, be like, "Yo, I got more crypto than I did before 1010." But right now, if I sold my portfolio, it's gonna be lower in buying power than it was at 1010.
Nah, for sure, bro. I'm in the same boat too with the accumulation. Like, it's crazy because I have, I could say I doubled, right? And since 10 cents and now accumulating than I did in like a 6 to 7 month span.
Oh yeah, that's like
You
a
know,
blessing in disguise. If we, somewhat recover, or even kind of like just slowly get a little alt season, that would be a blessing for so many people right now that have been accumulating. Might not happen, but if it does happen, I think there's so many people prepared right now that just didn't get shook out of 1010 and just bought the dip, held on to what they had, and were like, yo, let me just scoop up some more.
yeah, bullish all the way, baby. Let's go.
The bulls. I also think it's kind of time to start looking at, I'm not saying to get into any positions, but there's going to be some cookers popping out. You know, if Bitcoin's not able to, even if it does get back over 100K, but if it doesn't make any big power moves, I think we're going to see some low cap cookers that become mid caps that just pop out of nowhere.
That's what I'm banking on, to be quite honest with you.
You know, things that are like 10 million turning into 100 million, 250 million, even half a billion out of nowhere. You know, I think there's going to be some on Binance Smart Chain, a few on Solana, a few on Ethereum, probably maybe one or two on Avalanche. I don't know.
Yo, one thing I've noticed is that like spot prices are cheaper than leverage prices right now. What does that usually mean? I don't know what that usually means. There's something that indicates that, right?
I know they use two different order books, you know, on spot and leverage. It's it's not on the same tape, I guess. But even different exchanges that are both spot, they got different prices, you know. All depends what order's on the book and when they get filled.
I know that, but like usually after like what we just had, like this bleed off, it usually indicates something. But I can't tell you if it's like bearish or
I mean,
bullish still. But it's
I would
across
think
the
it would
board.
be bullish if it's like higher on perps right now than on spot. I think that would be bullish because some of that tension probably going to release into spot. You know, if there's extra surplus, they're like, you know, comparing it to spot, and spot's the foundation of everything. So I think that's bullish. You know, once you get released from perps into spot, because of course, you know, all these platforms they got to buy on the market to get their trades to be able to provide leverage trading, right? So I think we good to go. I'll be right back.
These 100Xs keep stacking down there, though, man. We're gonna sweep again.
Got some stacking up top two. Let me see on this heat map.
There's nothing up there, bro, compared to the bottom. I don't know. I'm looking at these chart. At least in, you know, like close by.
Here, check out my screen real quick.
Nah, hold up. Nah, I got you.
So we're closer to getting these licks up at 97 and 98 than we are to this big chunk we got at 82, 80.
Yeah, the 8280 is crazy.
But check out, you see how, you know, like right around 97,500?
So what are those yellows? Is that like 50x, 25x?
On the way they have this set up,
Probably, right?
yeah, I think those are the smaller ones, and the darker colors are the higher ones.
Yeah, we wrecked some shorts today for sure. Let's see. Let's see how tomorrow plays out.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, just even, you know, maybe if, you know, just the distance to get to this chunk right here is a lot farther than to grab these real quick, you know. And I'm
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
once we grab these, then there's going to be a higher buildup over here. And some of these, you know, these disappear sometimes. People just close their positions too. So just because it's here now doesn't mean it's all going to be chunky later, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either scenario. You got to be ready for even 79K right now, you know. Even sitting at 92, it's like you got to have your guard up for one of those sweeps because Bitcoin loves doing crazy shit like that.
Yo. What's the word, gang?
What up? What up?
Chilling. Getting back to the lab. They're gonna slow play this shit, huh? Come on. As happy as I am with this trade, I'm not trying to overnight it. Guys, tomorrow is gonna be crazy. So much is hanging on these Nvidia earnings. Be careful. Careful being over leveraged, especially.
You know, without 1010, the money exiting the AI bubble could have come to crypto, right?
What's going on, Brandy? Yeah, possibly. I guess we'll never know.
No, but I think like it now that it's decorrelated, having bad Nvidia earnings should, in theory, affect Nvidia more than Bitcoin, no?
Well, it'll affect it more than Bitcoin no matter what. But it's a sentiment thing. Nvidia earnings good. People think bull market's still back on. Let's push risk assets and make some money. Nvidia bad. People will take as yet another sign that the top is in. I don't mean just Bitcoin. Because, you know, they're having the same conversation over there on Legacy, right? It's just a clearer case, even though it's not completely clear here, but a bit of a clearer case in crypto than Legacy. But they've been having that as the top end conversation for the last two tops already.
How can it be good news with the price of that stock being so high?
It's crazy. I know. But we still are, the closest correlation we have is to tech out of everything. So good news for tech. And give people some.
It's negative on mid time frames currently, the correlation, so we are a bit invertly correlated. But I'd like to think, you know, that midterm, having the AI bubble start to burst could bring inflows to crypto. Because right now you're gonna see Bitcoin at 90K and what, Nvidia at 180. Right?
Well, that was our argument from 2 years ago, right? If Legacy was to top out first, or in this case, right, Bitcoin tops out and gives a good dip, and then Legacy tops out. Would the money just flow, right, to the lowest point, basically? Liquidity will try to find an equilibrium.
Short term, it'll be bearish, of course. You know, bad earnings, S&P down. It will probably bring crypto down too. But
I'm only worried about how things affect price.
Bit, right?
I'm only worried about how things affect price for the next week. I don't care if it's the most bullish thing we've ever heard 2 weeks from now. If it's bad, if it's going to be taken as bad news, then it's one thing that's going to keep us getting above that 50. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter, but it means decisions have to be made for me.
Well, fundamentally, it's a good thing if AI cools off for crypto, in my opinion, because it's been sucking all the money. You know, so
cool off for what though? Like, how much can it really keep going? I'd say push it till it pops. I say push all this shit till it pops. Push, push, push until the leverage gets so out of control, margin gets so out of whack, derivatives are running crazy, and everything just pops. And then we do it again, right? That's what we want at the end of the day. We just don't like to say it when we're in long positions. Run it, man. Run it till the wheels fall off.
Well, right now it seems like crypto topped first. What's
I'm
the price
interested
to
in
earn ratio
seeing
on
something.
Nvidia now?
Remember how I always say that utility will top out 3 months before Bitcoin tops out? Let's assume that Bitcoin already topped. I wonder if XRP topped out at the 3-month point like it did last time. So this was XRP's top. Remember I always said if you're holding alts, depending on if it's an alt or if it's speculative, 84 days, 3 months. 3 months. That'll be the second bull market in a row that XRP tops out 3 months before Bitcoin. I only say that to say it might be a good idea to pay attention to when XRP tops out during the next bull market. Might give us an early warning sign. I only use XRP because it's the largest quote unquote utility coin. You get what I mean? But if you slap any utility on here, it probably found its top around the same time. Thing is, we never had the speculative run.
Summer, right?
Let me see, what else would we throw on there? XLM is obviously going to be similar. ADA, I guess, would be considered utility.
Really? Oh.
I know. Like
Maybe
2
ETH too,
months
then.
before. Yeah, but ETH is different because ETH is always expected to run. Is always expected to run after. BNB would be a utility coin, but BNB is gonna outperform here. Yeah, look at how much further forward it topped. It actually topped out on the same day that Bitcoin did for the most part. Even if we push this forward and put in another high, this is pretty close to what you would expect to see. My bad, I had a satisfy.
So you need 97 years to get your money back buying Nvidia currently. Wow. Yeah, just with dividends. You need 97 years.
Yeah. They're gonna stock split, you know that, right? Eventually. Like, it's inevitable. I think.
Yeah, well, it doesn't change the fact that you need 100 years to get your money back with the money
Yeah.
they generate through their business. So, earnings can be good, bad,
Hey, look,
or
people have to start thinking
financially.
generationally, okay? Like the whole thing
Yeah,
of
right.
investing in this generation and actually getting back your returns this generation, that's a thing of the past, guys. You invest now, your kids get it. Just like that 50-year mortgage that your kids are going to have to pay for after you die. 50-year mortgage. That shit still sounds so insane to me.
15, 20 years to get your money back seems okay, but 100? I mean, so, earnings could be good, bad. Of course, this people speculating are gonna be, but like if you do the math, it doesn't matter. They can make twice more money. They could make twice less money. It's not about the money they make anyway. There's no link.
Yeah. Nebula, I personally don't think we've topped out, no. I personally don't think we've topped out, and technically none of my none of the metrics that I watch have hit. Is it possible that we have? Yeah. We'll know by this week. Right. This is my checklist. And only 2 of these have officially triggered. Right. It's bearish enough to where we already de-risked on the 9th and the 31st, but I don't stop looking for bullish continuation until all of these have filled. And I'm willing to concede on number 8. I'm willing to concede on the CBBI never going over 90. But so far, we've gotten the break of the bull market support band, right? That's already set. 4-year cycle by timing, that's already set. And we need one more weekly candle to determine 5 of the others. What indicator is what stated? The 2-week is the Ichimoku. The Ichimoku baseline on the 2-week is what we're trying to hold. Right? That's another metric that'll tell me that the bear market is starting. And some people would be like, well, technically the bear market started up. Yeah, obviously. Right? Which is why we de-risk at these tops. Because this looks a lot like this, looks a lot like this, looks a lot like this. Right? And it's not until this happens that it's not just another recovery. That's how you avoid getting faked out and getting wrecked, having to buy higher. Yeah, it's the Ichimoku support line on the 2 hour. On the 2-week. If you go to the weekly too, we've just bounced off of the cloud, which is also something. But the more important signal is the 2-week.
I really wouldn't bet my money on this, but don't you think these BlackRock and all could fake up, have us, take the opportunity of having people expecting the bear market to play with that a little bit?
If I'm right and this plays out the way I think, that's exactly what's happening in my opinion. The problem is they have to be
for them to accumulate.
Well, it hasn't been 1 week though. It's been since they've been doing it since the beginning of October. But my point is that if they're smart enough to know, I'm not smarter than them. I don't have access to shit they don't. They're smart enough to understand that if some of those metrics break, they lose. It becomes irreversible at some point. Who knows? Maybe they didn't learn their lesson. They tried it once, remember, when they pushed us past all-time high before we were supposed to? And then we got smacked down and held all the way down to 49 to pay for the sins.
Which is something that had to happen anyway, right? Retesting that.
Yeah, because we never had that. We never had the secondary scare.
Yeah.
It's a
We
liquidity
did at
thing, right? Like
20K.
you can push it as much as you can, but the market maker is not gonna leave all that. They're just not gonna leave it behind. So the retracement's gonna be there. They're gonna make what they would have made anyways. The most you could do is push it up a little higher, like they did. But the function of the secondary scare is to wipe out the leverage bulls before you make the true, the true impulse up.
Yeah. Which is kind of what's been happening here too. Right?
Very similar to what happened on the 10th, except all at once.
Oh, it was all at once when Bitcoin dipped to 48K, you had upward dominance. A lot of alts broke macro supports. We ended up putting new bear market bottoms on a lot of coins, while Bitcoin was still at 48K. Like it was nowhere near close to 30K yet. Altcoins were putting lower lows than at 30K and all. Yeah, it wasn't as impressive because we hadn't managed to climb as much, I guess. And no contracts depegged. Yeah, it wasn't the same stuff, but a lot of coins made lower lows that day.
Yeah.
And the wicks we saw on 1010 managed to hold around those same levels, but I was looking at Link with Jacket earlier, and it wicked to its accumulation range of the bear market, so that $9 area between 5 and 9. On 1010.
You know what kind of saved a lot of these coins too, and I don't even want to say saved because it's not over, but the same thing that people complain about, not being able to put longs in on the wicks, not being able to act until it was already too late, kept there from being a massive order block down there. You know what I mean? Because nobody could do anything. So yeah, it revisited the wicks, but it didn't sweep most of the wicks or go way lower because there was no leverage down there to sweep. Right? People weren't able to ape in.
Yeah. Also, it gave it a better recovery because if people couldn't buy low, they had less to dump at the high. So, 1010 was a good recovery. Man. We went up quite a lot after that dip. The problem is what happened afterwards. Like, it triggered.
You guys can remember one thing. Remember this: first they'll make the risk taker suffer, and then they'll make first they'll punish those who are willing to take risk, margin, leverage, super small micro cap shit, and then they will punish conviction. And that's sort of what we saw, right? 1010 punished risk takers, and everything that's happened since then has punished anybody who has conviction. You have conviction and you didn't cover yourself and you're just like riding on your conviction, you've felt it, right? And then when both those groups are broken, that's when things tend to happen. If it wasn't for the timing, I would be so much more sure. Like if it wasn't for the timing, I'd be like,
yeah,
don't trip, buy the dip. What are we even talking about right now? But because of the 4-year cycle being checked off as timing wise, you have to respect it, right? You got to respect any bearishness that you see from this point forward, whether you believe that it's the extended cycle or not. Even if we get an extended cycle, we don't know how long it's going to be extended for. So it's not the type of pump where you're just going to be letting pumps retrace and not taking profit, right? We're going to respect every downturn.
It could be April, the answer. I don't know why. It seems to be more probable than any other month.
Yeah, that was pitiful, Neve. Like, they might as well have just done a solid double top. $80 blow off top for Ethereum is insane.
Perfect ABC with the higher high, very small invalidation. Oh.
It went from the most hated rally to the most hated rally. It went from the most hated rally for bulls to the most hated rally for bears to the most hated rally for bulls again. I'll tell you what, though. Laughing at all the ETH FUD at 13 and making those buys and that like justification, you know what I mean? When it went back to all-time high, that felt good. I'm not gonna lie, even if that's all we get, because those were not easy. Well, they weren't easy buys because of just how against the grain it was, but that sort of made it easy buy. Makes me more sad about ETH not getting a 6-7 is that means that beautiful butterfly harmonic doesn't play out. Part of me just wanted to see that thing play out perfectly. I'd come such a long way. Almost an entire cycle of building, too, actually, because it spilled over to the last.
There's only a double bottom at 800 that can fight the strength of the double top at 5k, right? Symmetry-wise. Do you think ETH could go lower? Well, this failure to go above all-time highs, would it make your bear market bottom targets lower or higher on ETH then?
I don't know, man. I don't think ETH might be a little bit different, right? Because ETH actually has some institutional demand now for the fund, for the ETF. But for most of these alts, their dropping isn't as much a byproduct of anything they do. It's more them losing their value against Bitcoin and Bitcoin dropping. Right. Obviously, the projects that are shit go away because nobody cares and those get wiped out. But for everybody else, like, they stay at a relative value to Bitcoin. Right. Problem is, if Bitcoin drops to, if Bitcoin drops down to shit, then your alt is. It's almost like they're valued as part of the Bitcoin network, even though they're not.
It's exactly like when you buy stock today. You don't know it, but you're buying Nvidia too. You know, out of $100, $5 goes into Nvidia. You can spend it anywhere. It doesn't matter. It ends up there. You buy an index. You buy a 401k fund. In France, if I buy my company's fund,
Yo, Nvidia has
$100, 5 of it ends up in AI. So
Nvidia has 2,600 funds listed, meaning that are recurring buyers. But on the legacy side, you can see how many funds are signed. Like, that type of constant buy pressure is crazy.
If you buy a world index ETF right now, they represent really a big part of that in all the indexes. It's really the definition of a bubble. Having a few companies represent a huge percentage of the world economy.
Yeah, technically. Except it is deflationary. I mean, there's mechanisms. The problem is that ETH hasn't gotten hot enough. I think ETH went deflationary twice during this run. It's meant to stay that way the entire bull market. But it kind of needs to be, in my opinion. What you're talking about when you talk about ETH, to put it simply, is like Think of it as this is not my words, Wall Street's words. Think of it as the world's record keeper, right? Like every business has a record keeper, right? That you pay or you whatever. Eventually, this is going to be substructure that's built for every company to access. So you don't want to be limited by supply. It matters to us because we're investors, right? And we like to do the math and be like, well, how much potential is there in here? But the adoption, though, how early ETH is, in my opinion, on the adoption curve, means that its ceiling is way higher than it is right now.
How can ETH be deflationary while giving up 4, 5, 6, 10% APY sometimes?
They've got some, I don't know, they've got some funny math over there. Something about, it's when transactions get to a certain point. I don't want to butcher it, and I don't remember it because it was from a while ago. This was like last year that they did it. But if you look into it, there's a mechanism that kicks in once transactions get to a certain point.
Oh, I don't think that's possible.
We'll talk to Vitalik about it.
There's going to be a minting mechanism too, right? So maybe right now it's deflationary, but overall,
Well,
on
it's
average,
mine.
it has to be
Yeah,
a bit
yeah,
inflationary.
Dbloc, you don't need to be married. You got Zeusy there to keep you in line.
You see it keep you on your toes.
He'll keep you in check.
Oh,
You can only talk to
exactly
Zeusy if you
works
really. You can only talk to Zeusy if you've got the highest conviction in the shit you're talking about. Which is good though, because it'll expose when you don't have. Is that a bad thing? It's
no,
just
I'm just saying, like, it makes
you are.
sense. If gives you APY, how can it be deflationary? And on top of that, give you more coins every year. Like, someone has to explain to me how that works. I get it, transaction fees might
That's
be
why I
given
said you got to
to
talk to
APY,
Vitalik because I'm not read up on it right now.
Proof of work was better for growth. ETH has good dividends.
It's not a tolerance thing, open road. I don't mind going back and forth with anybody as long as they can back up their opinion, right? It's when people come in with feelings or something and then want to stand by them and tell you that you're wrong because they feel this or that. And me and Zeus have been doing this for years now.
So the price to earn ratio is like 10 years on ETH. That's really good. It's better than NVIDIA, right? It's not 100 years. Because if you get 7% APY staking your ETH right now, which you don't, it's more like 3%, 4%. No, I don't know, it depends. But if you get 7% APY on ETH, it means that in 10 years, you'll get your ETH back. On top of the ETH you staked, right? You'll double your ETH in 10 years with 7% APY.
Yeah.
So if I buy one ETH, I leave it there for 10 years. In 10 years, I have 2 ETH.
So why is ETH API so bad compared to like even something like Solana? Solana gives you almost 5%.
It's not bad. We're talking about ETH here. You don't want something giving you too much APY. It's
Yeah,
show up
it's not
price,
safe, not sustainable. Big money is scared away from it. You would think it's the opposite. There's a number, and it's usually right around what the 10-year, the 20-year is. That if you go above it, it's sketchy. Not only that, but the government doesn't like it when you offer more. Yeah, the government doesn't like it when you're in competition with the bonds market. So you want to stay around 6, 7.
In housing, some people say that like it's 7 years to get the investment of building the house and to get your money back, but
And then you got a whole nother 7 years to enjoy it before the housing bubble pops again.
But that's if you construct yourself, if you're like a house builder company or something like that.
Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Or commercial real estate, stuff like that. They try to get their money back in 7 years. I guess Solana can give higher APY because of the inflows of new people being high enough. Well, I don't know how Solana does it. They do airdrops and then they do good marketing around those airdrops. People buy them, so it brings value to the system, to the whole ecosystem, so they can give out good APY. Bybit has that too. BB Soul. It's Soul. It's a product around Solana that incorporates its rewards. Like you don't need to bother getting the airdrop and dumping it yourself. They do it for you. Something like that. Well, it's stake Solana. And when you stake a coin, you guarantee you're not gonna sell it. So that has value. Right? It's like lending it.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
Yeah, by staking, you're removing liquidity from the market, right? There's less available of that coin to trade, to exchange. You're guaranteeing you're not going to sell it, and that kind of pumps price, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why it's incentivized. When it's good, the yield comes from the accrued profit of the held coins by the company that's giving you the staking, that's paying you to keep it off chain so that it does move, but it doesn't usually work like that. A lot of it comes from the last guy's stake. You stake your coins, they tell you you can't take it out for 30 days. The next guy that's about to get paid gets a little bit of that. Then it gets filled back in. Then when you say, hey, I want to take out, they've got 30 days to make sure you're whole. And then they give you your shit back. But I like on-chain staking better. Stay away from these third-party staking.
It went to 0 last time. I remember, was it wrapped ETH, wrapped, we had wrapped everything. Wrapped Doge, wrapped, they all, they depegged and they went to 0, right? What is the name of that company? God, but
I was getting close to
Good.
400 APY per day on BNB, and I blew it up. 400. You got that right. If I had one BNB, I woke up with 5 BNB. And then I would wake up with 20 BNB. Agreed,
What?
bro.
It's yearly 400%, daily
No,
400%?
it was
Wow.
insane. It was one of these node projects. So in the beginning, you'd get 5%. And then every day that went up, it would double. Like 5%, 10%, 20%. And if you didn't take out what you gained, then you could keep doubling. So it was a way for them to keep you in, right? And then greed kicked in. And then you would let it, you know. I was getting 100%. I made one BNB in one day. I said, wait, hold up. Let's see what 200% feels like. Boom. Then 400%. And then the whole thing blew up. I remember the next one was about to be 800%. The next flip. And that was my last one. You know how they always tell, okay, just one more. Just one more double up.
Of fun with nodes.
If we would have been a little bit smarter, or not as bored, I should say, yeah, we could have got out of there with a lot of money. Thing is, I made a bunch of money in nodes, and then I ended up feeding it all to the BNB node because it was paying so well. That's how it happens, right? You make money on a couple of memes, and then you end up feeding it to the last meme that gets you. Or you make money on a couple leverage trades, and then you feed it to the last liquidation that gets you.
That was while Bitcoin was going down, no? If I remember right. Like, you guys were...
Yeah, this was definite bear market activities.
Yeah, you were bored a bit. Trading fake NVIDIA and fake nodes.
Yeah. Rajesh, it depends on what time frame, right? So I like to do my count on the 15-minute. Right. For me, honestly, we'd be on our rise 2. Right. So we have our W. Then your rise 1 gets above your 50. Right. So let me hold on. That'd be the W. And your rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace. So we'd be looking for our rise 3, and then we'd be looking for some sort of topping structure or a continuation. I could see somebody, maybe if they were on a higher time frame, saying that this was our W and this was rise 1. But I don't like that. Like I said, I like taking my count on the 15-minute. And on the 15-minute, there's a clear W right there. Yeah, if you're looking on a higher time frame, it's going to be hard to do the count. Now, you could have a different count on the hourly, right? On the hourly, you are on a... I'll show you. So if we go to the hourly, right, you're not even on a... Like, you're just putting in your W. Right? Or maybe at the most, someone could say, this was your W and this is your rise 1 retrace. So sometimes... Let's put it like this. Let's ignore that. Let's say that this is just the beginning of your W and you don't even have a rise 1 yet. Kind of put in your W. Sometimes the right side or the left side of a W on the 1 hour can be an entire rise 1, rise 2, rise 3 retrace on the 5-minute. Right, so you have that wave inside of waves inside of waves. That honestly is the best, right? And sometimes that'll let you know, like if we get to a rise 3 retrace on this, but we're only to a rise 2 on the hourly, then you can assume that instead of putting a topping structure, you're going to put in a continuation. If you really want to, follow the structure. At least you left with something, Ghost. This was during the Node Mageddon, bro. Everybody got wiped. There was some whale that was involved with all the node projects. It was probably like a market maker, bro. Honestly, it was probably like Wintermute or something. But I remember they took profit on the same day and literally just ran every node project into the ground on the same day. I remember the feeling, bro. I was like, well, you're an idiot. Like, as soon as it happens, you think of every rational reason why it was the dumbest thing you ever did, right? But while you're doing it, it's like, this will last forever. What do you mean? Infinite money glitch. What it felt like, though. The reason that I don't expect anybody and you can't feel bad for anybody that happens to is because we're just mad that we didn't take our profit and pull somebody underneath us sooner, right? Like, at the end of the day, it was dog eat dog in there. Bro, Phoenix went up the entire bear market and I didn't take it. I turned like what was probably like a $500 or $1,500 investment in Phoenix to almost like 6-7K. Here's my dumb ass. Imagine this is during a bear market. Imagine during a bull market. I can't even log into that shit anymore. That's the only one that actually stayed afloat. It was weird. And the crazy thing is that the price of Phoenix went down, but the amount of it that we got every day kept up with inflation. So you were still making money even though the price of the coin was going to shit. You figure that would have been a red flag, right? Yeah, we gotta try to stay a little bit more entertained during this bear market, bro. That's what happens during the bear market. You got all this money in your pocket. And you just get impatient, bro. That's just burning a hole in your dry powder bag. Oh shit, James. That's the worst when it doesn't just go to zero and disappear off of your wallet. Like when you just gotta bear witness to it every time you open up your hot wallet. It's like a badge of shame. How I feel every time I see my Nvidia tokens. Nvidia Metaverse. Hey guys, Nvidia just dropped a Metaverse token. Jeez. Bro, that morning was crazy. Yo, I threw on my inspector hat. We jumped in the wallets. Bro, the wallets had outputs to every major Nvidia CEO, every major whale. Everybody was holding this thing. We took that hook, line, and sinker. No ones. Not yet. Confirmation comes on the next weekly candle.
In the end, not being able to sell is the same as having your coin down 99.99%, right?
Yeah.
It's like a rogue pool.
No, we were just reminiscing, bro. Stupid decisions. How about when we were looking at satellite maps of what was it, LA, to find all the busy gas stations so we could buy the properties on upland? Like, we're gonna buy up all the gas stations. That was the narrative that we were running with for a second. They're about to introduce cars. Everybody's gonna have cars on upland and they need to get gas. We're gonna buy up all the gas stations before the upgrade drops. We're so smart. Yeah, you had to. If you weren't next to, bro, it got to a point where people would judge the value of your lot on sand by how far it was from Snoop's house. Like, literally, the closer it was to Snoop's house, the higher it was in value. Like, if Snoop was gonna be chilling on upland, just waiting to like talk to you when you came over.
In the end, the metaverse, Meta renamed itself. Well, Facebook renamed itself into Meta to become the metaverse and all. But like, is it all cancelled? Like,
They swung too early. Nah, it's just no. If it takes AAA games 3 to 4 years to have like a game that's on par, what they're trying to do with metaverse is still 10 years out. All of these projects, in my opinion, if they're still working and if they're still around, I imagine they're still working. We'll eventually get there. I just think it's funny because, so imagine you're Zuckerberg, right? And you make this big move. You're like, I'm gonna get in front of this shit. I'm gonna get in front of the innovation. We're gonna call it Meta instead of Facebook. And then 6 months later, AI comes out. Damn it. We could have called it AI. Like, instead of calling it Meta, it could have been called AI something. What a dick. Nah, I know he's mad, bro. All the money they invested in those damn buying up Oculus, the renaming, like, he swung too soon.
but you know, speculative money creates the investment potential to actually do the stuff. And I remember playing some games in the metaverse that worked and all. Like, it's surprising that not even a single one of them stands out today. And we had that. No, it was called. What was the first real life simulation game? Like Sim Life or like? There's nothing new
Second
anyway. It's
Life.
like 20
Second
years old.
Life was the
Yeah,
first one I
Second
could
Life.
remember.
Yeah, Second Life. Yeah,
I made a
it's
lot of
like 20
money on
years old.
Second Life. Made a lot of money designing
Like,
lands and properties, props. Had gear.
that's
I
from
had
the
a
dot-com
store.
bubble, right? People thought about that like 20 years ago already. And then with money going into crypto, well, they figured let's do it in crypto, but I guess it didn't. Well, it doesn't bring anything that is crypto, right? People just want to pay a subscription and not bother trading inside the game, I guess.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being skeptical, doggy. If something's true, it can stand up to scrutiny. You know what I mean?
But you need to be, otherwise you don't think.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point where it could be debilitating, like, and you have to know what your skepticism is based off of. But sometimes it's just reactionary, right? It's defensive. Went through something and now you just don't trust life type of shit. But a healthy amount of skepticism is important. Like I said, if your thesis is true and solid, then it can stand up to it, right? You shouldn't be scared to question it because if you do find a hole, well, you want to know there's a hole in your logic, right? And if you don't, then your conviction just gets stronger. That's why I'll
We're
always
back at daily open.
I'll always like go back and forth with somebody who's making a good faith effort to understand. You know what I mean? Once it gets to the point where it's just like emotional and you're like, you know, the motivation for this conversation has moved like past understanding, then I'm good. I don't want anything to do with it.
Constructive skepticism.
Yeah. And then you'd have to be able to identify and acknowledge when a conversation's getting circular. You know what I mean? Like, okay, what would have to happen to invalidate your argument? Nothing. Okay, well then, you know, like no matter what happens, it's not going to be invalidated. So we're just going in circles. That was one of my New Year's resolutions. No more circular arguments. The amount of time wasted. I mean, like in real life, you know. You guys are just all AI.
That'd be a funny place when everybody thinks everybody else is AI.
I mean, there's going to be a premium for personality, right? Like everybody thinks like, oh, you know, maybe I'm not funny enough to make content, or you know, maybe there's something you want to do but you think you don't stand out. Like in the future, just being a damn human and being able to prove that you're a human will be enough to get you. Like, have you noticed how horrible it is on YouTube right now with all the AI content? Like anything that you look up, you've got to dig through like 5 or 6 like AI voiced, you know what I mean? Like no face videos that are just, I don't know. They call it AI slop, right? It's just a lot of slop, a lot of like low effort, and they're just flooding, right? They're just flooding YouTube with it. Basically free money.
In the future, you're gonna get a round of applause just by telling us how many of these pictures contain a sailboat.
I was just talking about I'm horrible at those capture games, bro. Like it might really be hard for me to prove I'm human in the future if they get any more we have to get more complex.
Yeah, like if it gets more complex because it needs to like be more like in order to figure out who's really human.
Yeah, I'm screwed.
Because AI is getting Yeah, I'm probably screwed too, because that shit takes me like 3 or 4 tries nowadays already. So I'm right there with you.
I haven't heard that, Hulk. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some like faceless content that's decent, right? But a lot of it is just bullshit. You know what's really bad? All of this 3-eye atlas shit. Good luck going on YouTube try to get info about this interstellar whatever it is out there. So much garbage, bro. It's all just AI made, thrown together. None of the pictures match what they're talking about. The crypto shit is funny because they'll start to say things like F broke an all-time high. I'm like, F? What the hell is F? And you're like, oh, ETH.
Bored.
Like they're reading, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, F.
Yeah.
You,
Like if you're following a DICA strategy, and I'm like, what the hell is a DICA strategy? And I look at the words and it's DCA. And you're like, okay, you're a bot. I just caught, and they catch you sometimes, bro. I caught myself the other day. I was like 30 minutes deep before I realized.
Nah.
Yeah. Nah, seriously.
It's
I was at least 30
have to
minutes
wait
deep.
for them to pronounce some shit the wrong way.
Yeah, yeah.
If there's nothing that like could, but
That's what it
until
was.
somebody pronounces it.
But remember, these
some
it's
shit
not
the
like you're
wrong
looking
way,
at
that's when
AI
you
video,
realize.
right? It's just chopped up content, like documentary style shit, right? AI videos I can see right away. Sora's got there's a weird halo around around Sora, around the people on Sora. You can spot it out. Like they stick out of the background too much. I don't know if I can how to explain it, but I'm pretty good at that. Although some of that shit looks really good. But if you can't see my face, then you can't make me do shit on AI. That's gonna be the new thing, bro. We gotta go back to masks, y'all. Unless you want somebody dropping all types of AI videos of you doing shit you're not supposed to be doing with people you're not supposed to be doing it with. Which is the new troll now. Like, kids have picked up quick on that shit. You go on Instagram right now, and it's just people dropping videos of the girl they hate making out with 8 guys at a party or something. You know what I mean? Like, they're not even looking to catch you doing real shit no more. They're just going to AI and making it themselves. And it's like, yeah, how many times can you say it's AI before that shit really starts to stick? You know? I said it before. We're going to end up in a war over a deepfake at one point or another. I mean, you could have a mouth hole, man. Y'all just don't like you guys didn't just, I don't mind masks as long as I can breathe. Masks are cool as shit. What? I would go straight shiesties. The AI music is good, bro. I don't blame you, Mac. The AI music is really good, and the music that's out right now is really shit. So that's a bad mix, bro. Like, that's a bad mix. My favorite shit is getting like my favorite artists to go back and do albums that I like, but I didn't like the person. You know, sometimes somebody drop an album, but you just can't stand them. Well, just slap whoever you do like in there and remake the whole album. AI Atlas, that shit is gonna stop. They're gonna send out little drone ships. The drone ships are gonna land. They're gonna buy all the Bitcoin and jump back in that shit and take off. And y'all gonna wish you bought the dip. Remember I said it. They came all the way over here just to make sure they grabbed their little chunk.
A dip? What? Where?
You can call this a dip?
But it was yesterday. We got a Dragonfly Doji that has 55% probability of being a low. Oh wait, it was worse than that. 35? I forgot.
If you're worried about quantum technology, you need to take all the money out of the bank. Bitcoin is the least of your issues. I don't know. I haven't looked at ETH. Let me see. ETH done. Let me take a look at Sol real quick. Sol ETH is pumping, so it's possible. Unlike the way that I need Sol BTC to break this. Excuse me. I need Sol BTC to break this resistance and hold. If not, it's gonna look like Sol is gonna try to get toppy here and roll back over. Let me go see. Yeah. Doesn't look amazing on the 4-hour. Does have a little bit to come down to come to that support at 2.9 though. 2.9284. I know nobody wants to hear about the breaking 3K though, but lower highs. Just barely missed that as a, let me go to lower. Like the recovery. Similar to Bitcoin, right? You're looking to see if you're going to catch that golden pocket for your W retracement. So if we look for confluence, then your 0.5 has confluence with your resistance there. Right? Old resistance. And then your golden pocket has confluence with support. So I'd assume as long as Bitcoin stays bullish and doesn't completely wipe liquidity, that ETH will hold at one of these two levels. Do have some liquidity stacked up underneath though, for sure. All right, let's see what we get on Bitcoin. Bulls did not hold that 200 EMA on the 5-minute, so that flag, right? That flag fell apart. I mean, we'll wait for the candle to close because we already deviated underneath, but this looks like they're going to sweep liquidity. The largest amount of it is right about where demand is at the golden pocket. Hold support. Excuse me. Let's see what our visible range is here. Pretty sure point of control is somewhere near 0.5. Yeah, right about 0.5 is where your point of control is. So if we look at this as our range, right, we came above value area high, couldn't hold, got accepted back into the range, retested bearishly. Now we're seeking out seeking out point of control. Just remember, point of control is roughly around the 0.5. I'm gonna take this shit off the chart. What we're looking for, if you're just coming in, is signs for level 2 entries, right? On this time frame. So BRW, looking for a left side, a right side. If we don't get increased volume going into golden pocket, then I'd be expecting them to just sweep liquidity. There's our volume. All right, Biddy, what you got? New York needs to get their act together, bro. I'll be honest with you. This shit is getting, like, I love my city, but it gets to a point.
We say that because they tend to sell on Monday.
Keep selling off, bro. Like, where are the cojones?
Maybe it's to fund the city cleanliness.
This was this Monday's sell-off. Great. We have 2 Mondays left until the end of QT. I don't want to hear any sort of liquidity suck excuses past that point. We need to start seeing some of these stables deployed too, man. So we officially had our first close above that green line. Right, that green line is the basically the as full as the wallets have gotten, right? Every time it's come up, it's wicked up to this line. Which is what we expected. But we are popping over. There's no other way to look at it. Again, another weekly close that's going to be important, right? I want to see this red for the week. Honestly, I'll go even further. This candle going red for the week is what gives us our pop over 100. So this needs to go red for the week.
It's funny how all these indicators line up at the same time in the end, right? We're looking at the same stuff.
Yeah.
Has a different names, but it's just we're looking at price going down, activating indicators.
You know, when bear markets hit, you know, it's usually at a confluence of a bunch of different things, because what you're talking about is groups of traders all taking themselves off of the table, right? All deciding that this dip is a little different than the last dip and the one before that. And the more of those indicators you have lining up, then you can just imagine the group of people who live and die by that specific thing. You can just see them exiting, you know? But that's how things top. Except
main
one
thing
part.
is the cycle and the timing.
The one part that has always happened, even when we double topped, was the bears get screwed before it goes. Like, think of it being at the bottom. You know, when we get to the bottom and then we have that one quick flush, whether it's FTX or whatever they want to call it, but that one quick flush that takes out, you know, everybody that got in too early type shit. These guys.
But we did a bit that with that very tiny new all-time high, no?
We looked at the percentages of dead cat bounces and recoveries from liquidity sweeps just to sort of cover both. And I think it was 26% for dead cat bounces was the average. That would take us somewhere around 115, right? That we wouldn't even break 120 with that. That would be a 115 retracement, and then it rolls over. And then the recovery from liquidity, I think the average was like 70% or something.
The problem with these micro indications, it doesn't mean Bitcoin isn't going to go up to 115.
Yeah.
It just means sell it.
Just having a grasp on the past to know what to expect in the future, or how to know that the future is different. Like, it's hard to know things have changed if you don't know what they're supposed to be like. And if you can't tell when things are changing quickly, then it's hard for you to pivot. It's the same with patterns, right? Like this pattern, the bull flag didn't break out. Okay, well, that says something, right? That says something to traders that were looking at it. That says something to anybody who's a range trader. That means something, and there's going to be a reaction behind it. A reaction that you wouldn't notice or expect if you weren't looking at it, right?
This lower high reached golden pocket of the down move.
Yeah, I was looking to see if it had from here though,
pretty
right?
Precisely. Yeah. But it's pretty precise. So, people are selling the golden retrace upward here on the small time frames. So if the bottom is in, then your golden is pretty high. It's at 110, yeah. Which would put you back above the weekly.
Yeah, all we need is 100.
Yeah, but we have to fail the timing, right?
Timing is the big thing. Timing is definitely the big thing. This will take us down into that golden pocket just off of that pattern.
Now, if you want your golden pocket to be below the weekly, to be just a bearish retest of it, then you can try to guess how low Bitcoin is going to go. Huh? And, well, it's not pretty. I find it interesting, though, that it lines up with 75. Probably not a surprise. So right now, whether Bitcoin continues to dump or not, I think waiting for a weekly 50 MA retest to dump my bag is like the only hope or solution I have. Well, less bad. Of course, I can scalp swing a bit lower time frames, trying to compound some dollars.
Well, for me, it's not even a problem until like 96. Right, when we got into this W pattern last night, and I said, look, all of our market maker motivations are above us. Right, the 200 EMA, the daily open was right here, the 800 EMA, which we hit now, which we're struggling with now. Right, the arrow's here, but it's the 800 EMA that we're looking at, and then the psychological high and low. Once we get up here and all of the motivations are to the downside, depending on how much liquidity there is, that's when I start to worry. Right, because if we got to run it forward, so tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Let's say this comes down and we build a W pattern, right? And let's say Wednesday, this could go anyway, but just go with me for a second. Right, W pattern. Let's say Wednesday it breaks out, right? Then it starts to reject and we come to make the higher low, right? Now we're down here. Now it's Thursday.
Too late for the weekend, yeah.
You know what I mean? And then it's like Friday, and then we go into the weekend where volume dies. We're cutting it close. At the pace that we're at right now, we're cutting it close. We need the velocity of price action to speed up.
No, order flow is showing signs of I want to become bullish, but never lasts long enough.
Yeah, if they're going to cook the books, though, Mike, they need to really overdo it. They need to pop out 4x over expectations or some crazy shit.
Oh, Bitcoin is back at golden pocket, right? The one we couldn't hold. I remember this number.
I'll look at Zach. Give me a second. It's not where I need it just yet, but it's getting there. See, I remember when we were looking at this, I said, I'm not interested. I don't want anything to do with it unless I can get that break. If we can put in a higher low somewhere around 518 with volume, I'll bite. Because that gives us this very beautiful, in the spirit of
Continuation pattern.
Inverse head and shoulders.
Trap.
Or a higher low fractal, however you want to look at it. But I need to see a lot of volume come in, right? I need to know I'm not the only trader. Remember, this bull flag is what we're playing. And so far it's been, oh, give me a second. And by we, I mean me, right? Clear. No group trades going on here. YouTube, if you're listening. So that's what I'm looking for. 3618, maybe 4618. But I don't want it. The risk reward isn't right for me unless we come down to 519. Even lower would be great. I don't care. I don't care if we blow out the head and shoulders and it's just a higher low. I'm not married to the inverse head and shoulders. But that would give us our retest. Right? That's why I like that area too. It would give us the retest of our bull flag. And like I said, if volume doesn't pick up or traders do not join me, then I'm good. They'll trade something else. That doesn't happen. I would imagine it's going to range for a bit. Go into some sort of Wyckoff.
Quickly up, slowly down.
Yeah, I mean, Zek is a good choice. It's got a lot of trading volume. It's active. All we care about when we're scalping, guys, is volume. Volume and volatility. Nah, you can short anything. Only thing that's probably, well, back in the day that was a horrible idea to short was Doge. Unless you waited right after an Elon tweet. You had to wait for it to pump, and then you could short it. But shorting Doge when it had been like a week since Elon tweeted was dangerous business back in the day. This man would tweet a dog bone and the shit with 2x.
Now that he bought Twitter, he's become responsible. He doesn't
Yeah, bro, I miss
manipulate
old.
markets as
Yeah,
much.
miss old Elon, bro.
Yeah.
He's not even as big of a troll as he used to be.
I think the communication manager he has changed, or
I don't
The
know,
board
bro.
gave him that big deal last week or 2 weeks ago for $1 trillion, but it came with a whole bunch of caveats that shut the hell up and you build sales, get the hell out of politics, shut up, get your nose back in the boardroom, get to work and start building things up. And so I think
I like it.
if he wants that $1 trillion, he's got to pass all those obstacles they put in front of him.
how much is Tesla's market cap? $1 trillion, really? Oh boy. Like even if he sells 1%, 100 billion, that would drop Tesla like at least 10-20%. No. Well, anyway, time to go for me. I think a bit of sideways makes sense on legacy. I don't know about crypto though. With the bearish pressure it has.
What are you thinking
We just put
tomorrow? Nvidia makes a difference or
sideways.
it doesn't?
Oh, I'm sure it will because it's the biggest cap in the SPY, right? So.
Bro, you got the entire world hanging its hopes on one company. How crazy that is.
I don't trade Nvidia, so
Not me neither. But if you're holding risk assets, tomorrow you're rooting for Nvidia.
You know, in the end, it might be pointless to short SPY. Maybe we should just short Nvidia. Yeah,
At this
I never
point,
thought of that. Because they're both doing the same stuff, closing daily candles below the 50 MA.
or just a Mag 7 chart at the least.
But hour. I don't know.
You know what else turned red for the year today was Meta. Meta went red for the year.
Oh well, you know the metaverse is dead, so it makes sense. I think they
Well, no,
delisted
they,
Cent
they
from
made
Bybit.
they pivoted heavy towards like AI and stuff, but
I think that if Nvidia puts a low below 178.9, it's gonna be, potentially.
Let's go take a look at Nvidia.
People are gonna short it like hell there because it'll be a head and shoulder breaking down and all. I would counter trade it and go long. Yeah, at 180 basically. But going long so high though. But yeah, all it needs to
Nvidia
do
hit
is
its
step up people,
target,
right?
but it's losing point of control. I would expect, unless earnings pivot tomorrow, that we see 173. Probably still see it in the long run, depending on. But if earnings are good, we could be seeing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see new ATH.
Did you hear what Michael Burry said and what he did? He shut down his he shut down Scion, which is his hedge fund company, and he said, "I don't understand this market." Because they keep trying to short it and it's not working. Like, yeah, it dips a little bit, but it's not responding the way they want it to respond.
54 billion, 55 basically, 55 billion is what's estimated for earnings tomorrow.
Who did that estimation? It's someone from Nvidia, right?
Yeah, that's the projections.
Those estimates, I think they're external. I think it's just like analysts usually. I think they estimate that they should do based off of what they've projected and stuff.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's usually really close to the projections, unless something's going on that's wonky. Companies don't tend to overestimate their projections because you don't want to miss them. But you still want to get that pre-buzz from announcing a big projection, you know, so it's like a game that they have to play.
Oh, Dbloc, you're on. I wanted to ask you. So I've been noticing there's a leverage premium right now on like Bitcoin and ETH versus Coinbase spot. Is that bearish?
Not necessarily.
Like basically the leverage prices are higher than what's on
Yeah,
Coinbase
yeah.
spot.
I mean, it runs a premium sometimes. It's kind of hard to take advantage of that as far as arbitrage goes.
But isn't it like usually when there's a premium, it's getting bullish? Like there's more inflows coming in.
It just
and
means that
it would
a lot
assume.
more people are trading leverage than spot. But those gaps do tend to close, right? Leverage does. I mean, spot does tend to catch up. So yeah, I can see what you mean. You read into it a little bit, forward looking. Last time it was $1.05 per share. The estimate was 101. Right? Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, estimate was $1 per share. It came in at 105. The estimate is $1.25 this time.
Oh, good morning, little whale. Only playing with 100 Bitcoin this morning?
Let me see what my MicroStrategy short is looking like. So we're at the level that I wanted to TP, which was the SR flip. I'm going to close my contracts out, but let's see what this week has in store. It's a bit of a hedge on my Bitcoin position, so I'm not in a big hurry to get rid of it. Right? If that does pop, it means Bitcoin recovered, so it'll neutral itself out. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see if they get there. I mean, it's not I don't think they overshot it, right? I don't think they overshot the projection. It's doable. I don't know how much risk we run in them not beating. What we really want to know is, are they going to beat expectations? People's expectations. So many people on the legacy. You know how we're looking at that chart to see, we're looking at that checklist to see, you know, when we can officially call the end of it. A lot of people on the legacy side are looking at NVIDIA earnings in that same way. It's one of the things on their checklist.
Yet it has no significance, right?
Yeah, it's
The
just like
value
a
of
sign. People are looking for, is like the canary in the coal mine, right? It lets you know that you could start seeing some weakness in the bubble if literally the only thing inflating it is starting to show that it's tired.
You know those chip making factories, they take 10 years to build, and there is no new. I mean, I don't think since AI bubble starting, there's been new
No,
factories being
Nvidia
built
is
or
going to be
anything like
good
that,
for
right?
a while.
So their increase in revenue can only come from increasing prices of what they already produce, not from a production increase. Like, I don't think they're making more graphics card than 2 years ago. Like, the amount of graphics card exiting the factory is exactly the same. They've become, more efficient, bigger, better, and all. But
For me, the big
it's just
question is the deals that they made. Remember, Trump said that China was going to talk to Nvidia the next day after they had their tariff talks. So that's the only thing for me that's sort of open. We've tracked already everything else that should be in earnings, but we don't know what that deal was. If they made some
right.
sort of massive government contract with China for $1 trillion over the next 20 years or something, you know what I mean? We don't know.
They'll never give their manufacturing techniques to China, though. So
Nah, they're gonna limit them in a way. The way that Trump told them when they were like, "So since we're cool now, Trump, can we have some Nvidia chips?" They're like, "Oh, you're gonna have to go talk to Nvidia about that." That's like when you ask your dad, "Can you go out?" and he wants to say no, but he doesn't want to be the bad guy. So he's like, "Ask your mom. Go in there and ask your mom." We'll see. We'll see what they came up with. We don't even know if there's been a deal with Nvidia in China yet, but we know that they spoke, and we know that they spoke right after the trade negotiations, which means I'm pretty sure it was one of the negotiated points. Look, we'll do this, but you got to ease up on the chip restrictions because, you know.
rare earth metals for chips, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Makes sense. Oh, you don't want to give me chips? Well, I'll stop giving you what you need to make them. How are the new fabs building going? Because they are investing a lot of money to build chip fabs in America.
I haven't kept track, but I mean, Trump is always going on about it. So apparently, there's a lot of building going on somewhere.
It's not gonna be high end for like Nvidia won't make its chips there, but it'll be useful more like for automobile and well, maybe even consumer. Well, the consumer electronics, probably military too. But it's not gonna be like the high tech stuff you get in your iPhone 17 or whatever is newest.
Rajesh, they usually kill hope by time-based capitulation. Right? It's either done with wild volatility. Right? Well, they'll swing price up and then bring it down and then up and bring it and then finally like, or time-based capitulation is the worst. Right? You do this long enough and people just capitulate to the idea of the market being dead. Problem is with big drops is that doesn't really kill hope. It's fear, right? But the problem with fear is that half of us buy fear. Right? Half of us run from it, half of us buy it. Apathy, on the other hand, right? Nobody wants to buy that. It makes people sell, but nobody's interested in buying it. Good night, Hope. Let's go look at Poly Market. Let's see if we can see any evidence of insiders. That's really what I'm interested in. Right? So on Poly, one of the ways that I use it that I don't see many people use it are on the actual charts themselves. Right? Like let's look at Nobel Peace Prize. And we can't look at old one, can we? I wish you could pull up old charts, like after the bet is over. All right, let's just go look at what we're looking at, which is rate cut decision. All right, rate cuts in 2025. So there's times where you see big swings, right? Where the chart moves really hard in one way, like this, and this. These are news events, right? What you're seeing is people change their mind really quickly, right? And usually that happens after a big news event, or you see it happen when a big insider sort of has some, inside information about what's going on. So right now, what? Rate cuts in December. Okay, that's not the one I want. I want the December rate cuts. There we go. Fed decision in December. Right, so you see how you had that big flip from no change, from 25 basis points at like 74% to no change. Those are those flips that we look for. This was on the day of the speech. But right now we are converging again. Chance for 25% is at 53. I mean, for 25 basis points is at 53, and that's up almost 10% today. And the no change dropped by 10% today. Yeah, unemployment. We need really bad job numbers, guys. I don't want to sound like a bad American, but we need those job numbers to be horrendous. I'm just saying, it sucks, bro. It sucks to say it or even think that way. But if you're thinking about risk assets, you kind of, yeah. Even though obviously I want everybody to have a job and all the money in the world, all the things they ever desired. But if there was ever a time for them to cheat the numbers, let's cheat those shits. Let's cheat them shits up this time. Yeah, one of them. A good start. That's why we had that flip. I think we have. Hold on, let's go down. All right, so tomorrow, why is this all the way in freaking? I was about to say, why does it say there's a FOMC meeting tomorrow? All right, so we get minutes tomorrow, which suck because for some reason we love to react to shit we've already reacted to already. So in those minutes tomorrow will be Powell advising caution over expecting cuts and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's old news, but we still tend to react to it. That'll be a sentiment sort of driver. And then this is where it'll get big. Non-farm employment change. Previous was 22. They're forecasting 55. That's crazy. And then unemployment rate. Yeah, that's a massive gap there, y'all. Philly Fed manufacturing. And then the unemployment claims is tentative. They might dick us around again with these unemployment claims. That's Thursday. And then Friday, we got flash manufacturing, PMI. That's good. That's one of the things on our list, right? One of the things on our list for bull market is ISM business cycle. And the ISM business cycle is the PMI, right? It's the Purchasing Managers Index. This is the business cycle, basically, right? This is what lets us know if the business cycle is expanding or it's contracting. Above 50 shows an expanding business cycle, right? We're currently at 48 or something like that. So when we look at it, they are expecting 56, 54.6. I got to update that last one. It must not be updated. So we're above it. But being below it is one of the things that would trigger. The thing is that we've never had a top on Bitcoin. We've never had a top on Bitcoin underneath 56, right? The business cycle will expand, excuse me. And as the business cycle tops out, then risk assets top out, right? And we've never topped out underneath 56. Like this doesn't show a business cycle that's worn out. It shows one that hasn't started, right? Or one that's been kept down, right? We've never been kept down at the lows this long. It's usually a W pattern, gone, W pattern, gone, W pattern, gone. So it's been a very muted cycle. This is what leads people to think about the extended cycle, right? Because if the influx of liquidity is coming in to prop up businesses, right, that need it, then we would expect that the expansion of the business cycle would continue, not just stop there and continue to go down. Some people say, well, what if this is just this? But I mean, it's been going on for way too long already, right? And this was COVID. So unless somebody's planning another COVID, that would be pretty difficult. That's the thing. The 2019 thing, I understand because of the drop, but like I said, it's COVID. And 2019 was a mid-cycle top. Yeah, that was a mid-cycle top. That wasn't the end of a cycle. What he is right about, though, what he is right about, and we've already looked at this, but let me take that out. And let's put on our Fed assets. So this is the Fed asset sheet, right? This is how we know if we're in QT or QE. Right? When price is going sideways, we're at a pause. When it's going down, we're at QT. When it's going up, we're QE, right? So what he's right about is the only part of this chart that resembles our current macroeconomic climate, right? That extreme QT was the end of 2018, 2019, right? So the reason that he says that it looks like 2019 is because what he's doing is, and there's nothing wrong with this, right? There's no wrong way to analyze shit. What he's doing is he's saying, okay, well, we're coming out of QT, right, into QE. So this is closer to what we're looking at. And then he's thinking, well, instead of having a full bear market, maybe we only go down from, where was it when QT stops? Right there. Excluding the wicks, maybe we only go down 50%. Right? Or how he said the other day, that's 63%. The problem is that this isn't a cycle top. Right? This is a mid-cycle top. These are bull market cycle tops. And then somewhere in here. Yeah, unlike indicators, it closing underneath the 50-week is a structural thing, right? It's the first sign that the structure that you're looking at is in danger. Right? So this has little to do with indicators or any of that sort of thing. It's just letting you know that the price is now trending lower than it has the average of the last 50 weekly candles. Right? Which is a sign of significant weakness. And the structure break that you need for the bull market to be over at 74 is in danger. It's a little different than on-chain metrics that are based on like euphoria or based on small wallet holders versus large wallet holders. A lot of these metrics that didn't play off, right? The way they work is that they look at the amount of small time holders, time-wise, and big holders, and when that ratio starts to get, uneven, like when the small holders get really, really big and the big holders are all selling off, then they start to call tops. But the problem is if you don't have euphoria and you don't have that inflow of retail to open all those small wallets, to make the short-term holder ratio go up, to make the indicator go off, then it's not going to fire. So what our job is to take the 30 indicators that we usually look at to see what's going to be the top or the bottom, and remove anything that has to do with either volume or sentiment. Right? Anything that has to do with retail coming in, anything that's triggered off euphoria, you just can't trust it right now, because we might be looking at the first bull market ever that doesn't end in a retail inflow. Right? It could still end in euphoria, because listen, if this shit gets back over 125, we're all going to be euphoric. Right? Everybody in here is going to be euphoric. So it could still end in euphoria, and I still expect it to end in euphoria. But that doesn't mean retail is going to come flooding in, right? It's just going to be us. It might just be one of those things where it was a private bull market, and if you were here type of shit. So for me, that's this list, right? This is the best that I could do to remove any sort of necessity for retail to come in, right? It's mostly all based off structure, timing, and sentiment, right? The sentiment of the people in the market, not the ones that we're expecting to come into the market, but the ones that are here currently. Legacy had a very, very good bull market. This is a standout year for Legacy, probably the best they've had in a very long time. And it was led by 4 companies, you know, at the most, at times. You know what's interesting is it's kind of similar to what we did, right? It's not like everything went up. If you were holding the index, you did well. Or if you were holding, you know, the few that did well, like just like if you were holding the few alts that did well. But if you spread yourself too thin on Legacy and bought a little bit of everything, you probably did a little bit better than if you did the same thing here, right? You spread everything across alts. I would say you probably did slightly better on Legacy. Because, you know, alt got slaughtered. We lost everything so many times. Yeah, they can't take this sort of volatility, Mikey. They'll go crazy. Just the stock market, Rajesh. Right? The old trading methodology before crypto. Those that came before. I lovingly refer to them as dinosaurs. Big, fat, low. Let's go, Biddy. What you got? Most memorable? President of the United States dropping his own meme coin. That stands out. Ross getting out of prison. Good one. I'll be right back.
Don't trip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip.
Yo, that's some nasty work going on alts.
What are you watching?
Well, watching a bunch of stuff, but AVAX and ADA, at least I looked at those. They made new lows. Bitcoin tapped 89, at least on one of my exchanges. Yeah, but it looks weak. Looks really weak here.
I wonder if ETH will defend 3,000.
Trying. You got down to 29.89. Solana's holding up really well. Just good sign, in my opinion. Like every time we have like a big breakdown, Solana is usually like one of the first, not the first, but it will start breaking down also. But if it's showing some strength, then it's somewhat of a good sign.
I want to buy the bottom, but I can't find the bottom. I need to stay in spot right now. I can't figure this out for margin.
Oh, we had it drawn out.
What's the word, family? What's going on, Mozzie? Looking good. I took a type 2 entry. We were talking about if we break that 200, coming down for that fib retracement and looking for a higher low that's accompanied with large volume. Right, so it's not as much that stopping volume candle that made me jump. It's the fact that traders stepped in there. What's good, Ghost? I haven't watched the movie in the longest, bro. I'll go right to sleep. Morning, Lee. What's going on, Maddie? I don't know, but we're running out of days if we want to close above 100. So how I'm looking at this is the trip to 100 and watch out for invalidations that it's not going to happen. That's how I'm playing this next. I'll take a look at it, Banshee, if you give me a second. I've never used excuse me. I've never personally used it. What do you think about doing options, he said? You can send it to him on Discord, Nico. It won't let you put links in the chat. Yeah, no, I feel you, Banshee. Yeah, it could be useful. And a lot of people go over there for options. A lot of hedge funds use Deribit. They got really decent liquidity over there. Yeah, nah, I feel you on that, Maddie. Feel you on that. Man, if Nvidia beats earnings tomorrow impressively, I might just use my graphics card for what it's intended and play a game or something. Need some life injected back into this bullshit.
You know what's interesting is every time Nvidia has beaten, usually they don't like their stock will have like an initial pop, but it will just fade away and open up the next day like lower.
Yeah.
But the key thing is the next day is those jobs numbers. That's gonna be like I think that's the okie doke the market's gonna give. Like if those job numbers are bad, I think that was those rate cut odds are just gonna shoot up and everything's just gonna move.
They need to be bad.
But I think everyone's focused on the earnings, and I think the earnings might. I mean, they'll probably meet, but for some reason, an Nvidia stock never pops on the meet. It will pop like days later.
It's
As long as the
what
market.
It's the like, it's the scene that it sets for tech, though, right? It puts people in a different.
Yeah, it eases their mind on this whole bubble crap.
Yeah. Example, they see it as a regular retracement before continuation for another year or two. I remember at times like this, I remember my first cycle. Right? I remember being in this drawdown that's either the last or the, second to last drawdown, and having absolutely no idea what a cycle was at all. Just sitting here dumb in the face, not knowing what to look out for, not knowing what warning signs were there, not even knowing what the definition of a cycle was, or that one even existed. At least now with YouTube, if there's anybody in that position, it's because they want to be in that position. Right? Everybody in here did the same thing. You wanted to learn, you jumped on YouTube, you digested as much information as you possibly could, right? We didn't really have that. I mean, we didn't even have that, not even 8 years ago. Really. Only person on YouTube was what's his name? Damn.
If you say BitBoy, I'm
No,
never gonna.
no. Funny black dude, head shaped like a peanut. Super old school. Why is his name damn it, that's gonna bother me now. He's still around though. I remember him begging everybody. Da Vinci. That's exactly who it was, Chipperton. Thank you. He was making videos begging people to buy Bitcoin when it was at $1. Like just one. Just buy a Bitcoin. It's just $1. Like just buy one Bitcoin. Yep. And that was like early days, bro, and nobody was on YouTube talking about crypto.
But isn't it like a curse and a blessing at the same time, knowing about the cycles? Because what if we really are breaking the cycle? And I don't really have a stance on it. I'm just keeping my eye on it. But then like you're like, oh, I know cycles, and then that actually hurts you in the end because you were, like
The only way to know that the cycle is broken is to know that the cycle exists, which is why I say that it's important to know these things, even if they come to an end. Right? To understand how things are supposed to work gives you the opportunity to notice when things are different. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you don't even know what it's supposed to look like, it's like, you're just like one drop is the same as all the others until, it doesn't stop and you're like, oh shit. But for me personally, 4-year cycle has made me way more money than it's lost me.
it just seems too easy. Cycle over, put in your short, walk away, play some games. Like it just
Yeah. But
it
I
seems
mean,
too easy.
you see how difficult the pivot is. I mean, these pivots are one of the most difficult times, right? Some people will realize early, right? Some people have mechanical ways to know if it's over or not. And some people, will be 6 months into the bear market, 7 months into the bear market before they realize it.
Yeah, this is really challenging. I'm just
Or they'll
watching
buy
everybody
back
else
in
do it.
too early, right? The problem with not understanding the cycle is you buy back in too early, and then it dips, and then you keep buying in, and it dips, and you keep buying in, and then you're not even at the bottom yet, but you're out of cash,
Yeah. I'm getting there. I'm 50% in right now.
I don't think it's all manipulation, Khaled. I think some people really do think it was over. Some people really do think it topped on the 6. Right? Some people think that liquidity is set up to get one more run out of it. Neither side is like blaringly right or wrong. It just depends on what you're looking at. If you're a hardcore disciple of the 4-year cycle timing wise and you don't care about anything else, then this cycle's over for you. Right? Even if it continues to make an all-time high, you know, that was your trade, you took it, you're out. That's usually the camp that I'm in. Right? I don't act deterministically about much. Right? I always need confluence for things. But it does change my mindset when I know we're past that date or we're approaching that date. With the way things are set up right now, liquidity wise, I would be paying the bears absolutely no attention if we hadn't already run through the 4-year cycle. Right? The fact that we're on the other side of the end date is what has to give you pause, right? And has to make you respect both sides, even if it doesn't seem to make sense TA wise. Because we've seen the cycle be stronger than TA before.
Feels like we were just talking about October and November just yesterday, and now here we are.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like some mystical date that we didn't have to worry about, and then it just bam in your face.
It's important to understand that typically bubbles don't pop with a fizzle. Right? The whole point of a bubble popping means that leverage has gotten out of control, margin have gotten out of control, derivatives have gotten out of control. There's way too much frothiness in the market. Euphoria is way too high. People are pushing prices beyond any sort of reasonable valuation. We haven't seen that yet. Not saying we can't. Remember, Bitcoin was born out of the last real estate crash. Right? One thing that we don't know is how Bitcoin is supposed to act when real estate's going down. And we're headed towards, you know, the end of the real estate cycle. So who knows? Maybe this is something that we add to the asterisk, right? Maybe the last bull market when you're in QT before the end of the real estate cycle, things run flat for the most part, or you get muted responses. $18.6-year cycle, Evan. From real estate crash to real estate crash. The last one was 2008. And before that was 1990 savings and loan scandal.
So is it from beginning to beginning or from end to end?
It is from beginning of the end to beginning of the end, if that makes sense.
So like it technically, well, I think it ended in 2012 when it started to pivot upwards.
Yeah, 2008 was like the beginning of the end where things got really dramatic. Well, 2007 really. Things got really dramatic, and then 2008 things started to collapse, and then yeah, things didn't recover for quite a while. Yeah, well, that's sample. That's a product of euphoria, right? So like when Bitcoin makes all-time highs and holds, and ETH makes all-time highs and holds, and most people are holding a large percentage of Ethereum and Bitcoin in their portfolios, then they feel rich. When they feel rich, they want to speculate, right? So that's why the speculative run usually comes after Bitcoin's all-time high, because people are sitting on all this dry powder, right, that they made from the crazy bull run we just had, and they start to go shopping. Problem is the leverage traders don't have that, right? They got wiped on the 10th. Unless you took profit on the 9th, you traded leverage the entire way up, you lost close to everything you had invested if you hadn't taken profits. And Bitcoin can't make an all-time high and hold it. ETH can't make an all-time high and hold it to save its life. So even though people are getting to all-time high, they don't feel like that money's theirs because it doesn't hold. Right? Once you get up to all-time high and consolidate, that's when people start pouring on more risk. Traditionally. Yeah, it's gonna be bad, bro. It's gonna be bad. That's why I say this isn't a good cycle to be greedy. Like, if we get the signs that this is over, you've got to, and you haven't already taken profits, we won't even get into why. But if you haven't already taken any profits from the 6th or the 31st, you got to remember that what you exit this market with is what you're gonna have at the bottom of the next market, right? To run it again. Well, aside from your job money and all that, but you know what I mean. Me personally, I tend to recompound probably like 80% of my profits. I rarely take more than like 20% and spend at the top level. Like just spend it on shit. And then living expenses, obviously. So that shit goes back in the pot. Back to cooking up. Sample, I tend to just fill the account, right? Basically like 3 years of living expenses. This is the money that doesn't get traded, right? That's just on the side. That's the money that isn't cooking. But most of it gets recompounded back in. And then I'll open businesses for whatever I need in between. Like if there is something I want a vacation or something stupid I want to buy within the bull market, then I'll open a trade specifically for that. I hope it's not over. I just bought. I took a type level 2 entry here on the bottom of this, the right side of this W. I mean, if you wanted to, right? If you wanted to, you could do that. I think trading for specific things is important because it helps you not touch your long-term bags. Right? So if I say I need 10, 20K for whatever, right? I'll trade up to that. And it's really easy to take profit on those trades, right? Because they have a purpose. It's not like, oh, maybe this is the one that goes. It's like, no, I needed that. I got the money for that. Let's go buy that. Trade's still open, bro. The trade's still open. I had to get my hands dirty. Nah, but I mean, if you get used to doing that, if you get used to running side trades, and like I said, just treat them as a business, right? This trade is a business that only reason of operation is to put us on that vacation we wanted to take. So when price pivots, Khaled, it pivots with higher low structures, right? Or higher low fractals. And these higher low fractals, is the nature of a fractal is to fractal, right? They repeat themselves, getting bigger and bigger as time frames move up. The hardest part for me, right, when I'm in here trying to juggle sentiment, is this part of the trade. Always the hardest. Right? This part of the trade right here. Always the hardest. We go down to the 1 minute and let's go down to our small W. Right, catching the fallen knife is the sketchiest part of the trade. Right, buying that drop when you don't know if there's going to be a continued drop or not. This was rather easy because you see the volume that picked up there. This was a super easy fallen knife to catch. Massive amount of volume on that candle, signifying that traders came in at that position, right? So price ticks up, but most traders don't get in here because it's sketchy, right? They're looking for confirmation. So when price comes down and puts in a higher low, right, with decent volume, that shows you that you're now in an uptrend, right? You've put in your second high. But the thing is that as price takes off and hits your first measured move, right, from that W, unless you're just going to V-shape recovery, you're going to end up having another higher low, which was right there. So that was our second W, or our second higher low fractal. You go to the 5 minute, right, you can see it a little clearer. So then what happens, right, if you have your measured move from that W, you're like, well, it didn't make that measured move. That means it's over. Well, that either means that it's over or that means that it fractaled early, right? So this M pattern that's so scary is really just the pattern that comes down to give you your next higher low. So you see how that W keeps fractaling bigger and bigger, right? It's not until you start to invalidate those W's that you start to run into problems on the trade. Did I go back too far? What did I... Yeah, M pattern doesn't mean the death of... Gotta remember that M patterns are also bull flags, right? They're just bull flags that fail. Just like W patterns. A slow breaking W will give you a bear flag. Right? Like the one that we had right here before it actually broke out. So if you flip the chart, right, and you look at this as a W instead of an M, then as it breaks slowly, you're also putting in or threatening to put in that bear flag, right? Which means if it doesn't get the impulse to go, then it'll probably break down and pop. And that would be the pop that you see from your harmonic. What we're talking about are lower high fractals and higher low fractals. Right? We refer to them as W's or M's so that it just gets into your brain and you can learn to spot them more easily for new people. It's a great name. Fibs are really easy to understand, barely. People overcomplicate it. All your fib is letting you know is how much something is retraced. Give me a second. Let me turn this off. All a fib is letting you know is the percentage of how much something is retraced. If you're new, ignore this 0.26382. Ignore all that shit. Go to your fib, come down to where it says levels and put it on percentages. That's all we're talking about. On this move, from this point to this point, price retraced 78.6%. Right? It's now popped back up to 50% of the retracement. Certain levels are more bullish than others. Certain levels get hit more than others. Right? Traditionally, your 0.5 is going to catch price. This is where big orders like to sit. The 786 is the last line in the sand before things get bearish. And the 702, which I add, is a hidden fib level that whales like to stack up on. But for the most part, this is your hot spot. If your 0.5 doesn't hit, you're looking for 61% to 78%.
You know, Dbloc at let's say at intraday time frame, we might see a big W in here.
What was that? My bad, I couldn't hear you.
At intraday level, we might see here at 1 hour time frame, let's say a bullish pattern, a big W.
Yeah. Yeah, it's building out pretty nice here. I'm barely bullish until we get back over 100, right? Barely, like BEARLY. Meaning any move up, I will take profit on until we close above the 50-week. We close above the 50-week, I'll worry more about stacking and shoring up positions and shit like that. Just to be defensive. Yeah, with 1 week too. Time limit. Not only a price limit, but a time limit, Sen. We need to get that by the next weekly candle close. Or more of my bear market triggers are going to start firing.
You know, the following week is gonna be Thanksgiving too. A lot of people are gonna be out. I think the market's closed on one of those days. At least Thanksgiving.
Good, man. Let's get this 100K and then have a slow freaking week. Yeah, barely bullish, y'all. We'll have the merch. Look, on the front is going to say barely bullish. And then on the back, give me a second, I got you. Yeah. Barely bullish. Got to give him some big honking horns, though. I mean, the bull can't have his own hoodie, y'all. This is a face only a bull mother could love.
I think it would look better if you just chopped their faces straight down the center and put them side by side.
Little half bull bear.
You know, Dbloc, you could replace the bulls and the bears with the penguins of Madagascar because we have a situation in here, Rico.
They keep on tapping here.
I got you, Sample.
I think I'm muted, Jay.
Nah, I hear you. Did you just say something? I heard what you said before about the half and half face.
Yeah, you know, kind of like what's that? The comic character, Two-Face.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I just said they keep on tapping down here.
I got you, Sample. The Boo Boo hoodie. It'll say I traded the entire 2026 bull market and all I got was this stupid Labubu hoodie. And it'll say Crypto Cypher on the back. If you really want a hoodie that'll let you know who around you's a trader for real, You could have one with a big ass nuclear bomb on the back, and on the front it just says 10/10, 10/10, and then go out in public and see see who approaches you. You're gonna hear a bunch of bros. Bro, listen, let me tell you my story. I haven't, but I'm getting a little worried about my Labubu short. Now that we're talking about it. As I brought it up while nobody was talking about it. So, Labubu short looks good, right? But I'm hearing that there's a Labubu movie coming out, and I'm a little nervous. Because if that movie comes out and it slaps, yeah, I'm worried about a resurgence.
Oh yeah, I heard about that on Bloomberg the other day. And the stock popped on it.
Yeah, it was this pop right here. It made me a little nervous. It looks like it's taking it back though. But that's where they announced it. I'm just looking for a 618 retracement. Like, just give me golden pocket. Golden pocket looks so much more severe on log, right? Like when you take it off a log. Like that doesn't look so bad. That's like, but yeah. It's such a beautiful accumulation zone, man. That shit always kills me when I see it. So I've got that short going, and I've got my short on strategy going. That's more than hit its measured move for me already. But I'm looking at this as a hedge against the Bitcoin position, right? If I'm wrong and we don't close over in this week, this is going to continue down. What I'm worried about is, not worried about, but what I'm hesitant about is going through this drawdown if we hold here and then, you know, taking the risk that it pops. Other than that, all my other positions are bullish. I'm also thinking about LVMH. If things are about to get bad, then some of these wifeys are not going to be getting the purses they've been wanting. And there might be a little bit less more wave flowing. LVMH, you can basically look at it as an indication of rich people's buying habits, right? I think this pops one more time though. If I'm right and everything has one more run, and the liquidity is really about to flow the way I think it is, then rich people gonna have money to buy shit. More Louis bags and Birkins for everybody. Okay. That bullish channel is what I'm looking at. So one last pop on equities, one last pop on crypto. LVMH double tops or some shit. Yeah, well, it's not a bull flag, right? It's just a channel. It's already longer than the pole, and you can't take this whole thing. But LVMH to like $1,000 maybe, and then I'm looking to short that shit. Look, if we look at, let's look at it 4-year cycle wise, because equities also top. As risk assets top, demand for luxury goods goes down. You'll notice that after more people with money started trading Bitcoin, this was 2013. After more people with money started trading Bitcoin, you started seeing these pops on LVMH after the bull market had already ended. Right? Because people would take their profits and then they go buy shit. This was after COVID, right? Appetite for luxury items were down. Everybody was down. You couldn't even be seen with designer shit. You couldn't go outside, so nobody could see you anyways. Then things came back online. And since then, through the liquidity drain that we've been in, you can see it also on LVMH. Right? Money's tight. Everybody's living on credit. Sorry, that was a rabbit hole I didn't expect to go down. Too early to talk about a super cycle. We've got to be fair both to the bulls and the bears, right? If I'm saying it's too early to technically quantify this as a bear market, then it's definitely too early to quantify it as a bull market, as a super cycle. No, Discord is just a community, Khaled, where everybody can share their charts, talk about trades. During the bear market, we'll have training and shit like that. But no, we don't. It's not a signals group. And unfortunately, that's exactly what would happen if I was to share my trades. I share all my setups, though. We talk about all the setups. If I'm taking a trade and you guys haven't heard about it on YouTube yet, it's because it's something super, super low cap that I know I'm taking a big risk on and I don't feel comfortable sort of sharing. But even those, if they start to perform, I'll talk about them. I just don't ever want to get accused of shilling and shit like that, right? A lot of these guys, they just post all of their shit so you can pump their bags for them. It's like a force multiplier. I'm a lot more interested in showing you how I get to my trade, right? How I find my trade setup, than just showing you the trade setups themselves. Even though, like I said, you'll see them. And if you ask me, I'll always show you what I'm looking at on a certain coin. But it's a more like teach you to fish than just feed you fish fillets and shit. I just feel like there's more value in that, right? Like, I love when somebody comes in here and they're like, hey, that trade we were looking at the other day, I made a ton of money, thanks. Like, that's cool, right? But I low-key don't want the credit for it because I don't want the blame for it either. So it's like, you know, keep it to yourself. But what I do like is when people come in and they understand, right? They're like, you made something clear that wasn't clear before. Or I took what you taught me and I went to this completely different coin and it worked, you know, like that type of shit. You know it's cool, doggy, but respectfully, I don't take in a lot of his content, so I wouldn't know what his script is. Great indicator, though. Well, most of us that have been in this for a while are going to come to the same conclusions, I guess. Yeah, that's not a good idea. That sounds like a horrible idea. That's like what BitBoy did, bro. BitBoy was like, I've got so much going on. I don't want the responsibility of trading. Let's make it like a company account. And, you know, you guys just handle that part of it. That can only end bad. What would be cool, though, like what I've always thought about, and, you know, we'll get there. And it's one of the reasons that I started the channel, because I know without the quote unquote influence of YouTube, whatever the hell, this is harder to do. But I really want to get to the point where, because of the size of the community, we get access to deals that just people aren't getting, right? Like, you guys don't understand how easy it is when you have a large amount of money to get in on a lot of these sort of early projects. They don't offer it to like regular people and shit. The problem is that so many people scam pre-sales and do shit like that the whole thing just has a shady feel. But I don't know. I've always thought of like, if it would be possible to use your influence, right, and your ability to get in on these pre-sales, but then split it up like within the community where everybody gets to sort of get a chunk of these opportunities that usually you have to be like an accredited investor, right? Some of these, like, they want you to have 5 million liquid in the bank, like aside from what you plan on putting in, and There's just so many opportunities that are still out of the hands of regular people. But then I think about what you're saying, Sample. It's like you also don't want to take the responsibility for things going bad. You know what I mean? So it's like a double-edged sword. But you'd be sick to your stomach if you knew some of the price points that these VC guys get into some of these. And I'm not talking about just like pre-sale and meme coins. I mean like big projects, you know? Yeah, second weekly close underneath the 50, Alvin. Yeah.
Yo, what was ETH ICO price? Wasn't it like 10 cents or something?
Bro, this is ridiculous. Don't start. You're gonna get the XRP guys mad because that's when they're like, that's when all the crimes happened. That's when all the bribes went out. They're probably right though. I mean, if you really if you're new, right? If you're brand new barely, the person that I always send people to is Rainer Tao. He's got a bit of an accent, but bro, the depth that he goes into on the most simple shit, like I mean, like what's a candlestick? Like what's support, what's resistance, how does price, just really simple 101 shit, right? Because I know coming into this group, if you're new, it's like a lot of shit sounds foreign. So if you can take his accent, I think his accent is cool. Some people are like, you know, I can't take it for that long. But he's basically, just go to his channel and he's got a course for new people that's probably like 10 hours long and it's free. I didn't learn from him personally, but he keeps everything very textbook. The reason that I don't like to send people to different YouTubers is because everybody adds like a little, I don't know. It's just, I don't want you to pick up any bad habits anywhere else, basically. But he keeps it pretty textbook, just like A, B, C, you know, what is this? How does it work? What's all the terminology? And then there's little tests that he gives you in between. Like he'll stop the video, give you a test. Pretty good. I'm all for Rainer. His name is Rainer Tao. He's an Asian guy. This picture, I think he has like a white shirt on. Appreciate you, Neve. Yeah. I mean, he's very, very basic 101 shit. But a lot of people are coming in fresh. So I mean, even if you're not super new, a refresher is always, you know. But if you're gonna stick around during the bear market, you know what I mean? We're gonna I'll have more time to put together some structured sort of lessons, right? We'll go from everything to, you know, from like position sizing to drawing trend lines to, you know, whatever. Bro, unless you have Call the Moon's money, yeah, yeah. Bro, I remember One video that I'll never forget was when Celsius crashed. When Celsius and Luna crashed, because he had a lot of the money that he made during the bull market in staking, and everybody knew it, right? Because he was shilling it so hard. So everybody came out, and I guess they were trying to troll him, right? They're like, "Oh, you know, he lost this much money, da 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 da." So he made a video, and he's driving down the street in Dubai during the middle of the day in his Bugatti with the window down, with the top down, and he's like, "Oh, I just lost this much money. What a wonderful life to have lost this much money and just bought this Bugatti today." Like, he was stunting hard, bro. I was like, look at this guy. Some people are too rich. You have to remember that a lot of these guys made their money early and never had to prove that they understand how this works. Right? Bought their Bitcoin early, held on to it, had money at the time, didn't start broke, right? Which is no problem, it's fine. But there's a big difference between already being well off and being able to load up on $10 Bitcoin, $1 Bitcoin, $100 Bitcoin, and then just not losing it for this many years, than really grinding it out. I think it makes you any better or worse, but let's just say easier. Right? Their mistakes are covered for. If they screw up, there's plenty of cushion there. Bro, I started the game. I'm not even going to count like when I first bought Bitcoin. When I first bought Bitcoin was just to get weed off of Silk Road. But when I actually started trading, I was in the hole, bro. I was obscenely in the hole. Like, started the game 6 figures underwater. This had to work, or I was gonna have to get creative. So for me, this shit came out of necessity, which is why I have a soft spot for people who are doing what they're not supposed to be doing, which is using money that they can't afford to lose. And as much as we say it, I know for a fact there's people that are swinging for the fences and trying to make it happen. So when you hear me being like super cautious and shit, it's usually them that I'm talking to. Right? Don't say it out loud because nobody's going to admit to it because everybody knows they shouldn't be doing it. But those people that have kids' college tuition on the line or mortgage on the line, like that type of shit. The reason that I talk about being so cautious is because of that. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I can tell automatically when somebody's overinvested or over leveraged. And I can't really say anything about it because, like I said, it got me out of a hole. It got me out of a hole that I never thought I'd be able to get out of. So I understand because, I mean, what else are you going to do, right? I think the people that have it the hardest are those that are starting with a small bankroll and they don't have a job. Meaning that's it. Like, that's everything. That's by far the hardest psychological position to trade from. And that's being single. God forbid you sprinkle a wife and kids into the mix. Right? That shit just went up tenfold. Yeah, exactly, Mikey. Just having a job takes so much stress off of trading, no matter what you're getting paid. Just knowing that all a bad week means is a bad week. Right? It doesn't mean you go hungry. It doesn't mean something has to not get paid. It's really hard, but you better have a super understanding life. Not only understanding, but like supportive and like damn near a superwoman. And yeah, even then the stress would be too much. What I think is cool though is, you know, if you learn the right way, you can have a job that doesn't pay great, right? But still leaves you enough disposable to play with and sort of augment your salary. Right? Where $200, $300, $400 a week or whatever that you can make trading on top of your salary. Now things are a little more comfortable. Right? You're not thinking about retirement, but you're not stressing the hell out anymore. Yeah, it can be, Lee, for sure. I think of it like the casino, right? There's people that come in and don't know what they're doing and they just press buttons until all their money's gone and they go home. And then there's professional gamblers that come in and think they have some sort of edge, you know, but they're still gambling, right? These are your leverage traders. Smart people, no TA, are going to try to use that knowledge to leverage. And then you have the employees that work at the casino. Those are your investors. Those are the ones that only come to that building to work. No fun is had. They go to make money. They concentrate on that. And they go have fun somewhere else when they're off work. That's how it feels like in here sometimes. And not even just investors, right? But what I mean is like, I guess professional traders. Yeah, I mean, there'll be less, but we need that, right, Ivan? We need a really big flush on the alts, guys. Like, once this shit is over and we go into the bear, and before I say that, I hope every alt that everybody's holding gives you a 3 or 4x, right? But boy, do I want them shits to get flushed out during the bear. I mean, destroyed. You know, every 4 years we have a .com bubble. We just don't call it that because it's become cyclical, right? But every 4 years the bubble gets big, it pops. We take out the losers. You know, the cream rises to the top, and then we start fresh. Except that this run we added 10 million alts because of like pump.fun and all that shit. Yeah. Yeah, with my girl, I think I'd be able to. It has to be the right girl, bro. It really does. Like if we were to get married and she were to move in, she's got a kid. You got to make time, obviously, right? But there are times that I'm sitting in front of the chart where it's just for fun. Right? So that time would get allotted, you know, to the wife and kids. But I guess getting a girl that trades or that is at least interested in it is important. Because if not, it's just gonna be a lot. Like, you know, it's gonna be hard, bro. It's gonna be hard. I'm pretty set in my ways at this point, you know, as I'm sure most of us are.
It's a nice little move so far.
Behaving. It's behaving. How many people caught the type 2 entry? When I told you to look out for the volume, did that help with the confidence of getting in? Because it really is more than just holding, right? It needs to hold, and you need to see that volume come in.
Yeah, I was lucky that I was kind of looking at the liquidity spots and then saw that velocity pick up a bit. Hopefully,
I jumped in.
Well, Butthead, you have to show them the fruits of your labor, right? Like, little shiny thing here, another shiny little thing there. Yeah. Do you make them call you Butthead? Maybe that's it. Because that could be kind of off-putting on the first date. It's the same as Call of Duty, Harry. It's the same thing. Bro, listen. Ladies, close your ears for a second. Fellas, your girl, she loves you, right? But the one thing that women hate more than anything is when you're paying attention to something that's not them. That's not. You gotta pretend, look over your shoulder every once in a while, slap their butt as they walk by, whatever. If you don't believe me, grab your phone right now. If you're sitting next to your girl, unless you can hear me, in that case, you're not covering your ears like I told you to, and that's not cool. But grab your phone and just like, don't even open the screen. Keep it on black screen and look at it and just laugh into your phone. And then look at her face. How dare you find joy without me? The hell are you laughing at over there?
Dude, that's why you get them kids, because then they can be entertained by the kids.
Okay, fellas. Okay, ladies, welcome back. Just how to get that out. Just, not relationship advice, but just try to pay attention to them even when you're not paying attention to them. And as guys, we can't talk shit because when we're ready for attention, God forbid we don't get it, right? Let me work, Salvo. Let me work. I'm cooking here.
I had a dream.
Okay. Are you gonna tell us or?
Okay.
He went back to
So,
sleep.
I was outside and I was sleeping outdoor in front of the house for some reason. And my woman was out there and I said, look up at the sky. And it was these alien spaceships flying in the sky. And they were like the size of aircraft carriers. And I was like, wow, look at that. Look how they could just maneuver and move around. Look at that. And we're just staring at it. And like, okay, well, I guess they fly off and start maneuvering. And then before you know it, they're like turning around and flying straight at me and crashing into me.
What
on
in
the
the
ground.
hell? What were you watching before you went to bed?
Nothing. Crypto chart.
Coming for your Bitcoin, bro.
I have very crazy dreams. I don't believe that they're influenced by what I'm doing before I go to sleep. I think that my mind makes the stuff up.
Yo, we saw some not that long ago. I was doing a gig outside and we saw something in the sky during the daytime that was um a, like a spiral, like a half spiral, like two legs spiraling out. And allegedly that was a SpaceX leaving fuel in the sky, and that fuel gets crystallized because of the temperature
Yeah,
of the
it leaves
atmosphere.
a really cool ass looking. Shit looks like it's going through some sort of force field or something. I've seen
Yeah, it looked
videos.
like,
I've seen videos of it. If you didn't know what that was, bro, nobody could tell you that you didn't see an alien.
bro, I was like, send me the video. I need this. This is
Yeah.
it's proof. But yeah, and it looks like if you like start the warp drive and you see the ship go, and then all you see is like the plume behind or something. Kind of makes sense. But yeah, maybe one day it'll be aliens.
Well, as long as it doesn't turn around in the sky and crash right into you.
Yo.
Well, if what Elon's going to reveal in December, they're flying cars, man, you got a lot more to worry about than that.
Well, that's not going to turn out well.
I was talking about it in YouTube chat earlier. My neighbor crashed into my fence this year. I got to worry about this doof flying around in a flying car, bro. Nah.
Yeah, man.
Nah. So I'm gonna be asleep. Let me get this right. I'm gonna be asleep in my room when he cranks up this freaking jet engine on his flying car and shakes my windows open. Like, what are we talking? How is this even? It's a great idea, but it's not happening.
Dude, humans don't do well with gravity, man. I mean, that's why you have to have a license.
I feel like they're gonna have to, like, they're developing the full autonomous, right? So by the time the flying cars are out, they're gonna be fully autonomous. There's
I
no
don't
way they're
know.
just gonna
And then
regular
you're thinking
fly.
about traffic, right? So it's like, okay, so there's no traffic. So what? Everybody gets their own 10 feet of airspace. How high does this go? So what happens in
No,
super populated cities now? Like it just the
they're
more
they're
you
gonna
think of it, the less it makes sense.
they're gonna have to have like routed lanes, but that's gonna get messed up at some point because like erosion and like slow shifting and magnetic poles shifting, stuff that like they thought about but they didn't fully understand.
And kids
The,
playing with drones, yeah, that's not gonna work out.
Nah,
or
bro.
like we're gonna realize that there's more of some mineral and of certain content in the air at a certain altitude over this city that's just gonna destroy your $200,000 flying car, right? or $1 million, whatever it's going to be, and it's just going to turn out to be a bad investment.
I'm shorting flying cars. I'm just letting you know now. I'm shorting flying cars.
I mean, but
heavy.
what does he mean by he's gonna reveal something that's out, like, never been done before? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, the only thing I can think of is, and obviously it's not flying cars because there's a few
Made some
prototypes out
engineering
there.
breakthrough of some sort. It's gonna be something super nerdy, probably.
Well, I
A
wonder if
flying
that.
robot.
Anyways, well, I was gonna say, I wonder if it has to do with like neural net stuff too.
We haven't
Combiners,
we haven't had Neuralink news in a while.
Well,
oh
I
yeah,
mean,
during
he said it's related to the car. So,
Oh,
like,
did he? I didn't even hear the announcement.
I mean, that's the way I understood. I could be completely bonkers, but
Never seen before,
that,
huh?
dude, that would be badass. You sit back in your seat and your brain connects to your car.
is it gonna be fueled by Doge? To the moon, literally.
Dude, if he doesn't deliver and do some sort of, like, whatever he said he's gonna do, man, I'm gonna have a bad Christmas. I was hoping we'd have, like, hovercraft, or at least, some sort of, like, non-friction locomotion or something.
Also opens up the possibility for new ways of terrorism, right? Because if you have a flying bomb car, I don't think.
I mean, and you could just, who's to say it wasn't an accident?